Section 1 of Mr. Rowl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elin. Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. Part 1. The Happy Valley. Chapter 1. Le Jeune et Beau Dunois. Quote, "Here is neither labour to be endured, nor danger to be dreaded. Yet here is all that labour or danger can procure or purchase. Look round, and tell me which of your wants is without supply. If you want nothing, how are you unhappy?" End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 3. It was quite likely that at an earlier stage of the afternoon, the youthful and lively little company in the drawing-room at Northover had been playing forfeits, or something equally childish. But when Mr. Rafe Bentley, the owner of Northover, strolled along the terrace about 5:30 with a couple of companions, they were making music, for a very pleasant tenor voice came floating through the windows, which, because it was a fine mid-March day, were slightly open. The voice was singing "Since First I Saw Your Face." The middle-aged gentleman outside stopped to listen. "How very tuneful, egad," observed one of them. "Who's the minstrel, Bentley?" "Oh, judging from the R's, I should say it is our captive friend de Sablière," responded the master of the house with a smile. "Oh, don't you think so, Ramage?" "The sun whose beams most glorious are," sang the voice, but the brow of the gentleman just addressed in no way resembled that luminary. "What right has a French prisoner to be singing English songs?" he growled. "Oh, if he must sing at all, let him keep to his own jargon." "Oh, but surely one should admire the Frenchman's enterprise," objected the first speaker. "And he sings the old song very well. Oh, how did he learn it, I wonder?" "Oh, better ask him, Sturgis," replied Mr. Bentley with a twinkle, as the unseen singer declared that where'er he went he would leave his heart behind him, and applause greeted the end of the song. "I'd almost asked you, Bentley," said Mr. Sturgis, who had only that day arrived on a visit to Northover. "What a French prisoner was doing, singing any kind of song in your house, having forgotten for the moment that Wanfield was now a parole town. You have a good few of Boney's officers here, I expect." "Oh, only about 80. Not nearly as many as at Reading or Oswestry. Wanfield is quite a small place, as you know." "Oh, 80 too many," remarked Mr. Ramage, who seemed possessed by a grievance. "Oh, they are a damn nuisance, and Bannister, the agent, is too easy with them. Oh, hardly a week passes, but one of them breaks his parole, or is up to some dirty trick or other." "Oh, come, Ramage," interposed Mr. Bentley. "You exaggerate, my dear fellow. We've not really had a case since December 1812. Oh, since last year, in fact, when that major of engineers took the key of the fields, as I believe he would call it. Oh, he got clear off, too." "Yes, and how?" inquired Mr. Ramage indignantly, the very wig he conservatively wore bristling with indignation. "Oh, disgraceful to say, with English assistance. Oh, to think what some people will do for money, that for the sake of gain there should exist throughout the country a regular gang of escape agents who live by it as by a trade. Oh, but I've got my eye on that man Zachary Miller, peddler, poacher, and what not, and one day I shall catch him at his nefarious practices. Oh, I am convinced that it was he was the go-between with Major Suchet and those even greater scoundrels on the coast." "Oh, Zachary Miller?" inquired a fresh voice, proceeding from a tall, fair, handsome gentleman of about 30, who had come unperceived along the terrace and joined them. "Oh, what about Zachary Miller? Oh, not poaching again, I hope. I had him up before me last month, but he managed to prove an alibi." Mr. Ramage turned eagerly to the newcomer. Oh, not poaching. No, Sir Francis. I suspect him of something much worse. Only there again nothing can be proved against him. Oh, Ramage thinks he's a sort of escape agent for the prisoners, Mulholland, supplied Mr. Bentley rather quizzically. Oh, that is a somewhat more ambitious occupation than poaching. How a better paid one, anyhow, observed Sir Francis Mulholland. If you would tell me what you know about Zachary Miller, Mr. Ramage, I should be greatly obliged to you, for I'm tired of finding him prowling in my woods for no apparent reason. But let us remove ourselves for the purpose, since I know that Mr. Bentley finds it hard to believe anything to the discredit of the French prisoners. "Oh, now, my dear fellow," protested his host. But Sir Francis, with a smile which seemed to show that he was only jesting, slipped his arm through that of the detractor of Zachary Miller, and they walked away, he inclining his head to listen to the gesture-emphasized disclosures of the smaller man. "Oh, that is Mulholland, of Mulholland Park, I take it," observed Mr. Sturgis to his friend. "Oh, I did not quite catch his name when you introduced us just now. I seem to remember that he had just succeeded his uncle in the estate when I visited you 2 years ago, but that he had not yet taken up his residence. The prospect, however, if I am not mistaken, was then causing a considerable flutter among the young ladies of the district and their mammas." Mr. Bentley smiled. "Oh, it was, and the flutter continued unabated until about 3 months ago, when he ceased to be the very eligible parti at whom they were all setting their caps." "Oh, ceased? Why?" "Oh, because he became engaged. And the mortifying thing to the fair of the neighbourhood was that he laid Mulholland Park at the feet of no local aspirant, after all. Although, and this perhaps made it the more bitter, his chosen lady was staying at Wanfield at the time, in this house, in fact. Sir Francis Mulholland is betrothed to a very charming young lady, Miss Juliana Forrest, a school friend of my daughter's." "Oh, Juliana Forrest, Lord Falgrave's daughter?" "Oh, the same. She's one of the party in the drawing-room now, for she has been staying with Mrs. Mulholland, though she goes away the day after tomorrow, and then returns, I hope, to visit us here at Northover. Oh, don't fall in love with her if you can help it, Sturgis. I've a fancy that, though he tries not to show it, Mulholland is infernally jealous." Now he could hardly be jealous of an old man of 60. And so they met here at Northover. "Oh, he was accepted last January, under this very roof. Oh, to be exact, I believe, in the small room off the drawing-room where I keep my Chinese porcelain." Mr. Sturgis looked away for a moment. Sir Francis and his companion had disappeared round the corner of the house. "Oh, I should have thought, Bentley," he said slowly. "Oh, pardon an old friend, won't you? And that Mulholland and your own pretty girl. Oh, had you never thought of the match?" Mr. Bentley showed a heart-free smile on his daughter's account. "Oh, Letitia, my dear fellow, is going to marry her second cousin. And try to believe that it is not a case of sour grapes. She does not greatly like Mulholland. Oh, I can't think why. Oh, possibly because, well, you know what girlish friendships are. Yet hers and Juliana's seems as strong as ever. In fact, I sometimes wonder how Sir Francis likes his betrothed spending as much time at Northover as, I'm glad to say, she does. And what he said when he heard that she was going to pay us, and not his mother, a visit in April. Where have he and Ramage got to, I wonder? Oh, some quiet spot, where they can discuss the chance of getting this Mr. Zachary Miller transported, I imagine. Oh, it is transportation now, is it not, for helping a prisoner of war to escape? Oh, since last year, yes. But I cannot say that so far the fact has done much to deter escapes, though I suppose it has raised their cost. Oh, it is a very surprising thing to me, this inability of the French to respect their parole of honour. My old royalist friend, the Comte de Saint-Suzanne, who has been in exile for 20 years, and lived here for 12 of them, assigns it all, of course, to the spirit which came in at the Revolution. He says that the majority of these officers are destitute alike of breeding and of military tradition. So, what can one expect? You have a Frenchman of the other party living here, exclaimed Mr. Sturgis with interest. Yes, of course. I remember him now. How do the two kinds mix? Oh, about as well as oil and vinegar. The Comte ignores any Bonapartist prisoner he may happen to meet. Young de Sablière, who was singing just now, is about the sole exception. And I think he tolerates him only because he is of good family and has a pleasing address. Oh, it is a mercy that it is so, for Saint-Cézanne being such an old friend, and having the freedom of Northover, he and Mr. Raoul meet here fairly often. Oh, Mr. Raoul, queried his guest. Mr. Bentley smiled. Oh, the shop people, and so on, who can't get their tongues around Monsieur Raoul de Sablière's family name, call him by that form of his Christian one. Oh, is Mr. Raoul the only one of the paroled officers who has the privilege of your hospitality? Oh, no, I dare say there are about half a dozen others. But he is here the most frequently. A charming fellow, we all think him, even though he is an enemy. And when he was at large, I somehow fancy a pretty daring one. Not that he ever talks of his exploits. He's a hussar, and was wounded and captured at Salamanca last summer. They took a turn up and down. Someone was now playing the pianoforte with vigor. Oh, that's Laetitia, said her father. We might go in when she has finished her performance. Oh, before we do, and before the patriotic Mr. Ramage comes back, said Mr. Sturgis, taking his friend by the arm. Oh, tell me something, my dear Bentley. I presume that here, as elsewhere, the prisoners are strictly limited as to where they may go. 1 mile along the turnpike road, from either confine of the town, being their boundary, eh? Mr. Bentley nodded. Well, my dear friend, when last I visited you, the first milestone, I distinctly remember the fact, stood a few yards to the left of your entrance gates, between you and Wanfield. Now it is a few yards on the right. Has Northover shifted its position since 1811? How I understand that an earthquake tremor was felt last year in some parts of England. It wasn't an earthquake, Sturgis. I had the distance from the town remeasured, and it was found to be slightly incorrect. And as Mr. Sturgis laughed and shook his finger at him, the good gentleman added half apologetically, Oh, the poor devils have so few distractions. And as I'm a magistrate, and was actually deputy sheriff at the time of the correction, no one dared to say anything. Yet, some day. And here Mr. Bentley lowered his voice and glanced over his shoulder. I half expect to find that Ramage has remeasured the distance yet again on his own account, and laid his discovery before another magistrate. A Mulholland, perhaps. How curious, if you come to think of it, said Mr. Sturgis reflectively, that all over England and Scotland these French officers on parole are living freely amongst us, and in many cases are received into our family circles. Oh, and why not? Asked Mr. Bentley. Oh, they fought clean. Every soldier from the peninsula says that. Well, let us go in. I fancy that Laetitia is drawing to the close of that newest display of fireworks of hers, the siege of Badajoz. If the actual event was really as noisy as that, I'm glad I was not there. It was a charming scene into which Mr. Bentley ushered the new arrival, for the wide, low room, whose last century chintzes still survived in this 13th year of the new, was brightened by groups in narrow, high-waisted gowns and sandals, in long-tailed blue or brown coats, and tight pantaloons and frills, the wearers of which, all young and all animated, seemed to be enjoying themselves hugely. And, now that the strains of Mr. Wesley's characteristic sonata no longer resounded, were making a good deal more noise than even the pianoforte had done. Laetitia Bentley, a pretty, fair girl in white and yellow, still sat at that instrument, but she was looking up and talking to another of her own sex. Leaning against the pianoforte and studying some music outspread upon it was a young man of about 24, who caught the eye at once by reason of his unlikeness to any of the other young men present, and that not so much by his good looks as by his naturally more lively expression, his air of being able to set himself instantly in motion with a minimum of effort, like a well-trained runner or a deer. He was dark-haired, but fair-skinned, with a suggestion of sunburn that had survived captivity and winter. His little moustache, so slight that it was hardly more than a penciled line across his lip, like that of a Stuart gallant, left the firm but sweet-tempered mouth revealed. Yet its mere presence sufficed to stamp him as not English. "Oh, that, of course, is Mr. Raoul," said Mr. Sturgis to himself. The sound of the door opening had been drowned in chatter, but suddenly Laetitia caught sight of her father and rose quickly from the music stool. The young Frenchman, too, raised his head and saw him, and his face lit up with a very pleasant smile. There was a general chorus of exclamation, and Mr. Sturgis, welcomed a little shyly by his host's daughter, was presented to all the ladies severally, and before long found himself engaged in converse with her whose acquaintance had been specially promised him, Miss Juliana Forrest. She was a tall, dark, handsome girl, with a beautifully modelled head on a long neck, an exquisite mouth, and an air of race, a typical beauty, thought Mr. Sturgis to himself, and with all the airs and graces of one, too, I'll warrant. But as he chatted to her a little, telling her how he had known her father at Cambridge, he found her not quite what he had looked to find, but more lively, natural, and open, more charming, in short, than he had surmised from his first glance at her. A little later, after he had been called away by Mr. Bentley to be presented to someone else, he perceived that the young French officer, who, however, was not in uniform, had gone up to her, where she sat in her long-sleeved gown of lilac sarcenet, spotted with amber, on a small couch in a corner of the room. She looked beautiful and animated. His face the observer could not see. Oh, making pretty speeches, of course, he reflected, a Frenchman's main idea of conversation with a woman. But if he could have overheard, he would have discovered the chief subject of the little interview to be quite other. So, too, might Sir Francis Mulholland, who, having just come in, was watching the couple, unobserved, from his place near the door. "And so, you are leaving us on Saturday, mademoiselle," the young man was saying. "Yes, for about a month, monsieur. But I shall find you here, no doubt, when I return." Raoul de Sablière made a little face. "My chance of being exchanged is so small that I fear you will. Oh, pardon my ill manners. At any rate, I've something to look forward to. Your return, mademoiselle. I must strive, must I not, that my English, improved, I dare to hope, by the books which you and Miss Bentley have been so kind as to lend me, shall not fall away while you are absent." "Your English is very good indeed, monsieur," said Miss Forrest, who had lent the young Frenchman books in that tongue, just because, speaking and understanding it so well, he had passed his childhood in England. He could appreciate them. "Ah, that reminds me. How annoying. I'd intended before leaving Wanfield to lend you my copy of Rasselas, and to bring it here today, but I forgot. It is written, you know, in the most excellent style. You could not do better than study it." "Oh, I should be only too delighted," said Monsieur de Sablière with an inclination. "But, alas, I cannot come and fetch it from Mulholland Park, since that is out of bounds." "Oh, so it is," agreed Miss Juliana. "How vexatious. I must send the book, then, to your lodgings, by one of the servants. You lodge with Miss Hitchings, I think." "Oh, but then I shall not be able to point out to you my favourite passages, as I had designed." "Oh, mais cela, c'est désolant," exclaimed the prospective reader. "Oh, what is one to do?" He could not, of course, suggest that she should accompany the book to his lodgings. The Honourable Juliana pondered. She was a very high-spirited young lady, accustomed to having her own way, and equally unaccustomed to having that way criticized, much less controlled, as a certain person was trying to control it at present. Still, to inform a young foreigner, whom, after all, she did not know very well, that she purposed coming to Northover tomorrow afternoon to take farewell of Letitia Bentley, and to apprise him of her homeward route, in case he also should be taking a walk. No, even with so laudable an aim as the personal bestowal on him of Dr. Johnson's model of style, it would not do. Well, I must mark the passages before I send Rasselas to you, Monsieur de Sabliac, was her conclusion, and Raoul had hardly bowed his acquiescence before a deputation of young ladies was upon him, begging him to sing again. A French song, this time, and by preference a new one, since he had sung them so very antiquated an English air. Oh, heaven knew where he could have unearthed it. New? Repeated Captain de Sabliac doubtfully. Mais, chère demoiselle, where do you think I've been these last 3 years to learn the new ditties of Paris? How did you never sing in Spain, then, Mr. Rowl? Half mischievously enquired one damsel. Yes, hymns, replied Raoul with entire gravity. But before the protesting laughter had subsided, he admitted, Eh bien, yes, I know one new song. At least, it was new 2 years ago. I heard it first on the banks of the Caille, Queen Hortense's ballad about le jeune et beau Dunois, partant pour la Syrie, in the time of the croisades. I can play the air tant bien que mal. Bowing to Miss Forrest, he went toward the pianoforte, the little group following him with questions about the song and its writer, and Juliana Forrest was left alone in her corner, on which Sir Francis Mulholland immediately stalked across to her, his face rather thunderous. But Miss Forrest, if she noticed any meteorological symptoms, did not betray her knowledge, as she remarked evenly, "Ah, there you are, Francis." "Oh, there I've been for some time," returned her betrothed. "I was waiting until you were disengaged." His tone was not exactly disagreeable, but neither was it the tone of mere jest. Juliana shot a little glance up at him. That Francis was jealous, and sometimes insanely jealous, she had discovered about 3 days after her engagement. At first the fact had amused her, but it had soon ceased to do so. "Oh, but that was very unnecessary," she returned cheerfully. "I, on my part, had been wondering where you were got to all this time." "Oh, I did not observe any signs of solicitude. Had there really been any speculation in your mind, you could have seen me standing by the farther door these 5 minutes or so." "Oh, my dear Francis," returned the girl with a shade of impatience, "oh, you surely do not desire to see me craning my neck in all directions to observe your whereabouts every moment that I've not the pleasure of your society. I would not wish to make either of us ridiculous. And, as you are now happily arrived, pray sit down and listen to the new French song, which Monsieur de Sabliac is about to sing to us." Sir Francis did not sit down. The word ridiculous had brought a slight colour to his cheek. "I've no desire to hear French songs. I came to ask you to give me a few minutes' private conversation. In the Chinese room over there, for instance." "Oh, willingly," replied Miss Forrest, "when the song is over." "Oh, hush, it is just going to begin. Oh, pray, Francis." "Partons pour la Syrie," sang Mr. Raoul, seated at the pianoforte. "Le jeune et beau Dunois, venez prier Marie, de bénir ses exploits. Faites reine immortelle, lui dit-il en partant, qu'aimé de la plus belle, je sois le plus vaillant." And fidget and scowl though Miss Forrest's future lord did throughout the following 3 verses, he had to remain beside her. The moment, however, that the last note was drowned in applause, he gave her a significant glance, and going to a neighbouring door, held it open for her. Unhurriedly, the Honourable Juliana rose and passed through it, into a little room containing an old spinet, 1 or 2 fine Queen Anne chairs, and much Chinese porcelain, mostly imprisoned in cabinets. She turned on the young man as he shut the door behind them. So, this is to be an interview en règle. We had another in here once. And she smiled, a delightful roguish smile calculated, one would have thought, to dissipate the most obstinate male sulks. But what is it that needs such solemn precautions, and that cannot be said when we go home presently in your curricle? You forget the groom, replied Sir Francis rather shortly. He took a turn down the room, and then began to study a famille verte vase on its shelf, while Miss Forrest, sinking into a chair, watched him half mischievously. Juliana, he said at length, not looking at her, you may not like what I am about to say to you, but I beg you to believe that I must say it. Oh, if it is a duty, then I certainly would not keep you from its performance, said Miss Forrest equably. Oh, pray proceed, or we may be interrupted before your task is accomplished. Thus adjured, the gentleman turned from the porcelain and faced her. I request you, when you return to Wanfield next month, to have nothing more to do with Captain de Sablière. The colour sprang up in Juliana's cheeks, and her hands went to the short walnut-wood arms of her chair. And the reason, pray? Because I do not like him, said Sir Francis with brevity. Oh, but if I do? Well, I must still ask you to oblige me in the matter. Juliana returned her hands to her lap. I find him intelligent, amusing, and well-bred, she announced calmly. What have you against him? Oh, he is a French prisoner. And what does one know of a French prisoner's antecedents? Oh, Captain de Sablière is a gentleman. His name alone shows it, observed Miss Forrest. Oh, his name may not be his own. Oh, then his bearing, his manners show it. Even that fact does not make him a suitable companion for a girl of your station, Juliana. A girl of my station, Francis, is accustomed to judge of that for herself. Oh, pardon me, not in the case of a man to whom her future husband objects. No, perhaps not. If the man in question were really a companion, admitted Miss Forrest somewhat coldly. But look at the facts, Francis. I've seen very little more of Monsieur de Sablière than of any other prisoner at Wanfield. For, indeed, it is Letitia Bentley, and not I, who has had most of his society. I meet him occasionally at other houses, rather more often here, but always in company. As it happens, I've never spoken with him actually alone. Oh, I should think not, indeed, commented Sir Francis between his teeth. Miss Forrest stopped in her discourse and looked at him. And of what, pray, would you be afraid if I were to find myself alone with a young man for a quarter of an hour or so? And do you realize, Francis, that you are making very strange and unflattering reflections on my character and upbringing? Her betrothed came nearer. Oh, do not try to misinterpret me so, Juliana, he protested, in a voice of mingled injury and indignation. You know that I am doing nothing of the kind. But the idea of your being alone with that fellow for any length of time is outrageous. Do you not know what Frenchmen are? No, said Miss Forrest. A sprite appeared in her eyes. But now that you have excited my curiosity, I think I should like to find out. Oh, Juliana! She swept on, unheeding the explosion. But how a young man, even one of these terrible Frenchmen, conducts himself with a lady depends chiefly, I imagine, upon the lady. And do you think that she drew up her long neck and looked like Diana, that I am likely to allow any man to take liberties with me? Oh, not for a moment, Juliana, not for a moment, asseverated the jealous lover. Oh, but it is impossible to believe that a man exists who would not try to make love to you if he had the chance. Which, completed Juliana with a little smile, you do not intend that any man living but yourself shall have. He stooped over her and possessed himself of a hand. "How can you blame me? No, I do not intend it. And you beautiful creature, when you accepted this." He kissed the gleaming ruby on her finger. "You assented to that compact, did you not?" "Yes," said the girl, "and I have kept my share of it. But in this matter of Monsieur de Sablière—" "Oh, you will do what I ask, will you not, my darling?" he broke in, and made a movement as though to kiss her. Juliana slipped instantly out of the chair. Then she turned to him, and her look was grave. "No, Francis, it is as useless trying to cajole me as it is to dragoon me. Day by day, this ridiculous and quite causeless jealousy of yours is growing more insupportable. Now it is this man, now another. Soon I shall be able to speak to none under the age of a grandfather without incurring your frowns. I've tried to be patient, but now I see that it is culpable in me to give way to you, that by doing so I am preparing a sort of slavery for myself. For I am an Englishwoman, and you are not living in Turkey, as you sometimes appear to think." An attack so direct plainly staggered Sir Francis Mulholland. He seemed to be about to make a fiery retort. Then he lost his balance and countered lamely. "So my wishes have no weight with you?" "Oh yes, certainly they have, when they are reasonable. But to forbid a perfectly innocent acquaintance with a well-behaved and rather lonely young man whom chance has thrown in my way—" "Lonely!" ejaculated her affianced, recovering himself. "And that foreign nightingale in there, lonely! And chance, indeed! Was the part he took with you in those theatricals last month due to chance?" Miss Forrest's gravity relaxed. "No, to talent," she retorted, "as he happened to be the only young man in the neighbourhood who did not look uncouth and absurd, disguised as a woman. Oh, his selection was due to you. Do not deny it." "Oh, certainly not. I am proud to think that it was Monsieur de Sablière as the gypsy girl who was the success of the evening. Oh, especially in the scene with you. I watched you both, Juliana." "Oh, I should hope you did. I was told I looked very well as a woodcutter's daughter. Though, if you had condescended to act yourself, as you were requested, Francis, you would not have been under the painful necessity of looking on, if it was painful." Sir Francis stifled some remark which sounded remarkably like a curse. "Oh, Juliana, for God's sake drop this levity, this trifling with a serious question. You are—" She interrupted him firmly. "You quite misapprehend, Francis. I am not trifling, far from it. It is indeed a serious question. You are trying to impose on me a perfectly unreasonable demand. And, leaving aside that it is unreasonable in itself, how do you suppose that, when I come to stay in this house, I am to avoid meeting a guest who frequents it as much as Monsieur de Sablière does? Stay in my room, by your orders, when this dangerous foreigner is announced? Or ask Laetitia to have him refused entrance, and tell her why? He would have to be told, too, and might be flattered at your apprehensions, I imagine." Sir Francis, darkly red, was gripping the back of a chair. "Juliana," he said thickly, "are you trying to see how far you can go with me?" "No," answered she, her head very high. "Only trying to show you how far you go, to lengths which, 3 months ago, in this very room, we could neither of us have foreseen, I think." Mulholland's colour suddenly faded to real pallor. The words seemed to hold a veiled threat. But he had no opportunity of ascertaining this, for, with a good deal of preliminary rattling, it is true, the door leading from the drawing-room opened, and their host apologetically put his head in. "Oh, I'm so sorry, but they are clamouring for you, Juliana, in there, and I could deny them no longer. Do not hate me, my dear." Juliana went to him and put her hand through his arm. "Oh, I think you come at a good moment, Mr. Bentley," she said, and, without a glance at her betrothed, entered the drawing-room. But, as that gentleman instantly discovered, the bone of contention was no longer there. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Mr. Raoul by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 2. Mr. Raoul gets into trouble. Quote, "Pride is seldom delicate. It will please itself with very mean advantages." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 9. After finishing his warmly received rendering of Queen Hortense's ballad, Monsieur Raoul de Sablière had removed himself with what speed he might from the neighbourhood of the pianoforte, for he was a modest young man, and had no desire whatever to monopolize attention, and particularly in the anomalous situation which was his. With the idea of suggesting to Miss Bentley that the time had come for her father to sing them "A Hunting We Will Go," as his custom was, he sought for her among the little groups, and soon descried her in a corner, talking to a very erect old gentleman, at the sight of whose back he stopped and bit his lip. But at that moment the old man turned round, revealing a deeply marked, austere countenance with piercing blue eyes. His hair was snow-white, his clothes, spotless as they were, had seen long service. He wore a ribbon in his buttonhole. "Ah, a French song for once, Monsieur de Sablière, but unfamiliar to me for all that," he said, with a courteous little inclination. "A pretty air, though I did not hear the words as I should have done had I been younger. May I ask what it was?" The singer's colour rose faintly. "No, you would not know it, monsieur," he answered quickly. "It is new, only 2 or 3 years old. Mademoiselle, I came to ask if Mr. Bentley—" But Miss Bentley, disregarding his haste to leave the subject, ill-advisedly pursued it. "Monsieur de Sablière ought to tell you about it, Comte, as he was telling us just now, for it is so interesting. The song was written by a queen. Words and music, too, by Queen Hortense." The old royalist raised his eyebrows. "And pray, who is Queen Hortense?" The little smile that accompanied the question was so acid that Miss Laetitia realized, too late, what delicate ground she had thus rashly invaded. "I think—I forget. Is she not Queen of Westphalia? Or is it—" She faltered, stealing in her confusion a glance at Monsieur de Sablière, only to find that he, looking fixedly at his compatriot, was frowning, a phenomenon she had never witnessed in him before. "Your ignorance, my dear Miss Laetitia," said the Comte de Saint-Cézanne, with an intensification of his double-edged manner, "is fully excusable, since I, a Frenchman, share it. But Monsieur de Sablière can no doubt enlighten us, if indeed it be worth while. Or, rather, enlighten me, since I see your father making signs to you over there." It was true, and Laetitia, after a rather troubled glance at her 2 French friends, left them together. Immediately she had gone, Raoul de Sablière remarked very stiffly in their common tongue, "I should hardly have thought it was worth your while, monsieur, to affect ignorance of the identity of Her Majesty the Queen of Holland." "Oh, I beg your pardon," replied the old man. "Oh, the Queen of Holland, thank you. But I am, you see, no botanist. I am not well acquainted with the nomenclature of the mushroom tribe." "Oh, really, Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne," exclaimed the young hussar angrily, "you exceed the bounds of—" "And you, Monsieur de Sablière, are obviously aware of no bounds at all. So, lest you should be contemplating rendering any further compositions by the self-styled monarchs of that family, I will betake myself to the library. As far as I am concerned, you will then be free to sing the Ça ira, if it pleases you." And, brushing aside the young man's half-stupefied protest, he marched to the door, an attempt on Raoul's part to follow him being neatly frustrated by the intervention of 2 ladies and a very young gentleman who beset him with supplications. "Oh, Monsieur de Sablières, do not go away, please. We want you to give us a translation of the words you sang. Here is Miss Curtis, who understood but half, and Mr. Molyneux, who understood none." The very young gentleman blushed. "And I, who had but the vaguest idea of what it was all about. The marriage of Dunois. Was there not a marriage? Appeared so sudden." "It was a reward for his, what we call prouesse," stammered Raoul, the English word evading him for a moment, under the blue lightning shaft which was launched at him just before the door closed on the Comte de Saint-Suzanne. He tugged angrily for a second at his tiny moustache. Preposterous behaviour, and all for what? And then he recovered himself, and the smile, which was never far from it, twitched the corners of his mouth. "How sudden!" "Yes, mademoiselle, a little. In war, you know. But I will translate from the beginning." And, with one elbow on the mantelpiece, he rendered the words of the romance into English, laughing himself when he came to "de ma fille Isabelle, sous le pot à l'instant," and unaware of another listener, Mr. Sturgis, who had drifted to that corner of the room, and was thinking to himself as he watched the scene, "How strange, how natural and easy they are, these French. How graceful young beggar. How pity he's not in uniform. No, perhaps on the whole just as well. Young ladies are so susceptible. But light, unreliable, of course, like all his nation." For Mr. Sturgis had no great first-hand knowledge of the French. "Yet, mademoiselle," he heard the expositor conclude, "the English chanson, which I murdered to you just now, is worth 6 of Le Jeune et Beau Dunois, for it is real feeling. This is pasteboard." "Oh, you are quite right, sir," observed Mr. Sturgis, coming forward. "I had the pleasure of hearing you sing, since first I saw your face, and you certainly brought out that feeling." There was a little twinkle in his eye. But the young man was a match for him. He betrayed no sort of embarrassment. On the contrary, he observed with a candid smile, "Oh, mais, monsieur, one must feel what one sings, must one not, even when in truth one does not feel it at all." "Oh, Monsieur de Sablières," exclaimed the eldest of his little audience in a disappointed tone, "how unromantic! And we who were thinking while you sang of the lady with whom you left your heart over there in France, and compassionating her for your absence." "Oh, but you need not have done that, mademoiselle," remarked the young hussar. "Oh, she will certainly have consoled herself by now. If she ever existed," he added, with a mischievous smile which showed his even little teeth. But a young lady at the piano had now begun to play what she proclaimed to be an adagio and march in the Turkish style, and, under cover of it, Captain Raoul de Sablières of the 3rd Hussars slipped quietly from the room with the intention of finding and making his peace with the Comte de Saint-Suzanne. But he himself could not regard his alleged offence very seriously. Indeed, if he were not so much the younger man, it might well be his to demand an apology. Nor did he think the old royalist need to have hurled the Ça ira at him in that ridiculous manner, as if he had ever sung it, or, indeed, had ever heard it sung. But ce vieillard-là imagined that one was still in the year of blood, 93. Whether this was true of him or no, ce vieillard-là himself had something the outward appearance of belonging to that vanished world, where he stood choosing a book from a case in Mr. Bentley's library, the light from the branched candlestick in his hand falling kindly on his silver hair and worn aquiline features. He looked round as Raoul came in and put down the candlestick, his mouth tightening for an instant. "I've come to offer my apologies, Monsieur le Comte," said the young soldier, standing rather erect, "for what I'm sure you must be aware was a perfectly unintentional offence. And, having done so, I would permit myself to tell you, with all respect, that I repudiate the sentiments and associations of the Saïra quite as strongly as you do, and that to credit me with the intention of singing it. But Monsieur de Saint-Saëns put up his delicate old hand. I am already ashamed of my speech, Monsieur de Sablière. I have a hasty temper, still imperfectly controlled, I fear, for all my long apprenticeship to adversity. I ask you to forgive my outburst, and, if you can, to forget it. How willingly, monsieur, returned Raoul, immediately mollified. I hope, in turn, that you will believe I never meant to hurt you. Nobody can do that now, Monsieur de Sablière. He turned his astonishingly blue, keen gaze more fully on his young compatriot. But a very few, can make me feel regret, and you are one of them. Oh, I do not need to tell you why. If I did not think the climbing rose outside this window here a fine plant, I should not be so sorry to see the blight on it, summer after summer. Oh, my only son, Monsieur de Sablière, was about your age when he was killed 20 years ago at Rulsheim, serving with Conté. And indeed, he was not at all unlike you in voice and bearing. But, though life has never been the same for me since his loss, nothing can take away from me the consolation of knowing that he fell as his forefathers fell, and under the same flag which had led them so often to victory. If you had been killed in Spain, could that have been said of you? How I should have fallen for France, monsieur, returned Raoul proudly, and been glad to give my body for her. None of my ancestors, or your, did more. How does it matter whether the flag which wraps a French soldier bears the lily or the eagle? Monsieur de Saint-Saëns made a gesture. Ah, Monsieur de Sablière, there is the blight I lament. How do you think it immaterial that you can so lightly give the title of queen to the half-Creole wife of an upstart who is barely a Frenchman, when she who last bore the title in France? His voice sank and died. He turned away, as from the scaffold he could never cease to see. "Oh, but, monsieur, we are not now in the Terror," exclaimed Raoul. "Had I been born when your son was born, it would have been very different with me. How should I not also have served that beautiful and unfortunate lady? But because of outrages and crimes which took place when I was a child of 3 or 4, events of which I have not even a memory, must I be inactive all the best years of my life? I wanted to be a soldier, to fight for my country, for France of today, the new France. How 20 years ago I should have fought for the old. Is it my fault that I am, as you no doubt consider, born 20 years too late?" The old royalist turned once more and looked at him as he stood there, young, ardent, handsome, and argumentative, and his face softened a little. "Oh, it is extraordinary, the way you resemble him," he murmured almost inaudibly. "Mais lui, il avait la tête blonde, si blonde." Well, we will not discuss it, Monsieur de Sablière. I am too old to listen to new creeds, and you, I suppose, too young to understand mine. One particular of the old, however, I am glad to think that you observe more punctiliously than some of the new defenders of France, who have made a Frenchman's word of honour worth less than a pinch of dust in England today. Every time that I hear of a fresh case of parole breaking, I feel as if I could never hold up my head in an Englishman's presence again. "And do you suppose, monsieur," cried Raoul, with his own head held rather high, "that I do not feel exactly the same as you about it? Are you insinuating that I hold lightly a thing which, on the contrary, I regard with absolute abhorrence, and that any soldier must so regard, the breaking of his sacred word of honour? The 680 officers who have broken it in the last 3 years alone were all soldiers, or sailors," observed the Comte dryly. "No, indeed, as I say, I do not think any such thing of you. But with such examples, who knows?" And, not unnaturally, this qualifying of the testimonial stung the young hussar to a sharper annoyance. "When you hear that I've actually disgraced myself, Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne, it will be time enough, will it not, to reproach me? And to anticipate that day is only to—" He broke off, controlling himself before age and misfortune. "I wish you good evening." To reach the library at Northover, one had to traverse another room, never used nowadays, except for this one purpose. But as Raoul de Sablière emerged into this apartment, he was aware of a tall man standing looking out of the far window, though it was almost dark outside, with his hands behind his back and a little the air of waiting for someone. And when he was halfway across the rather dimly lighted room, this individual turned and revealed himself to be Sir Francis Mulholland. "Ah, Monsieur de Sablière, good evening," said Le Roi Soleil, as Raoul had christened him among his French associates. "May I have the pleasure of a word with you?" So, it was he who was awaited. Raoul, trying to digest his annoyance with the Comte de Saint-Suzanne, and at no time particularly desirous of conversation with this gentleman, with whom he had scarcely exchanged 10 words in his 6 months at Wanfield, was obliged to reply, "With pleasure, sir," and managed to do this with his usual politeness. On that, finding that Sir Francis did not move from the window, he went towards him. "What I have to say is a little difficult," began the owner of Mulholland Park, scrutinizing him closely. "Oh, I trust that you will not take offence at it." "I am not in a position, sir, to indulge the luxury of taking offence," responded Raoul non-committally, but wondering what on earth was coming next. "Ah, your speaking thus of your position makes it easier for me," was Mulholland's next remark, though his manner did not suggest that he was finding difficulty of any kind. "Since you already realize, then, Monsieur de Sablière, that it is not quite that of the other guests at Northover, perhaps the merest hint that you might with advantage carry that fact still more in mind may be enough." Raoul looked at him, 3/4 bewildered. "To what end am I to carry it in my mind?" he asked shortly. "Well, to take an example," said Sir Francis, with a little smile which he perhaps intended to be deprecating. "We all realize that you have a pleasing voice, but it is possible, you know, to have too much of a good thing." Raoul coloured. "Oh, you mean that I talk too much?" "Oh, I should not venture to express an opinion on that point," returned Le Roi Soleil with an air of diplomacy. "I was referring rather to your vocal gifts, and the exercise of which, forgive me, you're certainly not sparing. 2 songs in the space of half an hour, and neither of them, if I may say so, in the best of taste, all things considered." "Oh, monsieur, I think you are impertinent," said Raoul sharply. Sir Francis shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, I warned you that my errand was unpleasant." "Oh, errand?" Raoul took him up. "Who sent you on that errand? Not Mr. Bentley, I'm sure." "No, I've no commission from Mr. Bentley, though I think that, for your own sake, he would approve of what I'm saying. For my only desire, if you would but believe it, is to present you, out of goodwill, with a hint." "Oh, I do not take hints from you, sir, whatever prompts them," said Raoul, drawing himself up. But Sir Francis, from his superior height, looked across the embrasure at him with an Olympian air which was hard to stomach. "Oh, that is a pity, Monsieur de Sablière, because it would really be better, again for your own sake, that you should reflect whether your very frequent presence at Northover is not putting too great a strain even on Mr. Bentley's hospitality." Naturally sweet-tempered as he was, Raoul began to feel that this was too much. "Oh, the day that Mr. Bentley himself," he began warmly, but Sir Francis bore him down. "Oh, Mr. Bentley, as you well know, is too kind-hearted ever to suggest such a thing. Oh, let me put another consideration before you, then. How do you suppose that it is a source of satisfaction to the gentlemen of this neighbourhood to find a person of your nationality present at almost every gathering, and usually in a position of prominence which his own better feelings should have led him to avoid? Now, this indictment, wounding as it was, might, for all the young Frenchman knew, have some truth behind it, though he had never observed the slightest signs of ill will towards him among the local gentry, with many of whom he was on excellent terms. And he had always been most careful not to push himself forward. Still, if there were one or two who disliked him. But while he stood silent, honestly trying to face such a possibility, Sir Francis saw fit to follow up his advantage by adding, in the most openly insolent manner, "You're only here at all, you know, on sufferance." Raoul could not suppress a little gasp. "Thank you for the so courteous reminder," he said. And then he gripped the edge of the card table in the window and became dangerously quiet. "You will tell me, please, whether in doing me this kind office you're speaking for yourself alone, or whether you have been deputed by others to insult me." "And I also should like to be informed on that point," said a level voice behind them, and both, turning round in surprise, beheld the Comte de Saint-Cézanne on the threshold of the library. "Oh, I take it, Sir Francis," he continued, coming forward a little, "that the recommendation you have just so tactfully made to Monsieur de Sabliac applies to me also, a Frenchman, an exile, and a habitué of Northover. I am only sorry that my reliance on Mr. Bentley's ever-ready welcome has led me, like my young fellow-countrymen here, to offend Mr. Bentley's other guests. You may be sure that I shall make him and them the profoundest apologies." If the young fellow-countryman had been in a laughing mood, he might have enjoyed the stupefaction and then the patent alarm of his aggressor. "Oh, Monsieur le Comte," stammered le Roi Soleil, leaving the window. "Oh, I beg of you. Oh, my remarks were of course not meant. Oh, I was not aware." "And then, if you do not wish Mr. Bentley to know how unjustifiably you've been trying to dictate to one of his guests in his house," said the old man sternly, "I suggest that you immediately apologize to Monsieur de Sabliac for your last very gross observation." No, a forced apology is of no use to me, Monsieur de Saint-Cézanne," cried Raoul quickly. "And, for my part, I would point out to this gentleman that since he so much dislikes my visits here, the remedy is simple. He can seize his own." "Oh, you impudent!" began Sir Francis, taking a step towards him. But the old man broke in sharply. "Oh, Monsieur de Sabliac, look at the clock. There. You have but just time to take leave of the company and to reach your lodgings before curfew. That obligation takes precedence of everything else at this moment." Raoul's eyes had instinctively followed his pointing finger, and he saw indeed that the tall clock in the corner marked 20 minutes to 7, and by 7 he must be back under the roof of Miss Eliza Hitchings in the little town. "Oh, thank you, monsieur," he said to the old royalist, with a mixture of real gratitude and of regret at having to quit the field of battle. "And thank you still more," he added, in his own tongue, "for your generosity just now in classing yourself with me. I shall not forget it." He bowed to him, looked at Sir Francis in no pacific fashion, and remarking, "We must finish this conversation, sir, another time," left the room. He was excessively angry, but it was imperative to bottle down his wrath for the moment, since he must return to the drawing-room and make his farewells without an instant's delay. As he hurried towards that apartment, he rejected the idea of slipping out of the house without taking leave, not only because it would be discourteous, but also because Sir Francis, if he heard of it, might draw very incorrect conclusions as to the effect of his admonitions. No, good manners at any cost, even if he all but burst with the constraint he was putting on himself as he opened the drawing-room door. Afterwards he was to think how differently things might have gone, if he had not made that sacrifice to politeness and pride. His re-entry into the lighted drawing-room was hailed with questions as to where he had been and reproaches for his absence. Smiling, shaking his head, and reminding his critics that a good prisoner had to be home by 7 o'clock this month, and that he should have to run most of the mile to the town as it was, he made his way to Miss Bentley and apologized for his hasty leave-taking. "All right, my boy," said Mr. Bentley, coming up from behind and clapping him on the shoulder. "Oh, Letty quite understands. Oh, off with you. But be sure you come extra early on Tuesday to make up, that's all." "Oh yes, you've not forgotten Tuesday, I hope, Monsieur de Sablière," inquired Laetitia anxiously. "Oh, the concert, you know." No, it did not seem as if the Bentleys, at all events, felt that he trespassed too often upon their hospitality. Nor that Miss Forrest, the most beautiful girl in the room, resented his presence there, alien though he was. The sun whose beams most glorious are, rejecteth no beholder. For as, his farewells over, he made for the drawing-room door, she chanced to be standing near it, alone. Or at any rate she was near it, alone. "I must bid you a month's farewell, mademoiselle," said the young man, with lightly feigned solemnity. But the words of the song wove themselves unuttered about his own as he looked at her, though he hoped that that sweet beauty past compare did not cause his gaze to be too bold. "Oh, do not, I pray you, forget your kind promise to send me the romance of Dr. Johnson, to make that month seem less long." And to this, looking him in the face, Miss Juliana replied calmly, "I've been reflecting about Rasselas, Monsieur de Sablière. And tomorrow afternoon I intend to come to Northover again, to take farewell of Miss Bentley. I will put the book in my pocket, just in case I should be walking back, and should come across you. Should you, for instance, by any chance be fishing near Folly Bridge, where I think I've heard you say that you do fish sometimes." The young Frenchman dropped his eyes, not to show his surprise. Did she know what she was doing? She seemed extraordinarily composed about it. And why was she doing it? She, Le Roi Soleil's betrothed. But it was not for him to hesitate. "Oh, you're quite right, mademoiselle," he replied without a perceptible pause, "although it is off the high road. I've a special license from Mr. Bannister to fish for a mile from the bridge. And, as it happens," he looked at her again, and his eyes were sparkling now, "I had already arranged with myself to go and fish there tomorrow afternoon, so that if by chance you should be taking that way back to Mulholland Park—" He left the sentence unfinished, and added, "For, I believe, that path which mounts the steep field from the bridge goes to Mulholland Park, does it not?" "Oh, it does," answered Miss Forrest, looking at the carpet for a moment. "Oh, but it's a short-cut." She then added, in a highly negligent manner, "Oh, it is, of course, quite uncertain whether I shall return that way." But Raoul de Sablière, bending over her hand and murmuring that he, at least, would be there, was conscious of a distinct hope that, whatever motive had prompted her to this unconventional suggestion, she would be able to carry it out. And when, rather out of breath, he reached Miss Hitching's doorstep, just as the first clang of the prisoner's curfew smote the air, it was evident that the smothered wrath to which he had promised himself to allow free play as he hurried towards the lights of Wanfield had occupied him but little, or his first action on opening the door would scarcely have been to tap the weather-glass in the little hall. End of section 2. Section 3 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ialin. Part 1, Chapter 3. How Juliana asserted her independence. Quote, "Even the Happy Valley might be endured with such a companion." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 13. Mr. Rowell's unspoken petition had certainly been granted. The 19th of March was an even finer afternoon than its predecessor, a thought too fine, indeed, for a fisherman whose heart had been set wholly upon sport. But then, Mr. Rowell's heart was not so set. The stream sang as it rippled under the little stone bridge, whose presence almost raised it to the status of a river, and the birds were singing, too, in the coppice that topped the meadow on the farther side, and then flung down a tributary line of thicket almost to the water. And all over this thicket, and everywhere else, the green was breaking in varying degrees of eagerness, a promise of what would reward the eye if one came again in a week or so. The young man on the bridge at present, however, had his back turned to all this display, since, leaning his arms on the parapet, he was looking meditatively down at the water. His fishing rod rested against the same support, for Monsieur de Sablière had really been fishing conscientiously, though fruitlessly, in order to delude anyone who might witness it, or possibly even himself, into the belief that this pre-arranged meeting with Miss Juliana Forrest was just a chance encounter. If Miss Forrest came, that was, for today she might think better of her design. Of course, the conventions were not quite so easily outraged for an English girl as for a French. He knew that. Besides, she might have a lawful escort with her, since it was not likely that Sir Francis would allow her to walk back from Northover unaccompanied. In that case, did she intend to make the gentleman wait while she pointed out to a French prisoner her favourite passages in Rasselas? If so, having regard to his recent conversation with that prisoner, there might be interesting developments. More possibly, she meant to come unescorted, which, if Le Roi Soleil learnt afterwards of their open-air study of English, might lead to more interesting ones still. Almost undoubtedly for his own sake, and just possibly for Miss Forrest's too, it would have been well to decline this encounter. But how could he put such an affront upon the lady who, whatever her motive, had been kind enough to propose it? And such a proceeding, especially after Sir Francis's attempt to read him a lesson, would have been of a prudence to make Monsieur Raoul Marie Amédée de Sablière blush all the rest of his life at the remembrance. If Le Gros Mulholland accompanied her, and Raoul really did not see how on this, her last afternoon at Wanfield, she could avoid his escort, and dare he throw that gentleman into the stream, as, after yesterday's impertinence, he would so greatly enjoy doing. He dallied with the idea, leaning there on the bridge, knowing perfectly well that he could not do such a thing in Miss Forrest's presence. D'ailleurs, Sir Francis was much the bigger of the two. But what a souse he would make, going in! The poor little river would be completely dammed by Le Gros Mulholland. How unfortunately it was not deep enough to drown him. It was all very well to indulge in these pleasant fancies, but what of his future relations with Sir Francis, quite apart from any possible complications which might be imported into them by this afternoon's interview with his lady-love, if he came to know of it? On one thing, however, he was determined, that he was not going to be bullied by him out of his footing at Northover. In the midst of these reflections he caught the sound of a light step approaching, and turned eagerly. In another moment Miss Juliana Forrest came round the corner of the bend, and she was unaccompanied. Raoul swept off his hat and went to meet her at the end of the bridge. Miss Forrest wore a long, close-fitting coat of cherry colour, edged all round and up the fronts with ermine, but from just below the bosom, where it was tied about with a ribbon, it fell a little apart and showed her white cambric walking dress. She was looking very charming, the more so that her own colour was undoubtedly a trifle heightened. "Oh, Miss Forrest, as I live!" exclaimed the young man. "Oh, what pleasant surprises fate can give an unlucky fisherman, after all!" Miss Juliana smiled, and coloured yet more at this disingenuous address. "Oh, you've not caught anything this afternoon, then, monsieur? Oh, I am sorry." "Oh, you have no cause to pity me, mademoiselle," returned Raoul, looking at her and smiling too. He was still bareheaded, and the breeze lifted his fine, dark, loosely curling hair, and the sunlight showed the laughter and vitality in his grey eyes, with their rims of still darker grey. And suddenly Miss Forrest seemed to find the little bridge too bright a place to stand and talk with a young man, for she began to move across it. "Oh, mademoiselle," said Raoul, moving with her, "you were going to point out to me the beauties of Le Docteur Johnson. But remember that I cannot accompany you up that path to the little wood. Only by the river may I disport myself, and that solely by permission of the good Mr. Bannister." And she hesitated and looked down the stream. It was clean out of her way. Raoul read her thoughts quite well. "Oh, I've never been along that path," said the Honourable Juliana. "You would find it quite dry," observed Raoul, glancing at her thin footgear. "Then I think I will take a turn there." "And I may have the privilege of accompanying you?" inquired Raoul, "since Monsieur le Docteur comes too." He glanced at the reticule upon her arm. "And I have my fishing rod," he added, laying hold of it. Under the tutelage of these two chaperones, therefore, they left the bridge and started along the little track by the river bank, which was just wide enough for Juliana's slender feet in their kid half-boots. Under Raoul's, the grass swished pleasantly, and for a moment or two, that was the only sound the couple made. Could Juliana Forrest herself have said what it cost her to do this thing? Hardly. A pique, a desire to show her betrothed that he could not dictate to her, a desire, in short, to read him a lesson. But it is of no use reading a person a lesson unless he is aware of the process, and Juliana, being conversant with Sir Francis's movements this afternoon, which she had had no small share in determining, knew that he would not pass by Folly Bridge. But she always had it in her power to tell him of what she had done, if she saw fit, since not for one moment did she regard this as a clandestine proceeding, to be hushed up. Miss Juliana Forrest did not condescend to behaviour of that sort, nor, certainly, had she been the least in the world in love with Monsieur de Sabliac, or he with her, would she have suggested handing over Rasselas in this manner. Monsieur de Sabliac was a friend, in whom she took a friend's interest, and whom she might meet whenever it seemed good to her. So, after they had gone a short way, she opened her reticule and held out a small volume. "Ah, the famous book," said Raoul, and read off the title. Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia. Il était donc prince, les héros du bon docteur. Miss Forrest assented, and Raoul tucked his rod under his arm, the better to examine the book as they walked slowly along. "But he was a captive, then, in the hands of his enemies, this prince?" inquired the young Frenchman after a moment. "Oh, a captive, but not in the hands of his enemies," replied Miss Forrest. And she explained how, according to the author, it was customary for the children of the royal race of Abyssinia to be confined in a delightful valley until they should succeed to the throne. Her hearer listened attentively, but he did not fail to mark at the same time the fineness of her profile, and the way her lashes lifted themselves after their downward sweep. How green the boughs were behind her head, and how good the air smelt. "Oh, well, this Rasselas cannot have had a pleasanter captivity than mine," he observed, at the end of this exposition. "You are all too kind to me here, mademoiselle. All except Le Gros Mulholland," he added to himself. "Oh, then I hope," said Juliana gently, "that you can sometimes forget your captivity." In the flash of an eye, the mobile visage had changed. "No, mademoiselle, I never forget it," said the young hussar quite simply. "Oh, yes, the restrictions are ridiculous," agreed Miss Forrest sympathetically. What is 1 mile along the turnpike to a man? You must often long to walk in the fields. And then that curfew. They were at a standstill now. It is not those little things, said Raoul, shaking his head. You, mademoiselle, will understand me, I think, when I say that I did not put on the Emperor's uniform in order to use this. He indicated his fishing rod. Every day I become older, is it not, doing nothing. 8 months have gone by. He broke off. 8 months, repeated Juliana, struck by his tone. 8 months since Salamanca, your last battle, and the most terrible, perhaps. And there by the stream she looked at him with new eyes, realizing that he was, after all, a soldier, and, amusing and accommodating though he might be, evidently had a preference for a soldier's life, with all its hazards. No, mademoiselle, he now replied, not the most terrible. Salamanca, where I was taken prisoner, was the greatest battle in which I had the honour of participating, but Albuera, the year before, was more bloody. Albuera, exclaimed Juliana. Was it not at Albuera that there was that terrible cavalry charge, which almost wiped out I forget how many of our regiments in a few minutes? Or so I've heard. Yes, said Raoul. There was a sudden violent hailstorm, which helped us. And he added, looking away, You must try not to hate me too much, mademoiselle, but I was in that charge. Juliana was not conscious of any violent aversion. But I'm sure that you, Monsieur de Sabliac, were not one of the lancers who afterwards rode down and massacred our wounded. No, I forgot. Of course, you're not a lancer. Oh, I hope, said the young man, with rather a wry smile. That is not the only ground on which you are sure of it. Then he faced her squarely. Oh, to tell the truth, mademoiselle, and I'm glad to be able to tell it, it was not French troops at all who were guilty of that atrocious conduct. It was the Poles who had just charged, the lancers of the Vistula. But I cannot deny, to my shame, that it occurred. I was able to intervene in the case of one officer, and I was fortunately successful. But the lancers were beside themselves, and it was not very easy. He broke off, looking meditative. Back, Juliana could see, on the field of battle again. Oh, Monsieur de Sabliac, she exclaimed, how grateful that officer must have been to you. Did you know his name? Oh, we had no time to exchange cards, mademoiselle, said Raoul, smiling. He was, of course, made prisoner, and I did not see him again. I do not even know his regiment, except that it belonged to the brigade we had just charged. But do not let us talk of battles, since in doing so we must realize that we are enemies. Oh, must we? Asked Juliana with a smile. Even here. Oh, do you know, monsieur, that from every officer returned from Spain whom I have ever met, and I've met not a few, I've heard the same praises of the enemy. Ah, mademoiselle, said Raoul, bowing, vous me rendez confus. May I say that that sentiment was not confined to the one side? Yes, one exchanged courtesies, gifts sometimes. One even had one's friendships with a foe. Oh, as in the times of chivalry, said Miss Forrest, with sparkling eyes. When I read those wonderful poems of Walter Scott's, how I wish I could lend you Marmion. I feel that if I had been born a man, I should like to go to the wars. But there must be much hardship as well as glory. Oh, tell me, Monsieur de Sabliac, how long had you been in Spain before your capture? About a year and 8 months, replied Raoul. I joined my regiment, the 2nd Hussars, at the end of 1810. It was part of the 1st Corps, Marshal Victor's, under Soult, and I was fortunate enough to be present at the Battle of the Gebora in February 1811. Oh, perhaps you may not have heard of it. He permitted himself a rather malicious smile here, for it was an undisputed French victory. Against the Spaniards, bien entendu. At the Gebora, it is a river, mademoiselle, we destroyed the army of Extremadura, and then Badajoz surrendered to us. Yes, I know that you have stormed it since Salamanca, but we had held it against you for more than a year. And then came Albuera, of which I've spoken. Then Marshal Soult joined Marmont, and both armies lay for a fortnight on one side of the river Caya, with Lord Wellington on the other. How I used to long for the attack! But the day never came. At the Caya, I was transferred to the 3rd Hussars, which formed part of Curto's light cavalry division in Marmont's army, and being thenceforward with Marmont instead of with Soult, I came to be at Salamanca, and so find myself here at Wanfield. You were wounded at Salamanca, were you not? Asked Juliana. I hope you received proper attention from our surgeons. I was very well cared for indeed, thank you, mademoiselle. And my wound was not serious. I was lame for a little, that was all. And how did you come to England? Oh, it could not, I fear, have been an agreeable voyage. Monsieur de Sablière's mouth tightened a little. No, it was horrible. We were crammed on the transport like sheep, and battened down most of the time. But at any rate it came to an end, and the conditions could not be helped. You took so many prisoners, alas, at Salamanca. But I gained some idea of the horrible conditions, which, you must pardon me for saying, could be avoided, under which so many of the less fortunate of us are rotting in your hulks today. Oh, the hulks, said Miss Forrest, with a shiver. Oh, do not let us speak of them. I've heard things. No, too horrible. If they are true, they are a disgrace to us, to England. Raoul, touched that she could feel for misfortunes which she had never witnessed, and which in any case were suffered by enemies, was about to say something of the kind, when he became aware that a man was walking along the more frequented path on the opposite side of the stream, and that he was not unobservant of them. He looked across and saw the Comte de Saint-Suzanne. Miss Juliana Forrest saw him too. For the second time since her coming, her colour rose a little. For the second time she took an added beauty from it. She acknowledged the Comte's salutation, and Raoul did the same, unable to decide whether he could detect on his compatriot's face, across the width of the stream, an indication of the surprise which he was probably feeling. In silence, they both watched him continue his path away from the bridge, and Raoul suddenly remembered that at the beginning of this interview he had half expected somebody else to break in upon it, and realized, too, how completely he had since forgotten that anticipation. As for Saint-Suzanne, he was not the man to go gossiping. "Oh, tell me, mademoiselle," he said, for the sake of saying something, for a shadow of constraint seemed to have fallen across them both. "And does this Rasselas," he touched his pocket, "ever escape from his happy valley?" "Yes," replied Juliana, beginning to move in the direction of the bridge. "He makes a way out, and leaves it in the company of a sage and a lady. Oh, but the lady is his sister," she added, with the suspicion of a smile. "Oh, do not expect to find a romance of love in so edifying a work as Rasselas. If you want that, you must ask Miss Bentley to lend you Richardson." "Oh, but surely Monsieur le Docteur Johnson could have rendered even a romance of love edifying," protested the student. "Yet, perhaps, for purposes of escape, a sister would be a more suitable companion. That is, some kinds of a sister. One like mine, for instance." "Ah, you have a sister, monsieur?" "Yes, mademoiselle. Au plus haut degré même. I mean that I have a twin sister." Miss Forrest was much interested. She had never met a twin, and said so. "Does your sister resemble you very much?" "Not so much, perhaps, as one pea another in the same pod, which I believe is expected of twins," answered Raoul, laughing. "But we have changed clothes, Adrienne and I, in our younger and wilder days, and no one been much the wiser." He smiled, as at some reminiscence, and Juliana knew that he was thinking of his home. Presently, indeed, he began to speak of it a little, of his father, who was old, and old-fashioned in his ideas, not moving with the times, but regretting the past. Yet a better father no one could have, mademoiselle. Of his mother, loved by everyone who came near her, and not least by me, as you can imagine. "Oh, I've not seen her for nearly 2.5 years," he went on. "I had leave from Spain once, in the winter, but there was not time to get farther than Bayonne, and we live in the Orléanais. My little mother was ailing. She could not undertake the journey. My father was anxious, and stayed with her. It was a great disappointment. But Adrienne came. She travelled all by herself across 2/3 of France, in the snow. And the diligence broke down too, at Dax, but it would take more than that to stop her. So we met in Bayonne, on the jour de Ruat, and were very happy, for 24 hours. They walked on in silence after that, Miss Forrest thinking how simple and modest he was under his lively exterior. This terrible Frenchman, who had not made the slightest attempt to take advantage of her rashness, which proved that she had not been rash. So it was a great thing to him to meet his sister, but she could not help wondering a little whether there were not any other lady whom he would have liked to meet as well in Bayonne on 12th night. The bridge was nearly reached again, when she said suddenly, "Since I'm going away tomorrow, may I ask you what I fear may sound an impertinent question?" "Oh, pray ask me anything, mademoiselle. It could not be impertinent." "I've had it in my mind for some time," confessed Juliana, looking down and playing with her reticule. And now the sight of old Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne has revived it. "How is it, Monsieur de Sablière, that you, a gentleman of a family no doubt as old as his, find yourself?" "I find myself an officer of the Emperor's," completed Raoul, as she hesitated. "Oh, mademoiselle, if when you say 'find yourself' you think that it was due to an accident, or to necessity, I must tell you that it was not fate, but my own choice, which has made me serve the greatest soldier that even France has produced. And I am not singular in that. He has many better-known names than mine on his rosters. But when the choice is made you, though surely without your recognizing it or willing it, the enemy of your own class, your own traditions, your own king." Raoul looked intently at her. It was a strange coincidence to be taken to task for this delinquency 2 days running. Yet it was flattering that this young English lady should be sufficiently interested in him to demand an explanation when the action evidently caused her some embarrassment. He tried to explain his position. They were at the bridge again by the time he had finished. "France is young, mademoiselle," he urged in conclusion. "Always young, although she is so old. There's sap in her veins, ever springing up. And it comes up from the root. My family is not a newcomer, not a graft on that tree. The new sap runs through it also. And now, Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne, though I respect him deeply for what he has suffered, I cannot but think of him and his fellows as dead boughs, dropped off. And the Bourbons, too, a withered branch. France does not need them any more. It is sad. I regret it, though less than my parents regret it, yet more than my sons will regret it when their time comes. Tout tombe, tout pousse à jamais. C'est la loi de la forêt." "Yes," said the girl thoughtfully. "I understand a little better. You forgive the question, I hope. And now I must go on my way." She held out her hand. Raoul de Sablière kissed it. "You have been in everything too good, mademoiselle. I shall, I promise you, read every word of Rasselas with the care it deserves. I wish you an agreeable journey tomorrow." "The best I could wish you, Monsieur de Sablière," said Juliana, looking at him with great kindness, "is that on my return I should find you gone on a journey across the Channel. But I suppose there's small chance of that." Raoul shook his head with a smile. Yet there are consolations in every lot. I shall be able to restore your book to you. He assisted her over the stile, and watched her progress up the sloping meadow path, where he might not accompany her. When the cherry colour and ermine had vanished over the brow, he returned to the bridge, and started to take his rod to pieces. But he had hardly got the first joints apart, when he heard a faint scream from the direction of the meadow. Raoul did not wait for its repetition, but, dropping his rod, vaulted over the stile and ran up the path like a hare. The cry came again as he ran, and joined to it his own name. Je viens, he called out, and burst into the thicket, to find a rough-looking man struggling with Miss Juliana Forrest for the possession of her reticule. End of section 3. Section 4 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 4. Fortune favours thee. Quote, Your ignorance was merely accidental, which, being neither your crime nor your folly, could afford them no reason to applaud themselves. And the knowledge which they had, they might as effectually have shown by warning as betraying you. End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 9. All this while, Sir Francis Mulholland was returning towards his mansion and his betrothed in no sunny frame of mind. And he undoubtedly had a grievance, for Juliana, on this, the last afternoon of her stay, had absurdly insisted on going yet again to Northover to take a final and solitary farewell of her dear Laetitia. After yesterday's scene, and the ominous words with which it had concluded, the lover thought it better to affect complaisance. He obtained the privilege of at least escorting his lady to Mr. Bentley's door, though he was not allowed to enter, nor to wait, nor to call for her, being given to understand that the exact moment of her return was uncertain, and that Mr. Bentley and Laetitia would perhaps walk back with her. He could occupy himself, he was told, by going on to Stoneleigh to see the horse for sale there, as he had several times said he was anxious to do. Not too enthusiastically, Sir Francis had agreed to this, and was even now returning from a long interview with the quadruped in question. His shortest way home from Stoneleigh lay by the turnpike road, and by the turnpike alone he would have proceeded thither, had he not fallen in at the crossroads with Mr. Ramage riding, or at least sitting, on his old flea-bitten cob, taking his usual afternoon's airing. And Mr. Ramage had implored him to accompany him a little on his own homeward path, which, though it lay at an angle to the coach road, would not take Sir Francis very much out of his way if the latter continued by the short-cut over Folly Bridge. It appeared that Mr. Ramage had something about which he wished to consult him. So Sir Francis consented, and all the way down the lane Mr. Ramage confided to him his suspicions that Morris, the tallow chandler's prisoner, had a habit of leaving his lodgings at 6 o'clock in the morning, which was strictly against regulations, and his own conjectures as to why he so left them. It could not be to find mushrooms in March. "Oh, tell Bannister about it, then," counselled Sir Francis, rather bored. "That is what he's here for, to keep an eye on the prisoners." Mr. Ramage retorted that he greatly feared one, at least, of Mr. Bannister's eyes was a blind eye, but that he himself was certainly going to do his duty and warn him about the suspected activities of Zachary Miller, whom this very afternoon the speaker had seen with his own unobscured vision, sitting in his peddler's cart, talking to 2 of the French prisoners near Four Oaks Farm. Why? But Sir Francis Mulholland, beginning to regret his yesterday's interview with this zealous gentleman, concealed a yawn, and, having come to a convenient point, bade the suspect hunter farewell, and resumed his solitary course and his ruminations about Juliana. In his own fashion he loved her, and he prized her even more than he loved. And the more valuable an object, the more acute is one's apprehension of loss. He was inconsistent, no doubt, in his violent and at times all-embracing jealousy, for he had far too good an opinion of Sir Francis Mulholland to imagine that his destined wife could prefer another to him. Least of all, this foreign other, whom he had made his latest subject of torment. Lord Falgrave's daughter was not in the least likely to fall in love with a penniless, if good-looking, French prisoner. Oh, but it enraged him that she should even allow the Frenchman to talk to her, while to have the audacity to confess that she found pleasure in his conversation, and to refuse to abandon the acquaintanceship. Acquaintanceship, indeed. It was more than that. What of those damned theatricals last month, with that cursed foreigner in a petticoat and shawl, sheltered by Juliana, the woodcutter's daughter, in her cottage, and then turning out to be a man after all? Some ridiculous, romantic farrago it was, everybody with a name ending in O or A. Its only merit that at least the petticoated young man was not the titular hero, and did not make love to Juliana, a proceeding which was very stiffly gone through by that nincompoop Elwell, of whom not even Sir Francis could be jealous. And that ball at Vaughanfield Assembly Rooms in January, shortly after their betrothal, at which, for the first and only time, de Sablière had appeared in his dashing hussar's uniform, how confound him, and had danced twice with Juliana, how confound him still more. Because it was useless to deny that the silver grey and scarlet set off his looks and figure to great advantage, and one knew what women were about regimentals, and Sir Francis had overheard plenty of appreciative comments that night from some of the ladies, if not from Juliana. Oh, damn it all! Was there no way of getting rid of that hussar fellow while Juliana was away? His attempt to put a spoke in his wheel yesterday evening had been worse than a failure. If only he could use a little quiet influence to get him transferred to one of the other parole towns. But that, preeminently the wisest course, was also preeminently the most difficult, because de Sablière never misconducted himself, and Bannister, the agent, had a strong regard for him, and would never lend himself to intrigue against a well-behaved member of his not always amenable flock. But, though as yet he knew it not, Sir Francis was under the guidance that afternoon of some tutelary spirit. By sending Mr. Ramage across his path, this demon, good or bad, had withdrawn him from the high road, and forced him to take the route by Folly Bridge, and the short cut up the meadow to Folly Copse. Not content with guiding his steps, it had also timed them to the best advantage. Yet, even when Sir Francis saw a partially disjointed fishing rod lying by the parapet of the bridge, he was not aware of this. He merely wondered who could have left it there. When he was halfway up the sloping path, however, he saw a man coming out of the copse. As there was a right-of-way through it, the sight did not surprise him. But in another moment, his pulses gave a leap. Oh, surely that was de Sablière himself, who was coming so unconcernedly towards him. Oh, it was. Bannister's model prisoner, out of bounds at last. Oh, what luck! What unbelievable good luck! De Sablière's head was bent, for he was twisting a handkerchief round the knuckles of one hand, and so he did not at first see who was approaching him. But when he raised his head and did see, it was obvious, to Sir Francis's gratification, that he was by no means pleased. "Good afternoon, Monsieur de Sablière," said the Englishman, grimly polite. "So your fishing license has been extended to cover Folly Copse. Oh, I hope you had good sport there." The offender met his gaze quite boldly. He did not look at all ashamed of himself, but rather hot and untidy, and his neckcloth was disarranged. "I know that I am, strictly speaking, out of bounds," he replied coldly. but I assure you that I had an excellent reason for it." And, stepping off the path, he passed his enemy. But he was not going to get away so easily. Sir Francis turned round after him. "Then I should like to hear that reason, sir." The Frenchman slackened his pace, but did not stop entirely. "Oh, it does not concern you, Sir Francis Mulholland," he observed over his shoulder. "Ah, but I think you will find that it does. You forget, perhaps, that I am a justice of the peace, Monsieur de Sablière." This time de Sablière did stop and faced round. "No, I know it quite well," he retorted, "but that fact does not justify you in questioning me. If I have to give an explanation, I shall give it to the proper person. I wish you good afternoon." And, turning on his heel, he resumed his progress down the slope. Sir Francis watched him go. "Oh, yes, you will be asked for that explanation, my fine fellow," he said, under his breath, exhilarated by his good fortune. "And by George, I think you will find it devilish hard to give." Turning on that very quickly, as one struck by a brilliant idea, he ran up the rest of the slope, plunged into the copse, and searched it from end to end. But there was no one there, least of all Mr. Zachary Miller, whom he was hoping that some further grace of the gods would enable him to find. Nevertheless, some half-hour later, Sir Francis was back in Barnfield and entering the private residence of Mr. James Bannister, the agent responsible to the transport office for the prisoners of war on parole in that place. Raoul, meanwhile, had gone straight home with his fishing rod to his little room off the High Street, under the roof of Miss Eliza Hitchings, that acidulous-looking female, of whose cold eye he mendaciously declared himself to be in perpetual terror. This apartment was not a palace, and he was without the means to render it more attractive, for which he consoled himself by the reflection that he would not have dared to do so, if he could. He had at present nothing but the weekly sum allowed by the British government to officer prisoners of war, because, on its recent augmentation from 10 and 6 to 14 shillings, he had promptly forbidden his family to send him any more remittances, as he was now living in affluence, which was far from being true. But though, when in straits, he would sooner cut down the expenses of his commissariat than endanger the irreproachableness of his outward appearance, and would tell Miss Hitchings that such and such a purchase need not be made that week, only hoping that the good lady would not guess the reason. Miss Hitchings of the unsmiling countenance had much better ground, on her side, for being sure that Mr. Rowl had not the faintest suspicion of how many loaves of bread and pats of butter he was never charged for at all. It was not often that Mr. Rowl, being popular, returned home before he was obliged to do so by his parole regulations, which in the present month of March demanded that he should be indoors by 7, as the Comte de Saint-Suzanne had reminded him yesterday. From May till June he was looking forward to being free till 9. The 3 winter months, however, had seen him driven to his fireside by 5 o'clock. So Miss Hitchings was a little surprised when she heard him come in now, the clock marking only 5:15, and by the fact that he did not run upstairs, as he usually did. Raoul was in fact rather worried as he mounted that narrow staircase and came into his ugly little room. What devil of ill luck had sent Sir Francis up the path just at that moment? As far as Raoul himself was concerned, it would have been less damning if Mulholland had come on him a few minutes earlier by the bridge, conversing though he were with Miss Forrest. The Englishman might have disliked that, but he could not urge it against him as a crime. On his way home, the prisoner had in fact debated whether he should not do well to go and inform Mr. Bannister that he had for a short space gone out of bounds, and why. Bannister would believe and absolve him, he felt sure. For the matter of that, Sir Francis must have absolved him, too, if he had told him the reason. Perhaps he had been foolish to give him no inkling of it, since indeed Mulholland, far from blaming him, ought in the circumstances to be deeply grateful. Raoul did not, however, feel sure that he would, exactly, for he had an intuition that Miss Forrest had somehow manipulated circumstances, in other words, her betrothed, in order to return alone by Folly Bridge. At the moment, with no time to spend on weighing pros and cons, it had seemed natural to cover Miss Forrest's traces. Sir Francis would probably hear soon enough of what had happened in Folly Copse. He might even have come on the tramp or poacher, or whatever he was, though to be sure the latter had vanished very quickly indeed after he had picked himself up. And proceedings, it was true, had opened with a somewhat scrambling corps à corps encounter after Raoul had torn him away from Miss Forrest, but the end had been more in style, though he himself had broken his knuckles over it. Miss Forrest had been shaking so much, when it was over, that he had been obliged to support her to a tree stump, on which she had sunk down, while he knelt beside her and fanned her. It was the only treatment he could think of, with his hat. And really, she had looked almost more beautiful when she was as white as a lily. But she was never near swooning, he thought, except, perhaps, just for the first second or two, after he had disposed of her assailant. That first second or two in which she had clung to him. Moments which, neither at the time nor in retrospect, were at all disagreeable ones. In the end, he had escorted her to the boundary of the Mulholland domain. And just before they parted, she had said, in a voice full of emotion, "Will you, would you care to, keep my little Rasselas for your own, in memory of my undying gratitude?" So Miss Forrest's book was now his, a memento of an episode which would have been wholly pleasurable to contemplate if it had not been for the encounter with Mulholland. On top of yesterday's, too. But Raoul now put Sir Francis resolutely from his mind, and, ensconcing himself in his one fairly comfortable chair, took out the book in question from his pocket. By the absence of any sounds from the room above, were lodged another prisoner, a naval lieutenant, named Lamotte. He surmised that the latter was not home yet. He had invited him to partake that evening of a hare recently presented to him, which, as its arrival almost coincided, of course unknown to the British donor, with the second anniversary of the birth of the little King of Rome, would be treated as a commemorative feast on the eve of the event, combining in one both dinner and supper. It was a pity that Miss Hitchings had insisted on cooking the animal tonight, on the ground that it would keep no longer, for the birthday was not till tomorrow. As every well-conducted reader should, Raoul began at the first page, and the stately and beautifully rounded exordium impressed him as much as Miss Forrest herself could have desired. Ye who listen with credulity to the whispers of fancy, and pursue with eagerness the phantoms of hope, who expect that age will perform the promises of youth, and that the deficiencies of the present day will be supplied by the morrow, attend to the history of Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia. And soon he was reading of the delights of that blissful place of captivity, the Happy Valley, with its remarkable floral and zoological riches, and the even more remarkable juxtaposition of the latter, since on one part were flocks and herds feeding in the pastures, on another all the beasts of the chase frisking on the lawns, and the sprightly kid was bounding on the rocks, the subtle monkey frolicking in the trees, and the solemn elephant reposing in the shade. A momentary reflection that the Happy Valley must have been rather like the Jardin des Plantes in Paris, and the student, struck with the justice of these last epithets, repeated them several times to himself. Then he went on to read of the human inhabitants, who wandered in gardens of fragrance and slept in the fortresses of security, and by 6 o'clock had reached the passage in the 4th chapter, where Rasselas, carried away by a daydream of that outer world which he has never seen, actually pursues the imaginary robber of an imaginary damsel whom he pictures as appealing to him for help, until he is brought up short by the foot of the impassable mountain hemming in the happy valley. Here he recollected himself, and smiled at his own impetuosity. Then, raising his eyes to the mountain, "This," said he, "is the fatal obstacle that hinders at once the enjoyment of pleasure and the exercise of virtue. How long is it that my hopes and wishes have flown beyond this boundary of my life, which yet I've never attempted to surmount?" The incident, in more ways than one, had sufficiently close a resemblance to what had happened to Miss Forrest and himself in Folly Copse that afternoon, to make Mr. Rowell lay down the book and smile. But the smile had a spice of melancholy. In his situation, just as much as in that of Dr. Johnson's hero, was a fatal obstacle that hinders at once the enjoyment of pleasure and the exercise of virtue: his parole. And it was more insurmountable than Rasselas's mountain. No doubt he was fortunate that his military rank entitled him to the indulgence, but, nevertheless, comparative ease and pleasant society had to be paid for, in the same coin in which Rasselas paid. Wanfield was rather like the Happy Valley. Upon this reflection the door opened, and Miss Hitching's voice observed, in a somewhat minatory manner, "Mr. Bannister to see you, sir." The reader jumped up, as there entered the retired chemist, who was his very good friend and custodian. "I was thinking about you, sir," exclaimed Raoul. "If I had not been sure that you would have left your office, I think I should have paid you a visit this afternoon." "Well, you see that I am paying you one," returned Mr. James Bannister rather heavily, as he took a chair. "And I wish I had not to, but I did it rather than send for you. Oh, I expect you know what I've come about. You are the last man I thought I should have trouble with on such a score." Raoul stood looking down on him with a slightly heightened colour. "You wish to know why I was out of bounds this afternoon? On my honour, Mr. Bannister, I could not avoid it. I had to go, as you will acknowledge when you hear of the circumstances. But first, who told you of my crime?" "You can guess, I should think. Sir Francis Mulholland." Raoul made a face. "He has not lost much time. Well, I suppose he was able to tell himself that he was doing his duty. But as it was on account of a person in whom he is deeply interested that I had to transgress, his zeal is a little misplaced." "What do you mean? What person?" "Sir Francis said nothing," began the agent. No, I told him nothing. The sheep reserves the tale of its misdemeanours for its own shepherd," announced Raoul cheerfully, bestowing a smile on the gentleman in question, and sitting down on the arm of a chair. "Voyons donc." And he proceeded with his tale, a strictly truthful narrative, in all but its suppression of Miss Forrest's previous whereabouts. By the end of this recital, Raoul's shepherd looked decidedly relieved. "Oh no, my dear fellow, you certainly could not have done anything else. But why the deuce didn't you tell Sir Francis about Miss Forrest?" "Because he had no right to demand an explanation of me," replied the champion. "Oh, I said that to the right person I would give one, if necessary." "Oh, but you see, you hothead, if you had done it there and then, he would not have lodged information against you for breaking your parole." "How breaking my parole?" exclaimed the young soldier indignantly. "How dare he suggest—" "But I suppose I was breaking it, in a sense," he finished in some dismay. Mr. Bannister laughed. "Oh, technically, perhaps, but certainly not in the spirit, if that is all you went out of bounds for." "I hope you do not think it was for any other reason, Mr. Bannister," rejoined Raoul rather gravely. No, I take your word for it, without reservation," said the agent. "But, Sir Francis, who does not know you as well as I do—" "Yes?" inquired Raoul, with an odd light in his eyes. "Sir Francis suspects. Now, pray don't run away with the idea that I suspect it. He imagines that you had gone into Folly Copse to meet some escape agent or other." Raoul gave a short, angry laugh. "Oh, he has an imagination, that one. Oh, certainly I had a meeting with a man in the copse, and I think he will remember the fact, but not pleasantly. I myself also." He showed his grazed knuckles. Mr. Bannister got up. "Well, I'm only too glad that you can give me such a satisfactory explanation. And as Sir Francis must by now have received from the lady concerned her account of your chivalrous conduct, I hope we may think of the incident as closed. But till he formally withdraws his charge, which, as he is a magistrate, I'm bound to take rather seriously, you would make things easier for me if you would engage not to leave your rooms till I tell you that you're free to do so." "But with pleasure," agreed Raoul. "I will constitute myself the prisoner of Miss Hitchings. I will see Sir Francis and get the matter cleared up with him. Tomorrow morning, if possible." "You have taken a weight off my mind, de Sablière. I've so much to try me, one way and another, between your countrymen and my own. But I've always felt that you were one of those whom I could fully trust," concluded Mr. Bannister. "Thank you," said his charge. "I shall try always to deserve that opinion." They shook hands, and the agent departed, leaving the young Frenchman to reflect with indignation upon Sir Francis's action. He saw his game quite well. He had seized on this opportunity to do him an injury, because, as yesterday's collision had made abundantly plain, he resented his presence in Wanfield society. However, when he knew the truth, he would find this weapon broken in his hand. Moreover, as Raoul's own conscience was clear, and the agent could not, regard the matter seriously, there was nothing that need cloud his and Lieutenant Lamotte's enjoyment of the commemorative hare, upon which they very cheerfully supped, nor of their game of cards afterwards, in which Raoul lost with equal cheerfulness, since tomorrow was pay-day, the whole of his remaining weekly income, namely 1 shilling sterling. And his mimicry of an imaginary scene in which he, Raoul, went on his knees to Sir Francis Mulholland to beseech him to sing Rule Britannia, and Sir Francis condescendingly sang it, out of tune, while the francophobe Mr. Ramage played the accompaniment at sight, reduced Lieutenant Lamotte to such helpless laughter, and Miss Hitchings' old spinet to such a condition of discord, that Miss Hitchings herself appeared, to deprecate the holding up of that patriotic air to ridicule, lest the neighbours should hear, and had to be calmed by Raoul's assuring her, with his hand on his heart, that no disrespect was intended to the majestic lady who rose from out the azure main, only to those who murdered so fine a song. But he did not tell Lieutenant Lamotte why he had selected Sir Francis Mulholland as the murderer. End of section 4. Section 5 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 5. Broke-Parole. Quote, "The suddenness of the event struck me with surprise, and I was at first rather stupefied than agitated." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. "Shall you be going out this morning, Mr. Raoul?" inquired Miss Hitchings of her lodger not long after breakfast next morning. "Yes, I expect so," responded Raoul rather vaguely, not raising his head from Rasselas. "At what time, then, sir, if I may make so bold?" "What time?" repeated the young man. "Oh, about... No, truly, I cannot tell you just when. Does that inconvenience you, Miss Hitchings?" "Not in the least, sir," responded Miss Hitchings, in a tone signifying exactly the opposite. "Oh, I suppose that one more day for the carpet to lie there, so full of dust as it is, don't signify." Oh, mon Dieu! Were you going to take the carpet up? Cried Raoul, with every symptom of alarm. Or is it one of those days when everything is dessus-dessous? One of the days of tornado? I am desolated, chère Miss Hitchings, for truly I cannot tell you when I shall be able to. Oh, I mean, he pulled himself up firmly, when it will suit me to go out. For he was not going to confess to her that he was a prisoner in the house, though he had mentioned the fact to Lamotte over the hair the night before, adding that his confinement need not be taken very seriously. Indeed, he hoped that it would not be long now before Mr. Bannister sent word that he was at liberty. Time to read some more Rasselas, though, as the book was now his own, he had plenty of leisure for that pursuit. And to think that Miss Forrest had not shown him her favourite passages yesterday, after all. They had been too much immersed in conversation, he and she. As he returned to his reading, he recalled the look in her beautiful eyes up in the copse, that thrilling look of deep, deep gratitude and admiration. Oh, ciel! It was already 11:30, and still no word from Mr. Bannister. Perhaps he had not been able to get hold of Sir Francis. Raoul rose and sat himself down at the table with pen and paper and began a letter home. One of those letters whose composition never failed to irritate him a little, for one reason because it was so difficult to find anything new to say, for another because no letter was private. Today he was writing to his sister. Ma chère Adrienne, as-tu pensé à moi hier, car j'ai un peu parlé de toi? Ah, si tu étais ici, je m'ennuierais moi. Nous attraperions de truites ensemble, comme autrefois. Nous lirions aussi le chef-d'œuvre du célèbre docteur Johnson, l'histoire de Rasselas, que je suis en train d'étudier pour perfectionner mon anglais. Mais un jour, sans doute, nous le lirons ensemble, car mon a fait cadeau du volume. He broke off to mend his pen, beginning softly to whistle, since first I saw your face, while he did so. And before he had finished, he was singing the second verse under his breath. The sun, whose beams most glorious are, rejecteth no beholder, and your sweet beauty past compare made my poor eyes the bolder. When beauty moves and wit delights, and signs of kindness bind me, there, oh there, where'er I go, I leave my heart behind me. Ah, non, je suis trop prudent pour cela, he observed aloud, shaking his head. Yet, if he were not poor, and an enemy, and a foreigner, and a prisoner, and Miss Forrest were not rich, and English, and affianced to Le Roi Soleil. But in the existing circumstances, though he admired her, and was grateful to her for her friendly kindness, there was no use in contemplating impossibilities. He returned to his letter. Pour le reste, rien de neuf. Je suis, comme toujours, en bonne santé, mais aussi, comme toujours, fixé ici, aussi immuable qu'une épée rouillée dans son fourreau, ou une statue dans sa niche, figée comme du lait caillé. Oh, Mr. Bannister has sent word to say, would you kindly go round to his office at once, Mr. Rowl, came the voice of Miss Hitchings. Oh, with all my heart, exclaimed Raoul, springing up. Oh, in fact, I fly. He hastily put aside his unfinished letter, snatched up his hat, cried, at sight of the bandana tied round his landlady's head and the broom in her hand, "Oh, now you can do your worst in here, Britannia," and went down the stairs 2 at a time. Mr. Bannister's office was full in the High Street and a very short distance away. Yet, by the time that Raoul reached its respectable columned entrance, he had already wondered why the agent had required him to come there, instead of merely sending him a line of release. Perhaps he had been too busy to put pen to paper. Raoul knew the office well, since he had to go there to report himself twice a week and to draw his allowance on Saturdays. He came briskly round the bookcase, which stood at right angles to the door, making a kind of screen, and said, "Oh, here I am, sir." And then he perceived that the agent was not alone, and that the tall man in riding costume, standing with his back to the room, looking out of the window, was Sir Francis Mulholland. He stopped, displeased. Mr. Bannister himself was standing by his writing table, not far from the same window, turning over some papers in a perfunctory fashion. He was looking so grave that Raoul felt suddenly apprehensive. Oh, had anything gone wrong? But nothing could. "I have sent for you, Monsieur de Sablière," said the agent, and his voice was not the voice of yesterday, "so that you can in person repeat your explanation of your action in going out of bounds yesterday afternoon." Raoul stared at him. "Why should I repeat it, sir? I've nothing to add or to take away from what I've already told you." "Because I should like Sir Francis Mulholland," said Mr. Bannister, glancing for a second at the back of that gentleman, who had not turned round, "to have an opportunity of hearing it from your own lips. Oh, it is only fair." "How fair?" repeated Raoul rather stormily. "How fair to whom? And what has Sir Francis to do with the matter, beyond having denounced me to you? Oh, I should have thought that even a magistrate might have been satisfied with that." "Oh, Monsieur de Sablière, I beg of you." "Oh, I'm not saying that he exceeded his duty. But he certainly exceeds his rights in being here in the capacity of a judge, and I refuse to recognize him as one." At that, Sir Francis turned round and faced the young Frenchman. "Oh, I'm not here, sir, as it happens, in the capacity of a judge," he remarked coolly. "I have not the slightest desire to encroach on Mr. Bannister's province. I'm here, as any man might be, in the role of a witness." "How unnecessary, sir," said Raoul sharply. "Mr. Bannister knows that I instantly acknowledged having been for a short space out of bounds yesterday." "Oh, I did not mean as a witness to that physical fact," replied Sir Francis imperturbably. "Oh, it would certainly be of small use your denying that." "Oh, Sir Francis means, I'm sorry to say," interposed Bannister, looking more and more distressed. "Oh, as a witness to the truth of your explanation of the fact." "No, no, Bannister." Sir Francis gave a short laugh. "Oh, as a witness to its falsehood, if you please." And as Raoul stared at him, momentarily bereft of speech, he addressed him directly. "Now listen, de Sablière, and correct me if I misrepresent what you told Mr. Bannister yesterday. You asserted that at 4:30 Miss Forrest passed you at Folly Bridge, where you were fishing, and that immediately afterwards you heard a scream, rushed up the field to the copse, found that a vagabond was attacking her, and beat him off. Was not that what you asserted to Mr. Bannister?" "Oh, it is." "And then let me tell you, as I've already told your agent, that your explanation is a tissue of lies. No vagabond, or anyone else, could have attacked Miss Forrest in Folly Copse at 4:30, just before I met you, because Miss Forrest was not there to be attacked." "Oh, not there? Miss Forrest not there?" stammered Raoul, thinking he had not heard aright. "Miss Forrest returned from Northover yesterday afternoon by the Turnpike Road, reaching Mulholland Park at 4:00. Oh, she did not go out again. Oh, it is therefore impossible that she should have passed you at the bridge, or been in Folly Copse, and the using of her name in this unwarrantable fashion to cloak whatever you were doing there is very far, let me assure you, from being of assistance to you." For the first moment or two, Raoul was so staggered that he merely said, slowly, "Oh, who told you that lie? That Miss Forrest returned by the high road?" "Oh, I had the information from Miss Forrest herself." Raoul's head whirled. "And she, when you mentioned the tramp, she—" Why should I mention a tramp to her? You forget, you told me nothing about one when I met you coming out of the copse. Had not yet invented the story, perhaps. Invented, cried Raoul hotly. It is as true as that I'm standing here. Mr. Bannister can witness. Mr. Bannister can witness that that was the story you told him yesterday, certainly. But what does that prove? Inquired Sir Francis evenly, and sat down in a chair by the window. You see, de Sablière, said the agent, with a wrinkled brow. There's only one person who can prove that you're speaking the truth, though I freely admit that yesterday I thought you were. I mean, of course, Miss Forrest herself. And you hear what she says. I do not for one moment believe that Miss Forrest, began Raoul, and then stopped. For in a flash he saw that it was perfectly possible that she had told that taradiddle about her return by the high road in order to shield herself from Sir Francis's jealous expostulations. Only, surely, she had told it without dreaming of the position she had got him into. And by this time she was gone from Wanfield, and would never know it. Come, went on Bannister persuasively. You cannot stick to that story against the lady's own testimony, can you? I'm not at all anxious to go to extremities with you, de Sablière. Won't you tell me what you were really doing up in the copse? You had better ask the tramp, if he can be found, answered Raoul defiantly. Exactly, if he can be found, observed Sir Francis, crossing his legs. I have my own ideas about that tramp. We will come to that presently. For the moment, as Miss Forrest's future husband, I ask you to withdraw your use of her name. I will do that only at Miss Forrest's own request, said Raoul, looking him in the face. A safe offer, commented Sir Francis. Miss Forrest, as I expect you're well aware, left Wanfield this morning, and does not even know that you have taken the unwarrantable liberty of using it. And could you not, he continued with the most galling air of distaste, have cloaked your proceedings by somebody else's, some village wenches, if you must be a squire of dames? Raoul's eyes flashed. Mr. Bannister interposed, clutching at this suggestion. Is it not possible that Monsieur de Sablière was genuinely mistaken in the lady's identity? He turned to Raoul. Might it not have been some other lady, resembling Miss Forrest, whom you defended in the copse? No, said Raoul stubbornly. It was Miss Forrest herself, and nobody else. But he could have met these attacks so much better if he had not had to think hard all the time, to try to puzzle out while he spoke what Miss Forrest really had said, what she would wish him to say. Had she really kept silence about the tramp? Do not press Monsieur de Sablière unduly, Mr. Bannister, said Sir Francis with suavity. Where there was no lady, and no tramp, at least not in the form of a tramp, it is putting too great a strain on his powers of invention to call on him to provide another female in distress. The taunt went unheeded. Raoul, his eyes following the pattern of Mr. Bannister's worn carpet, was thinking furiously, while up from the street below floated scraps of an animated conversation between two of his compatriots. The subject seemed to be the price of meat. Was Sir Francis speaking in good faith, or was it conceivable that he was deliberately lying? In either case, if he, Raoul, chose to reveal the fact that Miss Forrest, shortly before the episode, had been neither walking along the turnpike, nor safely ensconced at Mulholland Park, but in his company by the stream, Sir Francis would not have a leg to stand on. And though, in Miss Forrest's absence, that fact would no doubt be disputed, he had it in his power to prove it beyond question. It was lucky, after all, that Saint Suzanne had seen them. He lifted his head. What would you say, Mr. Bannister, he asked crisply, if I told you that I had a witness, an unimpeachable witness, to the identity of the lady, and to her whereabouts just before the occurrence? "Oh, I should rather want to see the witness before I expressed an opinion," replied Mr. Bannister with some acerbity. He, at least, was plainly not enjoying himself. And Sir Francis Mulholland had suddenly turned in his chair and was gazing out of the window as at something of great interest in the street. The movement attracted Raoul's notice, and he kept his eyes fixed on him, for he felt that if he could only have seen his face at that moment, he might have got some light on the game he was playing. Was he, or was he not, alarmed at the prospect of adverse testimony? When, after a minute or so, the Englishman turned round again, his face unfortunately betrayed nothing. But his tongue was biting. "How you really propose, Monsieur de Sablière, to call a witness to prove that the lady to whom I have the honour to be engaged is telling a lie. How I thought you claimed to be a gentleman." "Oh, if I call him," retorted Raoul, throwing back his head, "it will certainly not be against Miss Forrest." "Oh, you mean, I presume, that it will be against me, then." "Oh, it is the same thing." "I speak for Miss Forrest, and Mr. Bannister is satisfied that I do. Oh, produce your witness." "Oh, the whole question is," said Raoul in a low voice, eyeing him, "whether you do speak for Miss Forrest." Sir Francis surveyed him for a moment, and then shrugged his shoulders. "And then we will leave Miss Forrest out of the matter into which she has so improperly been dragged. Who is this witness whose word Mr. Bannister will take before mine?" Raoul studied the sunlit carpet once more. If he called the Comte de Saint-Suzanne, the whole affair would come into the light of day, would have to be elucidated somehow. It would clear him, certainly. But what would be the result? Perhaps merely to show that though Miss Forrest had seen fit to hide her meeting with him by means of a fib, and even, just possibly, had done so to shield him from the effects of her betrothed's jealousy. He, of all men, had been unchivalrous enough to drag the cloak off her shoulders. And even if the testimony proved it was Sir Francis who was doing the lying, yet, in the esclandre that must ensue, all Wanfield would know that he and Miss Forrest had been seen, not just conversing openly on the bridge, but some way down the stream, conveniently remote from the public gaze, and by no means on the route to Mulholland Park. For though Raoul felt, as he had felt at the time, that the Comte was too well-bred and too discreet to blazon abroad his knowledge of that fact, once his testimony to it was demanded, it would not be much of a step to the discovery of an arranged meeting, of manoeuvres on Miss Forrest's part. He could not bring that upon her. No, his feet were entangled every way. "Well, who is it?" demanded Mr. Bannister with some impatience. "On reflection, I shall not call him," said Raoul slowly. "Oh, you are well advised," observed Sir Francis. "Oh, English law, you may not know it, and does not smile on perjury. And now, having disposed of your fictitious companion in folly copse, let Mr. Bannister, that is, hear what you were doing there with your real one." Raoul gave an impatient movement and turned his back on him. "I've nothing more to say. Mr. Bannister, cannot this farce come to an end? Even though I am not believed when I tell the truth, I am not going to invent falsehoods to stand a better chance of pleasing Sir Francis Mulholland." "But, de Sablière," said his shepherd very gravely, "on Sir Francis's showing, you have already invented them. Oh, this is not a farce. I have every right to ask you for the real explanation of your presence in the copse, out of bounds." "Oh, I've already given it to you," said Raoul with suppressed passion. "As Monsieur de Sablière suggests, this farce had better end," put in Sir Francis. "Oh, I will give you the real explanation, Mr. Bannister. He was there to meet an escape agent, and I can tell you who the agent was. Zachary Miller, the peddler." Raoul laughed. There seemed nothing else to do. Why not suggest that I went to meet the Emperor himself in Folly Copse? That is only a suspicion of yours, Sir Francis, said the agent, shaking his head. You cannot prove it, I think. Not yet, perhaps, but I may be able to. Zachary Miller was seen near Four Oaks Farm at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, talking to 2 Frenchmen, and he can give no satisfactory account of his movements between that time and 4:30. And, as you know, he rests under very strong suspicion of being concerned in the escape traffic in these parts, and though nothing can be proved against him. So 2 points that cannot be proved, observed Raoul mockingly. You're not altogether lucky, Sir Francis, in your efforts to get rid of me. He was becoming reckless. What do you mean, sir? Demanded his enemy, turning on him angrily. Do you suggest that I am allowing personal motives to weigh with me in this matter? I don't suggest, I know, retorted Raoul. The only question in my mind is to what lengths you have gone in that direction. Of that, your own conscience is the best judge. Will you allow me to speak to Monsieur de Sablière alone? Asked Mr. Bannister, intervening rather hastily at this point. I think it would be better. Sir Francis immediately took up his hat and riding-whip. I will withdraw altogether, my dear Bannister. My unpleasant task is done. I have shown you that Monsieur de Sablière's alleged reason for going out of bounds is a pure invention, and a clumsy one at that, besides not reflecting much credit upon him, and in my capacity as a justice of the peace, I warn you of what I am convinced was his real reason. However, as I understand it, the mere fact of broken parole is in itself sufficient. I have every confidence that you will do your duty. Good morning. And the door shut behind him. Well, are you going to do your duty, as Sir Francis orders you? Inquired Raoul after a moment. But Mr. Bannister was walking up and down with bent head and did not answer. Why did you say you wanted to see me alone? Went on the young man. I have nothing different to tell you, nor, since Sir Francis has poisoned your mind against me, would you believe it if I had? Mr. Bannister stopped his pacing. My mind is not poisoned against you, de Sablière. I am more grieved and disappointed over this affair than I can say. But how can I take your word against Sir Francis Mulholland's? If you'd only been frank with me. I have been, to very little purpose. How can you call that being frank? Asked the agent reproachfully. How to tell me an impossible and yet specious story about a lady and a tramp, which the very next day is unmasked as a falsehood. If you had said straightforwardly that you had yielded to a not unnatural temptation to go out of bounds for a few moments, I might have stretched a point and let you off with a fine. But the motive which requires so preposterous a tale to cover it. He paused. Yes, I see, said Raoul bitterly. Next time that I'm in a difficulty, I must remember that the one thing not to do is to tell the truth. But I suppose your kind intention is to deliver me now from the possibility of getting into any more such difficulties. And, though he threw out this feeler with a certain airy defiance, his heart was beating pretty rapidly. I cannot help myself, returned the agent shortly. You have broken your parole, and will not tell me why. The interpretation which Sir Francis puts upon your action cannot be proved, but, since he will give me no other that satisfies me, it always remains a possibility. I should not, therefore, be worthy of the trust which I hold, if I let you continue at large. In accordance with the standing orders which I have received from the Transport Office, I must send you to Norman Cross Depot, if they have room to receive you, which I shall ascertain without delay. If not, to Stapleton Prison or elsewhere. Meanwhile, he approached the bell rope on the wall. I'm afraid that I must send you to the lock-up here. Raoul had turned a little pale, but at that the colour swept over his face again. "How could I not go back to my lodgings till you hear from Norman Cross?" he asked. "I would give you my word, as yesterday, not to leave them." "I cannot take your word now, I'm sorry to say," replied Mr. Bannister sadly. "And as you are no longer a prisoner on parole, I'm unable to grant you that indulgence. I've a militia guard here. The best advice I can give you is not to cause a disturbance. You shall not stay in jail an hour longer than is necessary, that I can promise you." But still he did not ring the bell to summon the guard. He was giving Raoul a last chance before the net closed about him. The young man was conscious of that. He had only to mention Saint-Saëns's name. For a moment he hesitated, struck by the idea that he might make some kind of compromise. Tell Bannister of the interview by the stream, but say that he did not wish the information to go further. For it was a real grief to him to lose his shepherd's regard, and needlessly. But Bannister was too honest a man to send him to prison if he believed him innocent. Yet, if he did not, the agent would be forced to justify his action to Sir Francis, at least, and the whole meeting by the stream would become public, after all. Oh, if he could only be sure that Miss Forrest had not fibbed, that it was Sir Francis, incredible as it seemed, who was lying. Yet, because there was the chance that she had done so, there was nothing for it but to uphold her and take his punishment in silence. For, though Sir Francis Mulholland affected to doubt it, he did claim to be a gentleman. "Thank you for that promise, sir," he said, and shut his mouth rather tightly. "And that is all you have to say?" asked Bannister, his hand on the bell rope. "That is all," said Raoul, and the agent rang the bell. So, a minute and a half later, Mr. Rowl went through the door of that well-known office for the last time, and presently afforded all Wanfield the spectacle of yet another French officer being marched off under arrest. The thronged High Street stared and sniggered, while from all quarters came joyfully clattering small boys, crying out that epithet which he had vowed should never be applied to him. A Broke-Parole! A Broke-Parole! And, outside the post office, for the last drop in the cup, was standing the Comte de Saint-Saëns, leaning on his cane. Their looks met, for Raoul flung up his head defiantly. A fleeting expression, which began as sorrow and ended as scorn, went over the old man's face. Then he turned his back on him. End of section 5. Section 6 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 6. Fiat Justitia, Ruat Coelum. Quote, "The Bassa was carried in chains to Constantinople, and his name was mentioned no more." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 24. Fragments of a correspondence exchanged at the end of March, 1813. From Miss Letitia Bentley to the Honourable Juliana Forrest. Northover, March 24th. My dearest Juliana, when she pays a promised visit to Northover next month, will, I feel sure, sadly miss one agreeable presence from our little gatherings, and one very pleasing voice from our musical diversions, and she will be distressed at the reason for it. Captain de Sablière, sad to say, has been sent as a prisoner to the depot at Norman Cross in Huntingdonshire for breaking his parole under some mysterious circumstances, which Mr. Bannister will not reveal, but which are given out to be particularly discreditable. Your Letitia cannot believe this latter charge, nor Papa either, who says, however, that since Mr. Bannister is a perfectly honest man, and was formerly very well disposed towards Monsieur de Sablière, it is clear that the latter must have committed some breach of the parole regulations. Oh, it is said that he had all but completed his arrangements for escaping. If that should be so, how were we deceived in him? But no, I do not, will not, credit it. Is it true that everything in London at present is à la Russe, and have you, my Juliana, observed any real elegance wearing the hair in evening or opera dress, flat on the sides, and in waved curls in front, and confined in full curls at the back of the head, with an apparent stray ringlet falling on one shoulder, as I've read is the mode? Oh, pray be sure to bring back all the fashionable intelligence of this kind. From the Honourable Juliana Forrest to Sir Francis Mulholland, Bart. Grosvenor Square, March 27th, 1813. My dear Francis, I am greatly distressed to hear that Monsieur de Sablière has been sent to Norman Cross Prison for breaking his parole, since I cannot but connect it with his coming to my rescue in Folly Copse, as I described to you. Oh, but surely he could not have been convicted for an act so plainly one of chivalry. Yet, still less can I imagine his having transgressed the obligations of his parole. I am deeply uneasy about the whole matter, and implore you to relieve my anxiety. From Sir Francis Mulholland to the Honourable Juliana Forrest. Mulholland Park, March 30th, 1813. My dearest Juliana, sorry as I am to lower the high opinion in which I know you hold Monsieur de Sablière, I must, as you urge me, tell you the truth of the matter, or at least so much of it as is known to me. It was not his having gone to your assistance in Folly Copse, which could, in the circumstances, easily have been overlooked. That was the cause of his committal to Norman Cross, but a much more serious happening, which came to light immediately after your departure. Bannister refuses to reveal the circumstances, but, as far as I can gather, they must be very black. It is generally understood that the Frenchmen had all but completed the arrangements for his escape when they were discovered. I look back, my dear Juliana, with regret to the thought that we could ever have had a difference of opinion over so unworthy an object, nor do I wish to lay stress on the fact that it is not I who am proved wrong by the sequel. You will, I am sure, be glad now that you gave me your promise that last evening here, not to say a word to anyone of your encounter with a tramp. As much as I, myself, will you wish to preserve your name from association with that of a man who has violated his word of honour. You cannot guess how I count the days till your arrival at Northover, where, I hope, Miss Bentley will not find me too assiduous a visitor. Spring was a fact, not a promise, when Juliana came back to Wanfield, and Northover welcomed her with pear and apple blossom. As for Laetitia, she and her dearest friend might have been parted a year instead of a month, so rapturous was her greeting. Sir Francis Mulholland's also was everything which a young lady could desire of her swain, and when he paid his first visit to Northover, the day after Juliana's arrival, Laetitia thought him strangely improved in manner, and commented upon the fact to her papa, who opined that somehow or other Miss Juliana, when last at Wanfield, had given him a fright, and that he was walking delicately in consequence. It was true that Sir Francis had need to walk delicately, but it was more on account of his own actions than of Juliana's. He had been, he was still, playing a terribly risky game, but he had taken precautions. When, on returning to Mulholland Park that evening after laying information against de Sablière, he heard from Juliana herself the reason of the Frenchman's rushing up to the copse, he was greatly chagrined, both by the check to his newly formed plan of getting rid of him, and by Juliana's openly displayed gratitude and admiration for his timely succour. On top of this, for it did not take much to bring out what Miss Juliana had always half intended that he should know, for his own good, came the stunning intelligence that she had previously met her rescuer, by appointment, at the bridge. The shock convinced her betrothed that his apprehensions were far from being idle. Drastic action was absolutely necessary now. But he behaved to the transgressor with a circumspection of which he was afterwards to reap the reward. By the exercise of really praiseworthy self-control, he contrived to avoid making a scene over this mortifying discovery, confining himself to pointing out the patent results of having returned home unescorted. And Juliana, worked upon by this moderation, as she never would have been by reproaches, admitted to having been at least foolish, and gave her affianced without much difficulty the promise that she would not only abstain from mentioning the clandestine meeting even to Letitia Bentley, but that the tramp episode also should be buried in deep oblivion. For she was sufficiently ashamed now of the one, and shaken by the other, to agree that it was not desirable to have her name coupled in Wanfield gossip with her rescuers, since blame might thereby accrue to Sir Francis, who certainly could not with justice be accused of having willingly let her return home unescorted. After this interview, Sir Francis spent a good part of the night weighing the risks of the all too tempting course open to him, and with this revelation of Juliana's self-will before him, decided to take them. It was quite useless for her to declare, as she had done, that the Frenchman had not attempted in the slightest degree to make love to her, or that he was not jointly responsible, at the very least, for the meeting. Sir Francis simply did not believe her. Yet, without Juliana's early departure next morning, he could hardly have carried through his unscrupulous design. His one really uncomfortable moment in Bannister's office was when his victim threatened to call a witness of Miss Forrest's whereabouts. But, since he did not do it, and Juliana had said nothing of anyone having seen them together, Sir Francis decided that this threat was mere bravado. Bannister's mouth he subsequently shut by the very reasonable-sounding request that he would abstain from mentioning in Wanfield the ground on which de Sabliac had been sent to prison, because Miss Forrest's name had been brought, though unjustifiably, into the affair. The one risk against which it was impossible to guard was that of the Frenchman's writing from prison to Juliana in person and asking her to corroborate his challenged statement. Indeed, it was not until Sir Francis received Juliana's own letter of inquiry that he knew for certain that this had not happened. After that, it remained only to provide against Juliana herself making inconvenient investigations at Wanfield on her return. And this, too, the ingenious gentleman had devised a means of preventing. He put his plan into practice when, on the third day of her stay at Northover, she drove, with Letitia Bentley, to call on Mrs. Mulholland, bearing with her for the old lady a large shawl of Siberian wool, edged with sealskin. Juliana's future home, which stood upon an eminence, had been Grecianized and stuccoed over at the end of the last century, and one looked from between an intolerable number of pillars down a good mile or so of park-like distance, which included fallow deer. The other two ladies tactfully remaining in the drawing-room, from which, indeed, Mrs. Mulholland rarely stirred. Sir Francis drew his betrothed through the pillars onto the terrace. "Oh, you have very much improved the view from here since last I saw it, Francis," remarked Juliana with appreciation. "Oh, I am so glad that you think so, my dearest. I hoped it would please you." He took her hand and carried it tenderly to his lips. He was today much more the man who had swept her off her feet in January, strong, self-confident, handsome, smiling, yet lover-like, and as she looked at him, Juliana began to feel that she had been unduly hard on him that afternoon in the Chinese room at Northover, and that it was she, perhaps, who had exaggerated his care and devotion into jealousy. He had behaved so well over the test, Folly Bridge. But what of her companion that day by the stream? Her face clouded. Sir Francis, watching it, felt that he knew on what subject she was about to embark, and welcomed the topic, for the finishing stroke had to be put to his own security. He was right. "Francis," she said, in a troubled voice, sinking down on a stone seat which faced the view. "This sad business about Monsieur de Sablière. I cannot believe what is said of him. I want to go into the matter more fully. I want you to institute inquiries. I'm certain there is a mistake somewhere. Yet, you told me in your letter that Mr. Bannister will not say a word, and Mr. Bentley, I find, knows nothing, distressed as he is about the affair. And you know nothing. But I'm determined to find out. You must recognize that gratitude alone—" "Oh yes, my dear, I recognize that, and I quite agree with you," said the follower of Machiavelli. "But since I wrote to you, Mr. Bannister has told me the story, the whole story. My lips, however, are unfortunately sealed, even to you, Juliana, for it involves the honour of someone of consequence." He was not referring to himself, but to some entirely mythical personage. "No good to de Sablière, I assure you, could come of investigation, and it would only bring shame on this other person. If you succeeded, that is. So I implore you, my dear one, to give up the attempt." This man, the lover of 4 months ago, she would listen to, and so she looked at him mutely, impressed, and with no thought of doubting what he said. "You realize, Juliana, do you not," he went on gently, "that de Sablière, who was undoubtedly a favourite of Bannister's and had received privileges from him, would never have been sent off to a prison without strong proof of his guilt?" "And you know the story," said Juliana slowly, looking at him as if she only wished she could read it on his face. "Can you not assure me, at least, that it was not very disgraceful, from Monsieur de Sablière's point of view?" How she fought for him! But the shade of Machiavelli inspired Sir Francis to his best stroke. Instead of replying, in the style of Mr. Ramage, that it was disgraceful, scandalous and disgraceful, he said temperately, "Oh, I suppose, Juliana, that one must make allowances for a poor devil of a prisoner who is tempted to regain his liberty at the price of his honour. Perhaps we, who are perfectly free, have not the right to blame him very much." Juliana Forrest sighed and looked away at the long vista, and her betrothed looked at her. The doubt had already begun to work, perhaps. If she thought the fellow had really behaved ill, he believed she had too much feeling for him. Oh, curse him! Ever to set to work to unveil the details of his misconduct. "And the other man involved?" asked Juliana after a moment. Sir Francis slightly smiled and shook his head. "Oh, I've given my word to Bannister that not a syllable shall pass my lips. You, surely, are not the woman to tempt me to break it, my Juliana. How will you look at the new shrubbery before we go in again?" She assented, and in the shrubbery allowed him to kiss her. "Did you have an agreeable talk in the garden, Francis, you and dear Juliana?" quavered old Mrs. Mulholland, when, some half-hour later, her son returned from handing the ladies into the Northover barouche. "Oh, I thought the dear girl looked a little sad when she came in, but you seemed in such spirits that I dare say I was mistaken, and I had mislaid my spectacles. Oh dear, Letitia Bentley and I had such an interesting discussion about wool-work while you were out there." "We had a very satisfactory conversation indeed," replied he, "and she quite approves of the new shrubbery." "Oh dear, Juliana has very good taste," rippled on Mrs. Mulholland, gazing fondly at her new acquisition. "Oh, this exquisite shawl! So warm, too. I wished to ask her if she liked my new cap, but I feared that it might be crooked, and thought it better not to draw her attention to it." "Oh, it is certainly crooked now," observed Sir Francis. "I will put it straight for you." He did so, and gave his mother a kiss, a somewhat rare event. But when a man has just brought off a very delicate stroke of diplomacy, he is naturally rather expansive. So Juliana became once more a part of the merry little gatherings at Northover, which, as the weather grew warmer, tended to overflow from the drawing-room and the pianoforte into the spring-decked garden. Another French officer or two had superseded Raoul de Sablière, whose name was practically never heard there now, for the discussion of the crop of black surmises raised by Mr. Bannister's determined refusal to give even a hint of why he had been sent to prison was dying down by this time. Yet Juliana had declared to her friend that she did not believe one of the damaging conjectures which were repeated to her, had even declared it once or twice vehemently in public, after which she never spoke of the young Frenchman again. Only Laetitia noticed that on the day when young Mr. Curtis from Stoneleigh Manor sang "Since First I Saw Your Face" in her hearing, she made an excuse and slipped from the room. But inwardly Juliana still told herself that she never doubted there had been some misunderstanding. Indeed, she could not, illogically perhaps, quite rid herself of the feeling that after all the rush to her succour had had something to do with the business. But she could do nothing now, after what Francis had said. And perhaps there had come to Mr. Rowl some sudden violent temptation. He had said that day something significant about his inactivity. Francis, who knew the truth, had suggested that he should not be blamed overmuch. That was so generous of Francis, so different from Mr. Ramage, who on the same theme was intolerable. Knowing the sentiments of Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne on the subject of parole-breaking, she was careful never to mention Raoul's name before him, but the topic of his disgrace did come up one day in the Comte's presence, and he behaved in an unexpected and inscrutable manner, puzzling her not so much by what he said as by what he did not say. Meanwhile there began to be talk of her wedding, sometime in the autumn. It was to take place from her father's house in Grosvenor Square. Every time she went over to Mulholland Park, Mrs. Mulholland reconsulted her about her headgear for that occasion, and Juliana and her betrothed smiled together over her anxiety in the new communion which seemed to have sprung up between them. The pear blossom fell. The apple blossom was at its zenith. In a certain wood not far from Wanfield were reported to be great quantities of bluebells, and there, on the 28th of April, the young people proposed to partake of a cold collation. Sir Francis Mulholland, on horseback, and Mr. Bentley were also to be of the party. But early on the morning of this expedition, Juliana, who was without her maid, discovered that the dress which she designed to wear on this occasion was in need of a new tucker, and since there was plenty of time to supply this want, she and Laetitia ordered the barouche early, and drove into Wanfield. Just before they alighted from the carriage in the High Street, Juliana observed a French naval officer salute Miss Bentley, and inquired who it was. "It was Lieutenant Lamotte," replied her friend. "I've met him at the Curtises. He lodges with Miss Hitchings, where poor Monsieur de Sablière used to lodge." At the mention of that name, Juliana's face had clouded, but she said nothing, and in another moment they were descending at the door of the linen-draper's shop. But as they were on the point of entering, they heard hasty steps, and turning, saw the young Frenchman hurrying towards them. "Miss Bentley," said he, in his own language, "I have a commission. That is, if this lady is Miss Forrest, as I think, and if you will be so obliging as to present me. The commission was entrusted to me by my comrade, Captain de Sablière, before his departure." Juliana coloured. Lieutenant Lamotte was presented, and thereupon addressed her directly. "Captain de Sablière entrusted me, mademoiselle, with an English book to return to you. If it is not improper, would you allow me to discharge the commission now, provided it would not be burdening you, for Mulholland Park is out of bounds for me." "But Miss Forrest is not," began Laetitia, and was too much arrested by the expression on her friend's face to finish. "I lent Monsieur de Sablière no book, monsieur," said Juliana slowly. "Oh, but yes, mademoiselle, you have forgotten your kindness. Rasselas, by the Dr. Johnson. If you will allow me, as I see that you're on the point of entering this shop, I will run meanwhile to my lodgings and get it and wait for you here." "Do, pray," said Juliana. She was looking oddly grave and discomposed, and in the shop paid but small attention to the choice of a tucker. When they emerged, there was the young man awaiting them. "This is the book, mademoiselle. When Captain de Sablière came out of jail, he was allowed a short time in his room to get together his effects, and he charged me with it. I was to give it to you in person, with the expression of his regrets that in so short a time he had not been able to finish reading it." Juliana, now colouring deeply, took the book. Why had Mr. Rowl returned it? She had given it to him to keep. He knew that. It surely was not possible that he felt himself unworthy. "I suppose," she said, falteringly, "and that Monsieur de Sablière was not allowed to take his possessions with him to Norman Cross." "Oh, yes, mademoiselle, he took what he had. Oh, it is true, it was not much. I think this book, being your property, was the only thing he left behind. And he charged me most particularly to return it to you in person at the first opportunity." Juliana looked down at the little calf-bound volume, and was back nearly 6 weeks in time, and heard the stream ripple again and the thrush call, which he who had been with her then could hear no longer. "And that was all the message?" "Yes, mademoiselle, that he regretted he could not finish the book in the time." "In effect," said Monsieur Lamotte, as if to excuse his compatriot. "He had only that one evening before he was sent to the jail here." "Which evening was that?" asked Juliana quickly. "The evening when, coming to sup with him, I found him deep in that book, and he told me that he had only just received it that afternoon. I remember observing the title, a strange one. And when I saw him again 3 days afterwards, under guard, he gave me the book for you, as I say." He did not say then why he was being sent to Norman Cross?" asked Juliana with a beating heart. "No, mademoiselle. But I suppose it was for the same cause which had led Mr. Bannister to put him practically under arrest on the evening to which I was referring. Mr. Bannister had been to see him, and bade him not to leave the house. Captain de Sablière did not tell me why, only that it was on account of some misunderstanding, which would be put right in the morning. Oh, certainly, it did not trouble him much that evening," said Lieutenant Lamotte reminiscently. "But yet, in the morning it was not put right." Folly Copse. Her rescue. Rasselas had been there too. Was it Folly Copse which had ruined him? "Oh, monsieur, if you could but tell me which evening that was. Oh, forgive me, but the exact date is so important. I know something which might help Monsieur de Sablière to clear himself, for I've never believed that he broke his parole." "Nor I, mademoiselle," said the sailor simply. "And I do not need any effort to remember the date, as it happens. It was on the evening before the birthday of the King of Rome that de Sablière was confined to the house. Friday, the 19th of March. The birthday itself, which is on the 20th, the poor de Sablière spent in jail, but for a certain reason we had celebrated it the evening before, the 19th. I'm quite certain of that, mademoiselle." "The 19th of March, the Friday, the same day," said Juliana, apparently speaking to herself. "So, it had to do with that. It was not something which was discovered later. Thank you, monsieur," she added, "and forgive my questions. Your friend has had a great injustice done him. It must be put right at once." Her voice was firm, but she was very pale. Lieutenant Lamotte bowed and took himself off. Laetitia put her arm through her friend's. "What is the matter, dearest Juliana?" she asked anxiously. "You're unwell. Let us go back into the shop." But Juliana shook her head. Clutching Rasselas to her, she said solemnly, "Letty, I shall never, never play with fire again. It is other people who get burnt. I'm sure it's all my fault that he was sent to prison. But if it is, I'm going to repair it. Please desire your coachman to set us down at Mr. Bannister's office without delay." 3/4 of an hour later, the barouche was bearing back to Northover 2 very different damsels, not only from those who had set out upon that brief shopping expedition, but even from those who had entered the office of the astonished agent to set right an injustice, and had discovered and fired a mine. Laetitia was frankly crying. Juliana, shivering with a strange inner cold, sat staring straight before her. It had needed only her initial remark to Mr. Bannister. "I fear it is on account of the service he rendered me that day in Folly Copse that Monsieur de Sablière got into difficulties with you," to bring down like a pack of cards all Sir Francis Mulholland's elaborate edifice of lies. But the effect of the fall on Bannister and themselves had been like that of a landslide. As they came in sight of the gates of Northover, Laetitia dabbed at her eyes. "Oh, Juliana, what shall we do? We cannot go to the wood. At least I feel too wretched. And what will Papa and everybody say if we do not?" "Oh, I am going to the wood," responded Juliana firmly. "I want to see Sir Francis at once. He joins us there, you remember. And you must come, Laetitia, because you must, if necessary, contrive an opportunity for me to see him alone. Do you understand? Pull your bonnet down a little, and perhaps no one will observe that you've been crying." Her resolution and self-command amazed the weaker spirit, who made haste, however, to obey her. Fortunately, they were so late. Mr. Bentley was already waiting on the doorstep, and 2 other carriages full of laughter and expostulations were in the drive, that there was no time for anyone to notice discomposure, and if the 2 young men who drove with the just-returned ladies observed anything unusual, they had perforce to keep their speculations to themselves. The bluebells were even bluer and more numerous than had been expected. The collation was voted excellent, the weather perfect. But Sir Francis Mulholland, if no one else, noticed that his bride-to-be looked pale and distrayed, and himself made the opportunity she wished for by suggesting, soon after the company had risen from their cold chicken and ham, that they should take a stroll to see more bluebells. Juliana assented, but almost inaudibly, and she did not take his proffered arm. Side by side, they walked away from the others. "Oh, I'm alarmed about you today, my love," observed Sir Francis solicitously as they went. "Oh, you are so pale. You tired yourself, I fear, by going into Wanfield, as I hear you did this morning." Oh, the moment had come, so soon. Speech was not easy. Juliana fixed her eyes on the stump of a tree, and the words came out slowly and heavily. "Yes, I had a great shock in Wanfield this morning. I do not imagine that, however long I live, I shall ever receive a greater." The colour left her lover's face, too. "What were you doing in Wanfield?" he asked uneasily. "I went to Mr. Bannister's office." She heard him give an inarticulate exclamation. "I do not need to tell you what I learned there. What an incredible story of deceit, of mean revenge, came out." She turned her beautiful, accusing eyes on him. "Francis, Francis, how could you do it? How could you descend to such inexpressible baseness?" "Oh, because you drove me to it," he cried wildly. "You scorned my entreaties, my warnings. And what of your own deceit? After your meeting him like that at Folly Bridge, I had to get rid of him. And I did nothing so very blameworthy, after all. Norman Cross is the best of the war prisons. And he was a prisoner in any case. Oh, it cannot have done him much harm. If you had listened to me..." The inward cold grew and spread, till Juliana's very heart seemed frozen with disgust. "Oh, then, if I can drive you to such an act as knowingly to take away an innocent man's honour, and to say that you have not hurt him, and 2 such monstrous lies to cover it. It is my duty as well as my wish to sever our relationship." And she slipped the ruby from her finger. "Oh, pray take back your ring, for our engagement is at an end." He would not take it, and finally it dropped between them among the croziers of the young fern. He blustered, he raved, he pleaded, he even went on his knees to her among the bracken and the bluebells. "Oh, Juliana, have mercy! It was because I loved you so. I'll do anything. I'll retract what I said. Write to Norman Cross. Oh, Mr. Bannister is already doing that." Sir Francis got to his feet. His face was patched and chalky. "Oh, I shall be ruined if this gets about." She surveyed him with deeper contempt. "And what of the man you have ruined?" "Oh, it can be undone, Juliana. I swear I'll reinstate him, whatever it costs. Oh, you don't know how you maddened me. Oh, for God's sake, think better of it. Put that ring on again, and I will never be jealous of you again in my life. Oh, where is the ring?" He stooped and began to fumble with shaking hands among the dead leaves and sand. "Oh, jealous!" exclaimed Juliana. "Oh, it is the lies, the subterfuges, the chain of subterfuges. Why, I should never be able to believe a word you said to me as long as I lived. And once I thought, oh, Francis, Francis." The tears came over her own lost happiness and the ideal figure she had been rebuilding on a foundation of mud. And for the sake of what she had once thought him, she promised, before she left him, that in the rehabilitation of his victim he should be spared as much as possible, that she would ask Mr. Bannister to say locally that there had been a mistake, misunderstandings, anything to cover his disgraceful conduct. For she, too, felt humiliated to the dust. And finally she went away from him, rather stumblingly, and a little later was found by Mr. Bentley crying at the foot of an oak tree, and that good friend, after letting her finish on his shoulder, had the carriage brought up and sent her home alone with Letitia on the plea of sudden illness. But the ruby ring, after exercising the wits of a number of ants and beetles, was found next year by Zachary Miller as he was putting a ferret down a rabbit hole, and, cautiously disposed of at a distance, contributed not a little towards his marriage and the consequent begetting of a number of assistants and successors to carry on his activities in the Mulholland woods and elsewhere. End of section 6. Section 7 of Mr. Raoul by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Eileen. Part 2. The Cost of a Whim. Chapter 1. Forgotten? Quote, "It was divided into many squares or courts, according to the rank of those for whom they were designed. This house was built as if Suspicion herself had dictated the plan." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 1. The mild blue sky was covered with the most delightful little fleecy clouds in motion. Raoul de Sablière, his head tilted back against the 8-feet-high palisade of the officers' enclosure at Norman Cross, watched them rather abstractedly. One seemed to be outstripping the others. He wondered how long it would take to traverse the great camp, and what it saw as it sailed over the heads of more than 5,000 prisoners. He knew pretty well, although, as an officer, he was confined to one small section of the town. For Norman Cross Depot, though set in the middle of fields, was almost a town. For a moment or two, Raoul idly imagined himself voyaging on the cloud over Yaxley or Stilton barracks. The prison was rich in these 3 names. Now he was poised above the octagonal wooden blockhouse in the centre, with its projecting guns dominating each of the 4 courts, or airing grounds, which so symmetrically surrounded it, each court a couple of acres in extent, and each containing 4 blocks of wooden buildings placed side by side at one of the outer edges. Every block was calculated to hold 500 men, but in the northeastern court 3 had been taken over as a hospital, and, of those in the southeastern, the endmost facing east was the officers' prison, in the small separate enclosure of which the imaginary voyager sat at this moment. The 2 English militia regiments on guard were quartered outside the walls altogether. Raoul and his cloud would, he knew, see a good deal of activity going on in those 42 acres, and more especially in the 22 of the prison proper. There misery and cheerfulness, improvidence and industry jostled each other daily, for while some of the prisoners persistently gambled away not only their clothes and their bedding, but even their rations, others turned out little articles of beautiful workmanship in straw, bone, or paper, of which they were able to dispose at the market regularly held at the eastern gate. One object alone they might not legally manufacture and sell: straw plaid, so that highly paid commodity was generally smuggled out by soldier accomplices. It was Saturday, the 1st of May, and Raoul had now been for nearly 6 weeks a member of this captive population. His immediate companions, with a very few exceptions, were all Broke-Paroles, like himself. Raoul had come by now, on the surface, almost to class himself as one, but underneath there was still the same indignant repudiation of the stigma. At first he had kept somewhat aloof from the other officers, until he saw that his attitude was resented, until he was, in fact, asked rather roughly what he had to give himself airs about, and had bitterly put the same question to himself. For the first month at Norman Cross he had been sustained by the hope that when Miss Forrest returned to Wanfield she would discover his absence, realize her share in the disaster which had befallen him, and set about having the injustice righted. Even if she had told the untruth attributed to her, surely, when she discovered what it had involved for him. In his very uncomfortable and depressing detention in the lock-up at Wanfield, he had been strongly visited by the temptation to write directly to her and ask her whether she had declared that she had returned from Northover by the high road. But that would have been to force her hand. It was practically begging her to save him at whatever cost to herself, and it was of small use to be quixotic, if he had been quixotic, in the semi-publicity of Mr. Bannister's office, if, at the first taste of the consequences of his attitude, he was going to cry for mercy. So, the letter was never written, though another one was. But, though he would not put pressure upon her, Mr. Raoul might legitimately hope that Miss Forrest would, of her own free will, take some action on his behalf. Yet the days stole on, monotonous and unpleasant, and nothing happened. He was forgotten. Just one more Broke-Parole. Raoul was not, however, of the temper to spend his time idly brooding over his situation, and from the first moment of his entry into Norman Cross, his dominant idea had been how to get out again. And at last, after weeks of planning, there seemed a chance of realizing this ambition. It was true that in the 16 years of its existence as a war prison, for which it had been specially built, very few captives had succeeded in escaping from the depot. But chance had thrown Raoul into close contact with 2 others as determined as himself to get away: a certain Lieutenant Claret of the 26th of the line, and a Captain Dumont, commander of a Saint-Malo privateer, the Indienne. The shortage of accommodation in the officers' quarters at the moment of his arrival had caused Raoul to be thrust at night into the cupboard. It was scarcely more, which was inhabited by these 2 men, and in this proximity was hatched the scheme to which that very proximity had given rise. The first problem was that of procuring 3 suits of civilian clothes. This, with the greatest difficulty, they had succeeded in doing. The next was that of getting undiscovered out of Caserne No. 8, the officers' block. Their tiny sleeping apartment had no proper window, but there was a ventilator in the roof, and this could be gained by an active young man assisted by his friends, and the same young man, at the cost of abrasions, could just squeeze himself through it and enlarge the exit by removing portions from outside. For the last 3 nights, Raoul had been working away at this task, and on Monday the 3 adventurers counted upon scrambling out of this aperture and then climbing down in the dark as best they could into the enclosure. They had already contrived to bore a few small holes in the high stockade, and into these, when the moment came, they intended to thrust some long nails to give them a foothold. But since it was out of their power previously to approach and prepare the great brick wall which surrounded the prison, they had to trust to aid from its other side. Cautious negotiations, conducted by the English-speaking Raoul with a venal sentry of the West Kent militia, then on duty there, had resulted in the agreement that on the Monday night the latter, being on guard outside near the south gate, should throw a rope over the wall, fastening it to some projection or other at its foot. Once over, and if they had the luck not to be seen by a sentry on the farther side, the fugitives could easily find their way to the Peterborough Road, which practically bordered the camp on the south. Thereafter, trusting to their wits, they must make either for the shores of the Wash or for the northern coast of Norfolk. They had a rather pathetic faith that, once arrived at the sea, Dumont, as a master mariner, would find some means of conveying them over that element. Raoul's cloud was gone now, melted into the blue, but that did not grieve him, for he had already forgotten about his aerial journey. A young man a few years his senior had detached himself from the groups strolling about the enclosure, and was coming towards him in a purposely nonchalant manner. It was Lieutenant Claret. He sat down on the bench by his fellow conspirator, who affected to take little notice of his arrival. "How you look just now, as if you were trying to learn the stars by daylight," observed the newcomer jestingly, and then, lowering his voice, "How I expect they're all we shall have to steer by. I can't get hold of a compass anywhere." Raoul just glanced at him, without removing his head from its resting place against the stockade. "How the question is rather whether Dumont has succeeded in getting that map," he returned, equally low. For, as yet, they had nothing of that nature to guide them on their way to the coast, though they had for some days been trying to buy a smuggled map from a fellow prisoner. Yet, map or no map, we must start on Monday, because of Marwin's being on sentry duty that night. His next turn is 10 days later, and by that time the moon will be full. "How Dumont knows the canals, of course," said Claret doubtfully, "because he was brought by water from Lynn. But we cannot use them except as rough guides. It would not do to follow them closely." "Oh, I expect he will succeed in getting the map out of Parisot in the end," observed Raoul. "Parisot never intended to use it himself, and, fortunately for us, Dumont is pretty flush of cash." "Yes, the old pirate. I think," said Lieutenant Claret, "that when I reach France, I shall resign my commission and ship on board a privateer." "Oh, talking of privateers, I hear that some of the men in Caserne No. 4, who are mostly sailors and privateersmen, are getting rather out of hand, and Captain Hanwell has stopped the whole block from selling their wares at the market next week. As a consequence, more unruliness, and he threatens to get the worst black sheep sent to the hogs." "Oh, poor devils," said Raoul. "Ah, there's the postman." A turnkey with a leather bag had just come through from the superintendent's office, which was not far away. Claret got up and went toward the crowd of which the man immediately became the centre. After a moment, Raoul followed him, more because he snatched at anything which relieved the tedium of captivity than because he was any longer expecting a letter, and he waited, only half attending, on the outskirts of the group. To his surprise, he heard his name called, and elbowed his way through the throng to find himself staring, with somewhat quickened pulses, at a letter bearing the Wanfield postmark. The handwriting was a lady's. He slipped back to his bench, his heart now beating really hard. The letter had, of course, been already opened, and it was from Miss Forrest. He read, "Dear Monsieur de Sablière, I do not know how to write to you. I know the truth now, in spite of the measures which have been used to keep me in the dark, and which did keep me in that condition until yesterday. No words of mine can express the shame, the burning indignation which fill me. I implore you to believe that I knew nothing of the duplicity which has sent you to such an unmerited captivity. I did not utter the lie which I find has been attributed to me. On the contrary, I gave that evening an exact recital of what had occurred in Folly Copse and of your gallant behaviour there. Yet, from the sequel, you must have been convinced that I had shielded myself at your expense. Oh, believe me, such an idea never entered my mind. Would that it had never entered another's. I am not, however, wasting my time in idle lamentations. I am determined that this intolerable injustice shall be repaired, and that you shall be liberated as soon as possible. I am writing to my father to ask him to use all his influence with the Transport Office. Mr. Bannister, on the strength of my evidence, has already communicated both with the commissioners and with Norman Cross. Meanwhile, also, I am seeing to it that all Wanfield knows how unjustly you have been punished. Mr. Bannister's relief is great to find that you are what he always thought you. Mr. Bentley's and his daughters likewise. I do not think the two latter ever doubted it, nor did I, in my heart, though circumstances had been made to look very black against you. How strangely enough, it was your returning of Rasselas, a proceeding which cut me at the moment, as showing, I thought, your opinion of me, which led to the discovery of the truth. I have only this to ask of you, monsieur, that you will keep up your spirits and your patience, and believe that she who, as she sadly feels, is really responsible for the wrong which has been inflicted on you, is doing her utmost to procure its reparation. Your friend, Juliana Forrest. Postscript. Since you will hear it when you return, as I trust you will return, to Wanfield, I think it better to inform you now that my engagement is at an end. Raoul leant against the stockade and put his hand for a moment over his eyes. Now that what he had hoped for, and then ceased to hope for, had really happened, he felt almost bewildered. The ordeal was over. He was cleared, and his friends at Wanfield need no longer be ashamed of him. And Miss Forrest had never told even that venial lie. Oh, generous girl, to act, to write as she had done. And since he had never for a moment believed that she would have sacrificed him knowingly, he had afterward regretted that, and piqued and sore as he was at being so unjustly used, he had given way, on leaving Wanfield, to a hasty and not very intelligible impulse, and thrust Rasselas into Lamotte's hands with that message. But now, it seemed, by its results, that his rather unworthy little action had been happily inspired. It was that, evidently, which had led her to make inquiries, to find out that Sir Francis. But here Raoul suddenly sat down on the bench, and Juliana's letter fluttered to the trodden earth of the prison enclosure. He had never fully thought out what, to a girl of the disposition which he attributed to Miss Forrest, might be the result of discovering that her betrothed had stooped to a baseness and a malignity really incredible in a gentleman. Well, now he knew what it had meant, and his breath was somewhat taken away by the knowledge. He bent down, picked up the letter, and reread the postscript. There was no doubt of it. She had broken her marriage over this business. It had changed the course of her whole future life. As a Frenchman, accustomed to the extremely binding nature of a French betrothal, and the difficulties of untying it, Raoul was a little horrified. Her discovery of the truth had certainly been bought at a heavy price. No, his thought changed. No price could be too heavy to save a woman of upright instincts from marrying a man capable of what Sir Francis Mulholland had shown himself capable of. Miss Forrest was, in the event, fortunate in her escape, and in this country, with her position and her looks, she would have no lack of other suitors. And he doubted whether, from what he had seen, she would cry her eyes out for the lover whom she had so promptly dismissed. Yet, what an upheaval! He sat, with the letter in his hands, staring unseeingly at the hated contours of block number 8, not spending any thoughts, even thoughts of triumph, on the situation which must now be Mulholland's at Wanfield, but thinking solely of the girl. Yes, she would soon console herself with a better match, even. Some rich English lord, no doubt. He gave a quick sigh, and put the letter carefully into his pocket. As he did so, Raoul saw the large form of Captain Dumont tacking toward him. Captain Dumont had a little of the pirate about his appearance, and was reported to display on emergency the class of temper and linguistic acquirements indispensable, no doubt, to one of his calling. But his usual bearing was that of the typically bluff and jovial seaman. He was one of the few officers there who were not broke-paroles. As the Indienne, at least when captured, carried less than 14 guns, her captain was not entitled to the privilege of parole, from which, indeed, he had self-sacrificingly cut himself off by throwing 3 overboard to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy. He now winked a blue eye set, as to its outer corner, amid innumerable creases, and said cheerfully, "A fine morning, de Sabliac. I had a letter, a lucky dog. Oh, we're all in luck, for I have got it. So." He rolled on, repeating the wink. The unfinished sentence meant, "There's now nothing to keep us back from Monday's venture." But Raoul remained staring after him without moving or replying. He had quite forgotten that he was to escape the day after tomorrow. But to try to escape now would be insanity. More, it would be ingratitude. Yet, could he withdraw at the 11th hour? He got up at last from the bench, with a face vastly more troubled, for all the advent of Juliana Forrest's letter, than that with which he had watched his cloud an hour ago. That evening, in their close little sleeping apartment, he soon learnt from his comrades that he could not withdraw. The idea of the escape taking place without him was received by them with incredulity, with consternation, and then with an indignation which, in Captain Dumont's case, began very soon to warm into anger. And Claret was not conciliatory. "And so," he exclaimed, "you are content to wait while strings are pulled for you. Or to wait indefinitely, perhaps forever. What has come to you, de Sabliac?" "Oh, I'm not afraid, if that is what you are thinking," retorted Raoul, firing up a little. "I've told you exactly the position I'm in. Was it so difficult to understand?" "No," said Dumont starkly. "It's not. Everyone for his own skin, and I'll call no man white-livered unless he has given better cause for it than a natural wish to care for that. But there are 2 of us, and only 1 of you, Captain de Sabliac, and I reckon 2 skins are worth more than 1. Or, perhaps, seeing that you're a noble by birth, and we ain't, you count it quits, me and Lieutenant Claret against you." "Oh, you know I think nothing of the sort, Captain Dumont," answered Raoul hotly, "and my birth has nothing to do with the matter." "Oh, come," put in Claret pacifically. "All this is off the point. I'm sure that if de Sabliac thinks it over—" "How thinks it over? He don't need to." "Why, I believe, damn my eyes," said Captain Dumont with an angry laugh, "that neither of you youngsters has seen the real reason why we must have him, willing or unwilling. He's the only one of us who speaks English." And when, by the way in which both young men gazed blankly at him, the master of the Indienne saw that he was right, he slapped his knee with delight, and the threatened simoon blew over. "I've got you there, young fellow," he said to the recalcitrant fugitive, and slapped him next. "Oh, you can't back out when you know that Claret and I might just as well lie snug in our beds on Monday night as start through 2 English counties without you to do the parleying." "Yes," said Raoul, swallowing down with as good a grace as he could his irritation and disappointment. "Yes, you've certainly got me there. I confess I never thought of that point. Of course, I will come, and willingly. Forget that I ever proposed anything else." Captain Dumont made a large gesture. "It is already forgotten," he said magnanimously. "And if you supply the lingo, de Sablière, I can supply a fist." He doubled that formidable object as he spoke. "Which will not, I hope, be required," put in Claret quickly. "The last weapon we want to employ, Captain, is violence. It is a very undiplomatic one in the hands of a fugitive." "Oh, you wait, my lad, till you are in need of it, and you won't think it undiplomatic then. Well, this little matter being settled, I shall turn in." Claret lingered a moment by Raoul's bed as the latter also began to undress. "Oh, you know," he said in a low voice, "it is really much better, for your own sake, to come with us. And there have been other cases here for whom representations have been made to the Transport Board. Poor Mazat, for instance, he's been waiting nearly 3 years for their result." Raoul at this moment was pulling his shirt over his head and made no immediate answer. When he emerged, he said briefly, "I've no doubt you're right. At any rate, I am coming with you." It was the question of a letter to Miss Forrest, not this imminent adventure, which chiefly engaged his thoughts next day. He could write and thank her, it was true, but he could not possibly say the thing he wanted to say, and that, ungrateful and foolish as he must appear, he was only carrying out this escape because he was already committed to it, for in a letter which would be read by the authorities, he could obviously make no reference, even veiled, to a project of flight. In the end, he decided that he would wait to write until he was clear of Norman Cross. But it was plain that he would never see Juliana Forrest's face again. Reinstatement and release, such as she was working for, might have meant return to Wanfield, but successful escape meant leaving England altogether. And unsuccessful would mean Norman Cross forever, or removal to another prison, and perhaps to one of the big new depots in Scotland, Valleyfield or Perth. If he were retaken, he would certainly never be allowed out again on parole while his captivity lasted. Yet, the more he knew that it was impossible, the more keen was his desire to see her once more, not only to thank her from his heart for what she had done, not only to ask her to let him have back as a memento, really to be kept this time, that book which, indirectly, had been the cause of everything, but just for the sake of seeing her. Yes, he would like to talk to Juliana Forrest once again. Not by the stream, in the garden at Northover, where they had spoken once or twice, when the daffodils were out under the cedars. He wondered what flowers were blooming there now. How one knew nothing of flowers here. He would like to see the garden at Northover again, and now he never would. But at this point Raoul pulled himself up. He, a soldier, regretting his captivity because it had been pleasant. He was indeed growing soft. Here, with a chance before him of breathing once more the air of France, he was sentimentally thinking of the charms of England, and of an Englishwoman. Oh, but surely he had the right to wish to thank her who had championed him, and the most fervid Anglophobe could not blame him for that desire. The chosen day, Monday, dawned at last. Gaol, waking early, looked in the dim light at his sleeping companions, and wondered where they would all be by next morning, if they were all 3 still alive. It was quite on the cards that one of them would get a bullet through the head, for the sentries were numerous, and armed with ball cartridge, It was a day of tension for all of them, and passed with cruel slowness. But it did pass. Dumont was unusually noisy and cheerful at supper, the more so that there was a rumour going about that the sentries were likely to be doubled that night in the vicinity of Caserne No. 4, the mutinous block, and he thought that in consequence the officers' quarters might be less closely guarded. But Raoul and Claret pointed out that the brigade major, who, and not the agent superintendent, was responsible for the military arrangements of the prison, a dual control not always of the most happy, had plenty of men to post as extra sentries, and if he did withdraw any from their corner of the depot, might not Marwin conceivably be one of them? If so, what of the rope for which he had made himself responsible? 5 hours later, when they were actually stealing in the dark along the ditch at the foot of the great wall, that was indeed the vital question. To Raoul, the foremost, feeling vainly along the brickwork for that indispensable adjunct, it seemed a cruel irony to be balked at the last stage of all, after having overcome their other difficulties. After having squeezed through the ventilator, climbed safely down the rickety pipe outside the caserne and over the pointed palisade, and after having avoided, more by luck than skill, the many sentries posted between it and the wall. And then, suddenly, his hand encountered what he sought. It was a good stout rope, knotted at intervals. He gave it a hard tug. It seemed securely fastened to something on the other side, and in a whisper Raoul communicated this information to his comrades. It had been arranged that he was to go last, because, being the lightest, he would probably have least difficulty in swarming up the rope when its end was free, so he was first to steady it for his heavier companions. As the wall was only 9 feet high on its outer side, its greater height on the inner being due to the excavation of the fosse at its base, the fugitives, once up, could drop the distance. Dumont the sailor went first, and had soon arrived at the top, in spite of his corpulence. Yet, dark as the night was, his bulk seemed to Raoul to be plainly visible against the sky on the crest of the wall, and his arrival on the ground the other side was announced by a rather telltale thud. Claret followed quickly. His drop was inaudible. Then Raoul went up, the rope spinning as he climbed, straddled the wall, saw their upturned faces very dimly below him, and dropped lightly beside them. There was no sign of Marwin, nor at the moment of any of his comrades. Surely some sentries had been removed. Don't wait," whispered Raoul, his mouth at Claret's ear. "I will overtake you in a moment. I promise not to leave the rope about." He hauled the slack over the wall to him, and, as the others vanished, stooped to feel in the darkness how the end was secured at its foot. He could easily have cut it off without ascertaining this, but in that case the knot, remaining, might perhaps bring complicity home to Marwin, a serious business for a sentry. Moreover, he had given his word. Oh, confound the fellow! Whatever was this he had fastened it to, right down in the grass at the base of the wall? The essential need of haste made Raoul's fingers clumsy. He would have to cut the rope, after all. Kneeling on one knee, he put his hand into his pocket for a small knife which he had contrived to retain in spite of regulations, and the next instant was almost blinded by the glare of a suddenly opened lantern. End of section 7. Section 8 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 2, Chapter 2. The Shadow of Huntingdon Gaol. Quote, I knew not to what condition we were doomed, nor could conjecture where would be the place of our captivity, or whence to draw any hope of deliverance. End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. The voice said, No, not today. Tomorrow, perhaps, I will let you know, sir." Streaks and circles of alternate light and darkness swirled incessantly under Raoul's closed lids. The light was of a reddish tint. "Not today. Not today." The words went on reverberating in his brain, but only as sounds. They had no meaning. Tomorrow, perhaps. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. What was tomorrow? And this sensation in his head, what was it? Had he always had it? But who was he himself, and where? A feeling as if he were floating upward brought the conviction of water and drowning. Yes, the crossing of the Gabora in the mist of a February morning before the battle. His horse must have been swept away. The river had been in flood the previous day. But there was no water in his mouth or nostrils. He could breathe. Oh, he could see. He found his eyes open and lay blinking. But he was not seeing what he expected. Sky, the cork trees, the slope where Mendizábal's army lay. He saw whitewashed walls with high-set windows and beds, rows of beds, mostly empty. It was in a bed that he lay himself. A hospital, then. But where? Salamanca. He tried to lift his head a little in order to see more, but the pain, now localized at the back, became so acute that he drew a sharp breath and desisted, and involuntarily shut his eyes again. But after a moment he put up a hand to this head, and found that something was tied round it. Oh, was that why it hurt so? He was inclined to think that it was. His mind began to grope backward, and gradually he came to the conclusion that he could not be in Spain, because he remembered coming to England, and being at Wanfield, and then at Norman Cross. That was where he was, then. But of recent events at Norman Cross he could recall nothing, since a certain supper when Dumont had been so hilarious. Was it possible that he himself had got drunk on that occasion, whenever it was? But there had been nothing to get drunk on, that he could remember. He was beginning to explore his head more carefully when he heard steps approaching him, and opened his eyes once more. A lanky, sandy-haired young man came and stood looking down at him, and finally took hold of his wrist and felt his pulse. How does your head feel now?" he inquired after a moment. "It hurts," answered Raoul. "Why is that? And if I move it?" "There's a very good reason for its hurting," replied the young man. "And don't you remember it?" Raoul incautiously tried to shake his head on the pillow, and succeeded only too well. He gave an exclamation. But his mind continued to grope. "Am I still at Norman Cross?" he asked, gazing fixedly at his visitor. "Yes, in the officers' hospital." "Why?" "Oh, good Lord, you ask why? Because you were attempting to escape last night, and got a thundering knock on the head in doing so. You must possess a remarkably hard skull, or it would have cracked," said the lanky young man in a tone of admiration. "Oh, perhaps I do," agreed Raoul unenthusiastically, and knit his brows in a fresh effort to remember. "Escaping? Was I alone?" "I say," ejaculated the young man, "have you genuinely forgotten?" "No, there were 2 others with you, and so far they've got away. I don't know their names, but they were your roommates at number 8. You're supposed to have got out by the ventilator. You remember that, surely?" "No," replied Raoul. "I remember nothing since supper last night. Oh, if it was last night." "Perhaps that is as well," said the young man to himself. The tone struck Raoul, but he did not inquire into its meaning. "Are you the doctor?" he next asked. "No, only his assistant. My name is Wanklyn. But Dr. Walker was here himself a short time ago. You did not hear him speaking to Captain Hanwell, I suppose, for you seemed to be still unconscious then. They were at the foot of your bed, however." "Oh, the superintendent himself. What was he doing here?" "Well, you see, he wants to ask you some questions." "Oh," commented Raoul wearily. "Not much good, is it, if I cannot remember anything?" "Oh, that, of course, is what Dr. Walker said. At least, he said that you would not be fit to answer them today, though he did not, naturally, know that you had lost your memory. So the superintendent had to go away again. We have the hospital staff, you know," added Mr. Wanklyn, smoothing his carroty locks with an air, "are not technically under his control. We have our warrants from the Sick and Hurt Board, not from the Transport Office." "Then I hope the Sick and Hurt Board will not allow Captain Hanwell to pester me with questions about the other two, because I shall tell him nothing. And my head aches," finished Raoul rather peevishly. "Oh, I don't think it is about the other two that he wants to ask you questions," said Mr. Wanklyn, and again his tone was so odd that Raoul this time was about to ask him what he meant, when a voice from a distant bed was heard summoning the budding surgeon, and he hurried off. And, in a little, Raoul, after vainly beating that blank brain of his, and realizing that the worst had happened, unsuccessful escape, drifted off into a comfortless sleep. When he woke again, it seemed by the light to be a good deal later. The pain in his head was much less, but still he could remember nothing of the actual escape. Oh, but now his mind was invaded by another subject, Miss Forrest's letter, and mingled with thoughts of that came crowding in the often discussed details of that plan of escape which, evidently, they had put into practice last night. Yes, he remembered now the endless debates, the feverish preparations. Well, the other two had been lucky, but he had indeed defeated all Miss Forrest's plans for his welfare. And France, freedom, his parents, were all as far off as ever. An attendant came with some food, a little meat and potatoes, and placed it on a chair beside him, and Raoul realized that he was hungry. He fed himself with some difficulty, though if he moved his head cautiously he no longer suffered such shoots and stabs of pain. And soon after the plate had been removed, he observed an individual whom he judged to be the surgeon himself walk down the ward and come to his bed. He was about 60, grey-haired, upright, somewhat severe-looking. He bent over Raoul, felt his pulse, looked into his eyes, and then sat down beside him. "I understand that you speak English, Captain de Sablière." "Yes, sir." "Oh, is your head still troubling you?" "Not nearly so much. Very little, if I keep still." "Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Mr. Wanklyn tells me that you can remember nothing since supper last night." "No, sir." "Have you made the effort?" "Yes." "You can recall nothing of the circumstances of your escape?" "No, sir, nothing." "You were found unconscious on the outer side of the wall. How did you come there?" "Oh, I've no recollection. I remember how I planned to surmount it, but I've no recollection of doing it." "Nor of what happened on the other side?" The doctor was looking at him very searchingly. "No. I suppose I was stunned by a blow. Or did I fall?" "You were stunned by a blow from a musket. Eventually. It is a great pity that it did not happen at once." Raoul stared at him in bewilderment. What was this mystery at which Mr. Wanklyn, too, had hinted? "Why do you say that, sir?" he asked. "It would be very kind to tell me exactly what happened on the other side of the wall, for I've not the slightest idea." "I dare say you do not believe that, but it is true." "Oh, as a medical man, Monsieur de Sablière," replied Dr. Walker gravely, "I am inclined to believe that you are speaking the truth. It will, therefore, I'm afraid, be all the greater shock to you to learn that you are in danger of having to stand your trial for murder, and, but that you are obviously unfit for it, ought properly to be either in the black hole of this depot or in Huntingdon jail." "Murder!" gasped Raoul, like one suddenly immersed in water. Oh, in God's name, whose murder? Dr. Walker looked at him very keenly before replying. The sentinel's, he said at length. The sentinel who came up and discovered you. There was a struggle in which you bayoneted him, and were then felled yourself. For that is more probable than that he dealt you the blow first. At any rate, the man is in a most critical state, and if he dies— Oh, but it is impossible, exclaimed Raoul, horror-struck. Oh, I never bayoneted anyone, I swear it. He stopped. Oh, I thought that you did not remember anything, commented Dr. Walker dryly. There was a long silence. Raoul, after staring at him as if he could not remove his gaze, put a hand to his head, and then, with a little sound like a groan, covered his eyes with it. The colour flared up hot in his face, and then died as suddenly away. "Do you think, sir, that I can have done it and have forgotten?" he inquired at last, in a strangely submissive voice, visibly very pale now that the hand was removed. "To be perfectly frank with you," replied the doctor, leaning back in the chair in a somewhat judicial manner, "I think there are great difficulties in the way of your having done it at all. It is highly improbable that you could have run the sentinel through after a blow from which 8 hours' unconsciousness and partial loss of memory have ensued. On the other hand, if you did it before you received the blow, then it is almost equally inconceivable that the unfortunate man can have had sufficient strength to wrest the musket from you again and to deliver one so heavy. Oh, I know, of course," he went on, "that you had 2 companions, and common sense would point to their having stabbed him and made off. For you must understand that no one witnessed the affray. When the other sentinels, attracted by this man's feeble cries, came up, they found you both lying there, you quite senseless, and he nearly so. But, unfortunately for you, Captain de Sablière, the wounded man was able, before lapsing into an unconsciousness from which he may never emerge again, to make a fragmentary statement by which it appears that it is you, and not either of your companions, whom he charges with the deed. If he recovers sufficiently, this statement can be sifted, but if he dies, I am afraid it will go hard with you." A second silence fell. Oh, this was worse than any mere recapture, worse than anything Raoul could have imagined. He gripped his hands together hard under the bedclothes. "What would happen to me?" "You would have to stand your trial at Huntingdon Assizes. Killing and forgery, even in the case of military prisoners, come under the civil law. Then, if I were convicted, I should not be shot." "No," said Dr. Walker gravely, "you would not be shot." A little involuntary shudder ran over the young officer, and he turned his bandaged head away. The doctor bent forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, you are not in Huntingdon jail yet," he said. "Oh, this is not the moment that I should have chosen to break such serious news to a patient, but I thought it right to let you know how you stand, before Captain Hanwell questions you. I may as well warn you that he is, not unnaturally, extremely incensed, and the brigade major likewise, so much so, indeed, that I had considerable difficulty in saving you from the black hole, unconscious as you were. For you are no doubt aware that an officer caught trying to escape is liable to be treated exactly as one of the men. However, I would not have that, nor, I promise you, shall I allow you to be interrogated before I consider you fit for it, and, if possible, not until your memory has returned, which I think may occur at any moment now." "You are much too kind to me, sir," said Raoul, moved. "If I have done what the man says, and perhaps, in a moment of madness, I may have done it." His voice stuck in his throat. "Oh, tut, tut," said Dr. Walker, with a little smile. "You see, I do not believe you did, not from any acquaintance with your character, but because I think it is physically impossible. Now, if your companions are recaptured." "Oh, I'm sure they could not have done it," cried Raoul, alarmed. "They would never have been so foolish. I remember hearing Lieutenant Clary strongly deprecating violence." "You can remember something on behalf of a friend, can you?" remarked Dr. Walker, with a little note of appreciation in his tone. "Still, theory and practice are two different things, and, as one of you three must have done it, I think that you personally would be in a better position if they were recaptured, and I should pray for it, if I were you." And he went away without giving Raoul time to reply. A murder. They said he had done, or attempted, murder. And, for all he knew, they might be right. Alternately panic-struck and unbelieving, Raoul spent the rest of that miserable day trying to batter down the closed door of memory. One or two of the other prisoners in the ward addressed him and condoled with him, but the place was unusually empty, and most of the occupied beds were too far away for conversation, and some of the occupants too ill. The successful escape of Dumont and Claret afforded general gratification, though it was considered very unfortunate that de Sablières had been left to pay the penalty of their assault on the sentry. For those who had overheard the doctor's opinion shared it, and one patient told Raoul that he had never seen a man who looked less capable of bayoneting anybody than he when he was carried in about midnight. "How I thought the dead house was the proper place for you," concluded this observer. "Oh, it must have come back in my sleep, sir," said Raoul with animation. "When I woke this morning, I found I remembered everything." "Oh, everything?" queried Dr. Walker, standing beside his bed. It was the following morning. "How much does that include?" "Oh, not what the authorities think," replied the young man, almost cheerfully. "The last thing, but one, that I remember is the flash of a lantern in my face as I was kneeling at the foot of the wall, trying to, kneeling there. The last thing of all is a smashing blow on the back of my head before I had time to rise. I must have gone down like a log. And there it ends, though I dare say Captain Hanwell will not believe me." The surgeon looked down at the bright and candid eyes below the bandage. "You will be able to put that to the test very shortly," he said. "He is coming up here to interrogate you at 9:30, unless I pronounce you unfit for it." "Oh, please let him come, sir," urged Raoul. "I would rather get it over. If I may know two things: how the injured sentinel does, and whether my two companions have been recaptured." "Oh, the sentinel is still alive, and that is all one can say. No, your comrades have not been taken so far. And, if you are not, one of them is guilty." "Oh, not necessarily," said Raoul stoutly. "Another sentinel may have bayoneted the poor man in the darkness, or he may have impaled himself on his own bayonet." Dr. Walker went away shaking his head, but Raoul had the temerity to submit this last hypothesis to Captain Hanwell when he, with the brigade major, came to interview him about an hour later. He meant it as a real contribution to the problem, but it seemed to be regarded as culpable persiflage, and he could see that it had done him no good in the eyes of the frowning authorities, and particularly in those of the military one. His emphatic denial that he had attacked the sentry, his asseveration that the latter, on the contrary, had put him out of action before he could even think of defending himself, were, as he had half expected, treated as negligible against the testimony of the injured man himself. And his case was not advanced by his refusal to give, not only any information about his escaped comrade's probable whereabouts, which, to do them justice, the inquisitors seemed scarcely to expect, but about his supposed accomplice in the garrison either, as yet apparently undetected, in spite of the telltale rope. It was a rather exhausted offender who lay back on the pillows when this ordeal was over. But the unspeakably blessed relief of knowing that the blood of the unfortunate militiaman did not lie at his door had upborne him wonderfully, and he could not believe that, if the latter died, the supreme penalty would really be exacted from an innocent man, even in an enemy's country. So when Wanklyn approached him afterwards, his large, pale blue eyes full of a somewhat horrified interest, Raoul observed with a jocularity that was only 3 parts forced. "Oh, I suppose you feel that you are enjoying the privilege of looking at a condemned criminal, Mr. Wanklyn." "If you really did not do it, de Sablière, you're in a devilish tight hole," responded this Job's comforter, with so much of simple awe in his tone that one could not credit him with malice. "Are you of the opinion, then, that I should be in a more enviable position if I had done it?" Wanklyn scratched his chin. "No, not exactly. But if a man's got to swing, it might as well be for something." "Oh, I'd not thought of that," returned Raoul quite gravely. "Oh, in that case, I'd better—" "Oh, you know, I dare say," went on Wanklyn without letting him finish, "that about 5 years ago a prisoner was condemned at the assizes over a matter like this. Only it was a turnkey in his case, and he was hanged here, too. It was quite an occasion, I believe. All the garrison under arms, all the prisoners made to be present. He was an officer as well, name of Boucher or something of the sort." "Well, I hope that you will secure a good place when I afford Norman Cross a holiday of that kind," returned Raoul. "Though I gather that you will then harbour regret that I had no fun for my money, only a knock on the head." The good Wanklyn looked uncomfortable. "Oh, I don't think you ought to jest about it, de Sablière. Indeed I don't." "Why, what else is there to do?" demanded Raoul. What, indeed, as he privately asked himself, when the other two, who had coerced him into flight by the plea of their dependence on his knowledge of English, were evidently getting on out there quite well without it, while he was left behind to bear the brunt of their ill usage of the sentry. Oh, not that Raoul blamed them. The turn of affairs was just the fortune of war, but he could not be blind to its irony. Even if he escaped the dock, he would certainly be punished somehow, and never would he see Wanfield again, however much that kind and generous girl exerted herself on his behalf. And by evening he learned that the sentry, though still alive, had not made any different deposition about the identity of his assailant. Yes, it was an ironical, though hardly a mirth-provoking situation. Next morning Raoul asked if he might get up, and, having received permission to do so for a while in the afternoon, arose and dressed himself with the assistance of a French hospital orderly. He was obliged, of course, to resume his uniform. Too giddy to walk about, he contented himself with sitting in the stiff chair beside his bed and observing the ward and its occupants, which he was now in a better position to do. He counted 18 beds each side, of which only 10 were filled. All but 2 of the patients, moreover, were asleep. Wanklyn was sitting beside one of them, and there was not a sound in the long room save the buzzing of an imprisoned bluebottle. Suddenly the big door of the ward was flung open, and an officer came briskly in, followed by a sergeant, who, however, remained at the door. Raoul tried to stand up, and succeeded for a second, but was obliged to sit down again on his bed. His head swam so. The officer marched up to Wanklyn, now in the middle of the ward. "As the prisoner de Sablière is not to be sent to Huntingdon jail for the present, he may stay here, on account of his condition," he announced. "He is, of course, to be treated strictly as a prisoner, as a dangerous prisoner." "Oh, but I can't be responsible for him, Captain," replied Mr. Wanklyn rather helplessly. "Oh, your task will be made as light as possible," said the officer. "A sergeant." The sergeant advanced, pulling from his tunic something that jangled. The officer made a gesture, and the other wheeled and came down between the beds to Raoul. But Raoul, when he saw the handcuffs, started up and away until he was stopped by the chair and the wall. "Oh, put them on," said the officer sharply, and, coming to the foot of the bed, addressed Raoul in person. "Oh, it is a concession, your being allowed to stay in hospital at all. But if you prefer the black hole, you have only to say so." "No," said Raoul faintly, and, overcome by a double nausea, he sat down on the bed again and held out his hands. A wave of scarlet ran over his colourless face as the manacles clicked into position about his wrists. The officer watched the sergeant lock them, and then, without more words, took himself off again, followed by his subordinate. Raoul sat stupidly on the side of his bed and watched them go. Then he looked down at his fettered hands. He remained so long in this posture that Wanklyn came up and touched him on the shoulder. "Oh, lie down on your bed again," he counselled. "You'll get used to those things, and though it is a shame to put them on, you'll find that you're not by any means helpless in them." Raoul raised the same rather stunned white face, and after a moment clumsily obeyed him, and lay there shivering, not with cold. Wanklyn fetched a blanket and spread it over him, and he lay huddled up, his hands clasping each other as though to assure himself that their close proximity was voluntary. The touch of those abhorred irons brought home to him what he was now, no longer a prisoner of war, but a criminal. He knew that there was a murmur of sympathy and indignation among the awakened occupants of the ward, but it did not help him. He was degraded in his own estimation. That he knew himself innocent did not help him either. In fact, a cold doubt of his innocence, of the value of his own memory, began to invade him. When Dr. Walker heard the news that evening, he looked grave. "Oh, I don't like that done in the hospital," he said, displeased. "But I'm afraid that in this case it is the only alternative to the black hole." "Oh, could I not?" asked Raoul, with his eyes on the floor. "Could I not have them taken off for part of the time? At night, perhaps, if I gave my word not to take advantage of it." "I would give you my word of honour, sir." The elder man looked at him half pityingly, half sternly. "Oh, I have no power to accept it, Monsieur de Sablière. And have you a right to expect anyone to take it?" Whether or no he were referring to his lost estate as a reputed parole breaker, Raoul was utterly silenced by this rebuff, and when Dr. Walker had gone away, he rolled over and lay with his face hidden in the pillow. The others, respecting his mood, did not speak to him. His supper was taken away untouched. He was too sore in spirit to make the first attempt to eat in his shackles before the eyes of the other patients, ludicrous as he felt the spectacle must necessarily be. And as the evening wore on, he lay fighting down the mad impulse to try to tear the lengths apart by main force. It surged over him in waves, and he knew that if he gave way to it, he was lost. Yet when, hours later, he had got the better of it and sleep was beginning to come to him, he would move, and the constraint catch his wrists and rouse him afresh to the realization of what he wore. When he woke in the morning, he was lying on his back with his hands crossed on his breast after the fashion of a dead man. As he would really lie, perhaps, after he had made a spectacle, like that other officer, for Norman Cross. But the morning light had brought a hardening of resolution. He told himself that he had behaved like a child yesterday, like a guilty man, it might be. Whatever was coming on him he would face with more courage than that. He forced himself to eat his breakfast, clumsily as he did it, and afterwards, observing to Wanklyn that, if he had to go as far as Huntingdon, it was time he learned to walk straight about the ward, rose up and essayed to do so. He staggered a little at first, but after a few turns found his head much steadier. Subdued congratulations greeted him from the other beds, and he acknowledged them. The doctor, too, when he came, approved of his perambulations. He also told him that the sentry was slightly better. Just before he left, he came up to Raoul, now sitting patiently by the side of his bed again, and asked him whether he would like to do a kind action. And when Raoul looked astonished at the request, said, walking meanwhile with him to a door at the end of the ward, "There's a poor young fellow in this little room who will never come out of hospital. I put him in here because it is quiet, but I'm afraid that it is sometimes too quiet for him. He's dying of consumption. Would you like to go in and see him? It pleases him to have visitors, when he is fit for it." Raoul looked down at his wrists. "But a visitor in handcuffs." "I've told him about that," said Dr. Walker. "Will you tell him also, please," said Raoul very quietly, but looking the surgeon straight in the face, "that I'm not a Broke-Parole, for all that I was sent here as one." Dr. Walker evidently understood very well that this pronouncement was meant for him rather than for his patient. He gave a little dry smile. "Would it surprise you to hear that that has already been done, Captain de Sablière?" And before Raoul, rather taken aback, could answer, he had opened the door, and the visitor went in. He forgot his fettered hands when he looked at the bed, at the young, virile, but inexpressibly wasted face on the pillow, whose lips gave him a faint and sweet smile like autumn sunshine, and spoke in a voice like the whisper of autumn leaves. "How kind of you to come. I have books. Monsieur le Docteur is so good to me, but not many visitors. Will you not sit down? I've heard of your misfortune, but I'm sure you—" A fit of coughing shook him. He made, or seemed to make, a motion towards a glass on the table, and Raoul gave it to him, with both hands. "You see how clever you are, monsieur," resumed the phantom voice. "Now, talk to me, if you will be so good. About yourself. About France. I'm from the Pyrenees. And you?" Soon they were deep in converse, and the thin fingers straying over Raoul's irons. "You will be free. Yes, you will be free before very long. But I think I shall be free before you. I'm so much better, and when I'm well enough to travel, I'm going to be exchanged, and the cartel is already made out. And I shall see the mountains again, and the colour of the Gave that tumble down them, and there is no water in the world like theirs, and the snows, and the little Templar church up at Luz, where I was born. Yes, I think I shall see them." He was seeing them now, his bright eyes fixed on the bare wall. When Raoul left him, he found tears in his own. That evening, as he sat on the side of his bed trying to nerve himself to another night of discomfort, Wanklin came up to him with an air of great mystery. "How would you like to have those handcuffs off for the night, de Sablière?" "Would I like the moon, Mr. Wanklin?" The young man sat down beside him on the bed and showed in his palm a small rusty key, at which Raoul stared uncomprehendingly. "I picked it up months ago. Had no idea what it was. Don't know why I kept it. I suddenly remembered it this afternoon, and it looks so much like the one the sergeant. Let me see." He bent over Raoul's wrists and inserted the key. It fitted. But Raoul drew his hands away. "No, no, you will get into trouble if I'm found with these off, and I might be." "Oh, not in the night. Oh, come now. A guard might come for me then, or early in the morning, and it might be traced to you." But with a resolution which one would not have expected of him, Mr. Wanklin seized the prisoner's hands again. The key resisted, turned, and the liberator wrenched one of the handcuffs open. "What have you done?" said Raoul, half aghast. "How diddled the transport office, replied Mr. Wanklyn in high glee. "Of course I should be glad if you would give me your word not to, you know." "Oh, I swear not to move from this bed." "You're a good fellow to trust me, Wanklyn." He cautiously stretched out his cramped arms. "Oh, my God, it's like heaven." "What, the other one, too?" The bliss of being able to thrust a hand anywhere under the pillow that night, without the others having perforce to follow it. How excellent, foolish, good-hearted Wanklyn. Raoul fell asleep and dreamt that he was trying to induce that bold spirit to follow him out of the ventilator in number 8. But when his accomplice came to lock his fetters again next morning, his exhilaration seemed to have evaporated. In fact, he looked distinctly glum. "What is the matter?" asked Raoul, discreetly tendering him his wrists under the bedclothes. "I hope you've not been getting into trouble over this business already." "No," responded Mr. Wanklyn. "Nobody knows about it. There's nothing the matter." But Raoul, unconvinced, supposed that he had some private vexation, the more so that, his mission accomplished, Mr. Wanklyn hurried away and did not come near him again. Dr. Walker was late in making his rounds that morning, and evidently pressed for time when he did appear, but, though he did not visit Raoul, the latter was aware of the rather strange glance which he cast upon him as he hurried out of the ward. When he was gone, it occurred to the prisoner to wonder very uncomfortably whether the sentry whose condition kept him in such continual uncertainty were worse. The orderlies, being prisoners themselves, would not know, and now Mr. Wanklyn, too, had vanished. Well, if the man died, he would hear it soon enough. And the sound of coughing coming through the door at the other end of the ward reminded him of Lenepveu, the consumptive, friendly and lonely in there, so he went to pay him a visit and forget his own uneasiness. The dying man looked ghastly this morning, but he was more full of hope and plans than ever, and talked of the day, now so near, he said, when he should land in Brittany. For Morlaix was the cartel port with England, and of what route he should take to the Pyrenees. "And your affairs, monsieur, how do they go?" "Oh, I do not know," answered Raoul. "But I think I am not yet free of the shadow of Huntingdon jail." Lenepveu shook his head with an air of knowledge. "Ah, no, you will not go to an English jail. I think of you, I see you, on the sea. Yet I shall be free before you." At this moment Mr. Wanklyn put his head into the room. "You are wanted, de Sablière. A guard has come to take you to the superintendent at once." "Why?" asked Raoul. "Oh, I don't know," replied Mr. Wanklyn. "Oh, you do know," said Raoul to himself. "Oh, the sentinel is worse, I suppose. Dead, perhaps." No, he's not dead," said Mr. Wanklyn with such haste that Raoul was certain he was lying. He got up and straightened himself. "Goodbye, Lenepveu," he said gently, taking his hands. "Remember to greet France for me when you get to Morlaix." The brilliant, wasted smile followed him out into the ward where the corporal's escort was waiting for him. End of section 8. Section 9 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 2, Chapter 3. 2 Remorses. Quote, "She had lost her taste of pleasure and her ambition of excellence, and her mind, though forced into short excursions, always recurred to the image of her friend." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 35. "Oh, hello," exclaimed Mr. Bentley, rustling the newspaper. Oh, here are fine doings at Norman Cross. Oh, tch, tch. The other 3 persons in the room instantly put aside their occupations. That is to say, Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne, who was instructing Laetitia in the moves of chess, ceased to illustrate, and she to wrinkle her pretty forehead over the grasshopper-like progress of the night, and Juliana, who had been doing nothing at all, roused herself. "Oh, listen, my dears," said Mr. Bentley, and read out. On Monday night last, 3 French officers made the most determined attempt, in which 2 of them succeeded, to escape from Yaxley Barracks. Having climbed out through a ventilator from the building in which they were confined, they scaled the stockade and, by means of a rope, supplied no doubt by an accomplice, surmounted the great wall. At this point, however, they were discovered by a sentinel of the West Kent militia, and then a fray ensued, in which we regret to report that this valiant son of Mars was run through the body with his own bayonet, and left in a very serious condition. But as his assailant was also discovered insensible from a blow on the head, this shocking outrage will be punished as it deserves. It is to be hoped that the other 2 miscreants may also be captured, though so far they appear to have got away. Well, well, what a dreadful thing. "Papa," said Laetitia very seriously, after a second or 2 of silence, "I hope that Monsieur de Sablière was not one of those officers." "Oh, now why, my dear Letty?" asked her parent, looking at her quizzically over the top of the sheet. "Oh, why should you imagine that he would be? If young de Sablière has any sense, and I think he has plenty, he would not risk his chances in an escape now." Juliana was sitting very still on her low chair. "Oh, perhaps he never got my letter, Mr. Bentley." "Oh, dear me, Juliana, and now you. Oh, the riches of the female imagination. Oh, you wrote, my dear, did you not, on Thursday in last week, and today is Friday. A letter might almost have reached Greenland in that time. But the newspaper says the attempt was made as long ago as last Monday night, does it not?" "Oh, even so, my dear," said her host kindly, for everyone at Northover was especially gentle with Juliana these last 10 days. "Even so, you have no reason whatever to connect de Sablière with this attempt. Oh, I suppose there must be some hundreds of French officers at Norman Cross." "Yes, I know that I'm foolish," said Juliana in a low voice. And Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne, who was watching her from his place by the chessboard, saw that her eyes had filled with tears. "Would it not be possible to find out for certain, Bentley?" he suggested. "Bannister might have heard something." "Oh, he might, agreed Mr. Bentley. He, too, was looking at Juliana. "I was thinking of going into Wanfield this afternoon. I'll start at once and call on him. Oh, we cannot have these dark fancies." He got up and patted Juliana's shoulder, and she caught his hand and gave it a little pressure. Most certainly Juliana needed, though she told herself that she did not deserve, all the sympathy which was hers at Northover. Although, and chiefly for Sir Francis's sake, the rupture of her engagement was not yet announced, any awakened eye could see that she was not wearing her betrothal ring, and Sir Francis's absence from Mulholland Park, on urgent and unexplained affairs, had now lasted for over a week. Very soon the 1,000 tongues of rumour would all be busy with her and him, and he would be lucky if no connection were established between her dismissal of him and the just proclaimed innocence of Monsieur de Sablière. Had Juliana been less high of spirit than she was, she would have fled from Wanfield before her Northover visit was completed. But it was not, she felt, of what she had done now that she should be ashamed, but of what she had brought about by her conduct that March day. The honour of the man who had been wronged through her lay in her hands, and she did not mean to leave the place until she had some assurance that it was to be publicly cleared by his restoration to parole, of which, so far, nothing had been heard. Moreover, though she did not know how she could look him in the face, yet if Mr. Raoul were sent back to Wanfield within a reasonable time, she would wish to meet him. She could not be happy in her mind till she had heard from his own lips that he had forgiven her, and believed what she had said in her letter, and that she had not shielded herself at his expense. For Rasselas, lying on her dressing table, whispered to her daily that he suspected she had. And after this, her next task would be to placate her father, who, though in general extremely amenable, had exhibited by letter a very lively sense of his only daughter's waywardness, though he lamented, rather than condemned, the rupture with Mulholland, and promised to throw all his influence on the side of Mulholland's victim. Nothing but an attack of gout had prevented his arriving in person to remonstrate with Juliana, and only expressions of profound penitence from his erring offspring had deterred him, so he wrote, from sending his carriage to fetch her away at once from the locality where she had done so much mischief, and earned, or was about to earn, such uncomfortable notoriety. But Lord Falgrave knew in his heart, and Miss Juliana knew, too, that what really deterred him from this exhibition of paternal authority was the conviction that the carriage would have returned as empty as it started. Almost directly Mr. Bentley had gone, Laetitia discovered that it was time for her to set off to the lodge to read to old Betty, as she had promised. Would Monsieur de Saint-Susanne keep Miss Forrest company until she or her father returned? Most willingly, replied the old Frenchman, if Miss Forrest will be satisfied with me. I cannot hope for the privilege of teaching her chess, for she knows it already. But perhaps she will accept my arm round the garden. Restless and apprehensive, unnecessarily apprehensive, no doubt, Juliana was glad of the suggestion. She liked the Comte, though she was a trifle in awe of him. And since the 19th of March she had felt a certain constraint in his presence, while being grateful to him for so unexpectedly abstaining from public condemnation of the unfortunate Mr. Raoul. Now, walking slowly along the terrace with her hand resting lightly on that meagre arm, she suddenly realized not only that it was the first time they had been alone together since her return to Wanfield, but also that the foolish feeling of constraint was ebbing away. That the old royalist had seen her and Monsieur de Sablière together by the stream that day was surely now a bond between them, not a barrier. She even had an impulse to speak to him about it, and when, having paced round the lawn, talking of nothing in particular, they reached the terrace again, she was not sorry when Monsieur de Saint-Susanne said, apologetically, "Oh, but here I am chattering like an old magpie, while you are anxious about that report from Norman Cross. Oh, you must forgive me, mademoiselle. I think I should not be so foolish if I had not a bad conscience," said Juliana dejectedly. And the Comte stopped. "Oh, mademoiselle, I wish mine were as clear as yours. Will you allow an old man the privilege of saying how much he admires your courage? I tread on delicate ground, I know, but I am so very old." Juliana half laughed, though her eyes were misty. She was aware that he knew the truth about her engagement. "I am afraid that you are not very accurate, Monsieur le Comte, and I could not do anything else but what I've done latterly. But oh, if only I had not been so wilful." "How wilful?" asked Monsieur de Saint-Susanne, raising his eyebrows. "You do not know the whole story. Only Mr. Bentley and Laetitia know that. But as you saw Monsieur de Sablière and me together that day by the stream, I think I ought to tell you. Shall we sit on this seat? I dare say that when you saw us, however surprised you may have been, you thought at any rate it was a chance meeting." Monsieur de Saint-Susanne seated himself beside her. "Had I allowed myself to speculate about it," he said, with his fine smile. "I should undoubtedly have thought so." "Oh, but it was not, Comte. It was I who suggested to Monsieur de Sabliac that he should be there that afternoon. I wanted to give him a book, and I returned to Mulholland Park that way on purpose. So, though I had no thought in my head but to show my independence." The words came out very low, and she studied the gravel. "You see that it is I who am to blame for everything." "Oh, but, my dear young lady," said the old man, "though in a sense that may be true, and one but thinks the more highly of you for acknowledging it. Still, it was in no way your doing that this vagabond was in the little wood and tried to rob you, and so brought about Monsieur de Sabliac's intervention." "Oh, yes, it was," said Juliana, "because if I had not acted so, the vagabond might have been there indeed, but I should not. I should have gone back the other way, and so Monsieur de Sabliac would never have been involved in any difficulty." "Well, well," said the Comte, "we cannot all be wise when we are young, nor, even if we live to be old, can we foretell the consequences of our actions. A merciful dispensation, no doubt, of the good God." He had made it easy for Juliana to talk to him. Now she was looking at the austere profile, with her own brows drawn together. "There's one thing which has puzzled me so much, and that is, how Monsieur de Sabliac could have forgotten that you saw us together, so short a time before the vagrant attacked me. When his word was doubted as to my being in the copse, why did he not say to Mr. Bannister, 'Oh, but the Comte de Saint-Suzanne saw Miss Forrest near the copse just at that time'? You would have confirmed that if he had asked you, would you not?" The Comte inclined his head. "Oh, certainly, if he had asked me." "It seems so strange to have forgotten," repeated Juliana musingly. "But the whole affair must have been so sudden, such a shock. Mr. Bannister has told me about that interview." Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne got up and began to examine the climbing rose just by them, whose new green promise was once more clothing the old bricks of Northover. He picked off a leaf and looked at it. "Oh, you are sure, mademoiselle, that he did forget?" Juliana gazed up at him, astonished. "What do you mean, Comte? Not, surely, that he believed you would refuse to bear out his statement?" "No, mademoiselle, I do not mean that." He dropped the leaf. "It is a beautiful afternoon. Mr. Bentley cannot be back yet. Will you do me the honour to walk with me as far as my little cottage, Mademoiselle Juliana? I can answer your question better there." "Oh, yes, certainly I will come with you, if you wish," said Juliana, her surprise not lessened. The Comte's little house, it really was not more than a cottage, lay a bare 10 minutes from the gates of Northover. Juliana had been there once or twice with Laetitia to drink tea with the old man, but she was struck afresh to-day with its impeccable orderliness. He had a wrinkled French servant, and perhaps that was the reason. But then the same order pervaded his stiff little garden, which was not in her hands. "Oh, Perrine, bring us your elderberry wine and some biscuits," said Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne, and in the spotless parlour conducted his guest, with his usual punctilious courtesy, to a comfortable chair. And Juliana, not to be outdone in the same quality, sipped some of the elderberry wine, which she disliked, and looked once more at the pastel portrait of the young man in uniform over the mantelpiece, cut down, as she had heard, by the Republican soldiers in Alsace, because he refused to ask quarter, and brought back, after Condé's victory, on the gun he had died to save. 20 years dead, he was very handsome, very gay, and a sword hung beneath him. And beneath that, again, a little wreath of immortelles, so dry and shriveled that to Juliana they only emphasized what they commemorated. Her glance went thence to the tiny garden, with its beehives each exactly the same number of inches apart, and a sense of great sadness came over her. Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne could have gone back years ago, had he wished, to his estates and revenues in France. But no, that would have involved recognizing and making his peace with the usurper. Rather than belie his convictions, he lived on year after year in exile, poverty, and cramped surroundings, his family dead, with nothing to look forward to except what seemed a very improbable desire on the part of his native land for the return of the Bourbons. A dead bough. The words came back to her, and the withered everlastings seemed to lend point to them. And yet decay had its dignity. Meanwhile, the old man had been unlocking a writing table, and came back with a letter. "Here is the answer to your question, mademoiselle. I received this, by an unknown hand, from the jail the day that Monsieur de Sablière was taken thence to Norman Cross. You read French, I know." Juliana took the missive, written on coarse paper with an obviously superannuated pen, and in an unfamiliar foreign script. One glance at the signature, which sent the colour to her cheeks, and she read: "Wanfield Jail, March 21st, 1813. Monsieur le Comte, you saw me on Friday afternoon, about 4 o'clock, in converse with a certain lady on the banks of the stream. After she had left me at the bridge, the lady was attacked in Folly Copse by a tramp. I naturally rushed to her assistance, and had the good fortune to beat him off. To do this, I was obliged to go out of bounds for 10 minutes or so. For this technical breach of parole, and because it is asserted that, the lady in question being elsewhere at the time, the whole story is a fabrication, I am now in jail, and shall probably be sent to Norman Cross. Since I could have requested you, had I wished, to testify to this lady having been in my company that afternoon, shortly before the occurrence, and have not done so, you will understand why I ask you henceforward to forget the fact. The lady has now left the neighbourhood, and, I am sure, is ignorant of the turn events have taken. I do not wish her to be caused annoyance, nor would you, I am certain, desire her name to be coupled, however innocently, with that of a man on whom you have publicly turned your back. Raoul Marie Amédée de Sablière. But, by the land which gave us both birth, I swear to you that I did not break my parole, except in a fashion that any man must have done for the moment." The colour had left Juliana's face. Oh, he did not forget, then. He went to prison for a scruple. He could have saved himself. Why did he do it? I was not ashamed of having met him. The Comte sat down beside her. "Oh, my dear young lady, I am sure he was quite content to go to prison for a scruple of that sort. He is a gentleman, and it was not for him to mention having had the pleasure of a previous meeting with you, especially, may I say so, now that you have honoured me with your confidence, especially if it was not a chance meeting. He probably feared that that fact would come to light. No, no, my dear, you must not blame yourself unduly. He did quite right. Yet I, to my eternal regret, when I saw him marched off to jail, I did as he says. I turned my back upon him." But Juliana was too much occupied by her own self-reproach to feel Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne's very keenly. She got up and walked rather agitatedly to the window, pulling out her handkerchief. The outlines of the beehives were no longer quite clear to her. "I've heard you criticize Monsieur de Sablière because he served the Emperor," she said, dabbing surreptitiously at her eyes. "You said such soldiers had no traditions and no breeding. How could anyone have behaved more honourably, more chivalrously, than he has done?" "Mademoiselle, I have told you that I am full of remorse." "But I do not recede from my position," replied the inveterate old aristocrat. "Monsieur de Sablière, 1 in 100 of the Emperor's officers, has breeding and traditions, and I ought to have known that they would tell, in spite of his environment. No, I could not have wished Felix," he glanced for a moment at the portrait, "to have behaved otherwise. I shall welcome the day when I can beg Monsieur de Sablière's pardon for misjudging him." "Oh, but," said Juliana, half irritably, "one cannot count on that, now. If he has escaped, or if by chance he is the recaptured officer... No, I will not believe that. It would be too much ill fortune. Let us return to Northover, monsieur, for Mr. Bentley may be back now." She picked up the cloak which she had let slide, and her host put it over her shoulders. But as he did so, a thought struck her, and she turned again. "Then, all this time, ever since Monsieur de Sablière went to Norman Cross, indeed, you have known the truth about him, Monsieur de Saint-Suzanne?" "Yes, in confidence. It has been at once a reproach and a consolation to me." "Oh, then I think you might have shared it with me before," said Miss Forrest rather indignantly. "Oh, my dear Mademoiselle Juliana, I am not sure that I ought to have shown you that letter even now. Oh, certainly I would not have done so before you admitted me into your confidence about the rendezvous. The whole point of the letter was to bid me forget the fact that I had seen you together, and I endeavoured to do so." "But," began Juliana, and then stopped, for there were steps in the little hall, Perrine's voice at the door announcing, "Monsieur Bentley," and that gentleman himself walking hastily in, too perturbed to be tactful. "Oh, it's true, I'm sorry to say. And that is, Bannister has heard that the recaptured officer came from Wanfield, which is sufficient to identify him as de Sablière. Oh, and the sentinel has died. A most unfortunate affair. I shall go to Yaxley tomorrow to see the boy and get the facts, and then to Peterborough or Huntingdon to interview an attorney. He must have the best possible legal assistance if the case goes to the assizes. Oh, of course, there will be an inquest first, and... Oh, my dear Juliana, drink this." He caught up the half-empty wine-glass as Juliana sank down, white as her dress, upon the nearest chair. She shook her head. "Oh, I'm quite well. And if you go to Norman Cross tomorrow, I shall go with you. Oh, Mr. Bentley, he deliberately threw away... Oh, I can't..." She could not, at any rate, finish. End of section 9. Section 10 of Mr. Raoul by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Eileen. Part 2, Chapter 4. A better gift than Rasselas. Quote, "The violence of war admits no distinction. The lance that is lifted at guilt and power will sometimes fall on innocence and gentleness. How little," said I, "did I expect that yesterday it should have fallen upon me." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 38. To visit a French officer prisoner, sir. That rests with the superintendent, Captain Hanwell. If you will drive round the barracks here, you will see the east gate of the prison before you, and the turnkey there will send your card in. I do not suppose there will be any difficulty. Then this group of buildings was only the barracks. The prison itself was behind that high encircling wall which they had already seen as they approached Norman Cross by the Great North Road. Mr. Bentley had alighted from the chaise and was talking to the officer who had appeared on their being stopped by a sentry, and Juliana, with her heavy heart, had moved nearer to the window to hear better. Mr. Bentley was now uttering thanks. Then she heard him say, dubiously, "I suppose you are not able to tell me, sir, how matters stand with Captain de Sablière, who is alleged to have fatally injured a sentinel." "Oh, is that the fellow you've come to see?" exclaimed the soldier. By now he had evidently become aware of the fair face at the chaise window. "You will be glad to hear, then, that as the sentinel has exonerated him." Both Mr. Bentley and Juliana gave an exclamation. "But we understood that the sentinel had died. ejaculated the former in astonishment. Oh, he nearly did, I believe. But he is now on the road to recovery, and when, last night, his evidence was taken again, he retracted his former accusation against Captain de Sablière. Said, in fact, that he had never really made it, knowing that he had knocked de Sablière senseless at the outset. Here the beautiful daughter at the chaise window showed signs of agitation. How lucky dog, this Frenchman! Mr. Bentley breathed an enormous sigh of relief. There is then no prospect of Monsieur de Sablière having to stand his trial? Oh, none at all, that I can see, responded the young man. A punishment of some sort, of course, he will get, for one can't encourage escaping, you know, sir, but nothing, condign, I'm glad to say. He delicately emphasized the reason for his sympathetic attitude by a tiny bow in the direction of the chaise. "I am very greatly obliged to you, sir," said Mr. Bentley. "You have relieved us from a terrible apprehension." "What a relief!" "Juliana, my dear, we are to drive to the prison entrance, yonder." "I will walk. 'Tis not worth my re-entering." And he motioned the postilion forward, while Juliana leant back with her hands over her face. There followed a wait, which seemed to her endless, in the turnkey's lodge outside the east gate, till at last the messenger from the interior returned, and the turnkey announced to Mr. Bentley that Captain Hanwell would allow him to see the prisoner he named. "As a matter of fact," he added, "he's interviewing him himself at the moment. If you will follow this man, he'll take you across to the superintendent's office there." So they went through the great gate, and were in the precincts of the prison to which she had sent her friend. Down a long, wide alley in front of her, Juliana saw the guns of the central blockhouse, and had an impression of penned humanity. But her mind was in such a turmoil that she was not conscious of much, except palisading and sentries everywhere, and over the palisading, the chimneyless, almost windowless casernes, roof after roof. Their guide bore to the left, across the open space dotted with sentry boxes, and stopped at a low building in a line with a stockade. It was of wood, like all the rest, and appeared to be an office, for within, at a high desk, was seated a clerk who incontinently withdrew himself into an inner room. Then, the turnkey likewise departing, Juliana was able at last to give vent to her relief. "Oh, Mr. Bentley, let us thank God that the sentinel is alive, and has told the truth." "Oh, indeed, my dear Juliana, I do," replied her companion with warmth, "and our young friend may do the same, as I hope he does. If this man had died, I don't like to think what might have happened to the boy." "But, Mr. Bentley," protested Juliana indignantly, "how could any jury believe so monstrous a charge?" "Oh, monstrous, my dear?" queried Mr. Bentley gravely. "It might very well have been true." "What? Monsieur de Sablière bayonet a sentinel?" Mr. Bentley shook his head. "Oh, my dear child, an escaping prisoner is usually desperate. When a young man's blood is up, when his liberty is at stake. However, we need not pursue that subject, but thank God with all our hearts that de Sablière was saved from that extremity. Now, sit down, and compose yourself after all this fatigue and anxiety. I understand that Captain Hanwell is interviewing our friend at this moment, I suppose in this very building, no doubt to announce to him the favourable change in his circumstances." Juliana obediently sat down on a bench against the wall. Her eyes went round the unattractive room, where the paper was peeling from the walls. Through the window she could see an empty enclosure, looking damp and sodden and inexpressibly dreary, and, at the end of a paved path which ran diagonally from the rear of this little building, the caserne, just like all the rest, which their guide had pointed out as the officers' quarters. This was the place to which she had sent him. But, oh, it might have been 1,000 times worse. It might have been Huntingdon jail on a capital charge. and that would have been her doing, too. But now, cleared of this dangerous accusation, and with all the evidence to hand of his initial innocence, he would soon be released. Perhaps in time he would forget this unmerited captivity and who had brought it upon him. Would he return to Wanfield? How would he wish to return to Wanfield? Mr. Bentley, who was slowly pacing up and down with his hands behind his back, now came to a stop, listening, and a tramp of feet was heard outside. Juliana got up, her heart beating painfully. The steps halted at the door, which began to open. A voice which she did not recognize said in low tones of entreaty, "Oh, for God's sake, take these things off before I—" And another replied sharply, "Oh, out of the question. In with you." Then the door swung wide, and there, standing just inside by the wall, not looking at them, was Raoul de Sablière, in the grey trim uniform he had worn at the January ball. The door shut again. But it was not the Raoul of the ball, nor indeed he of the stream. For a moment, Juliana hardly knew him. His face was nearly as white as the unforeseen bandage round his head, and there were dark circles under his eyes as if from illness. But the expression on his face was one of shock, of flinching. The next second Juliana realized also why he kept his arms in that unnatural position in front of him. His wrists were chained together. And she stifled a faint cry and shrank back in her corner. Mr. Bentley, who also had seemed for an instant disconcerted, now took a step or two towards the unmoving figure and held out his hand. "Oh, my dear de Sablière, I'm very glad to see you. I hope that bandage does not mean anything serious." And then he perceived why Raoul had made no motion to take his hand, and, biting his lip, he dropped it. "We have come, my dear fellow," he began again, "Miss Forrest and I." "Oh, Miss Forrest!" exclaimed the young man. His pale face was suddenly tinged with colour. He lifted his head sharply and saw her indeed in the background. The colour deepened painfully, and then it ebbed in a rather startling manner. He made an inclination of the head in Juliana's direction, and after an instant said, still in that voice which seemed someone else's, but was now expressionless, "It is very kind of you, sir, and Miss Forrest. I can say good-bye." "Oh, say good-bye," ejaculated Mr. Bentley. "Oh, what on earth do you mean? Oh, don't stand there like that, my boy, but come and sit down and tell us the whole story. We have heard some of it, and that is to say, the end, and we are happy to know that." He did not finish. Raoul had broken into the most disconcerting and mirthless little laugh. "Oh, have you heard the end, Mr. Bentley? The real end?" "I think not, or you would hardly use the word happy." "Oh, surely you're not going to stand your trial, after all," exclaimed Mr. Bentley in alarm, and again his glance dwelt on the handcuffs. The bandaged head was shaken. "Oh, I wish to God I were. I might have had a chance then, for I did not bayonet the sentinel, Mr. Bentley, and I think I could have proved it. And even if I had been hanged for what I did not do, it would have been over quickly. Oh, but now, it will not be over quickly, for I'm going... They're sending me." He obviously found it hard to finish, and, gripping his fettered hands tightly together, bent his head and turned away. "Oh, my dear boy, where?" asked Mr. Bentley, putting a hand on his shoulder. Raoul swung round again. "Oh, to hell, Mr. Bentley, to the hulks at Plymouth." Juliana gave a sharp cry. "Oh, the hulks!" "Oh, good God!" said Mr. Bentley, horror-struck. Then he recovered himself. "Oh, but that is impossible. A mistake. You are an officer. An officer cannot be sent to the hulks." "When an officer tries to escape, he loses the privileges of his rank," answered Raoul bitterly. I'm going with a gang of mutineers, which is starting on Monday for Plymouth, the hulks at Chatham and Portsmouth being so overcrowded at present that even the Transport Board cannot cram in any more. Going with the common soldiers, mutineers, you, said Mr. Bentley. It is unheard of, outrageous. I shall see Captain Hanwell about it at once. Oh, I assure you that it is useless, Mr. Bentley. He will listen to nothing. He has, I understand, his orders. And it has happened before to officers. I've taken part in an escape with violence, and I'm the only one who can be punished. The other two, I'm glad to say, got away. And it was they, of course, who stabbed the sentinel. Oh, something must be done about this. Captain Hanwell must be reminded that you were wrongly sent here in the first instance. Has he not heard from the Transport Office on that point? Has he not received Bannister's letter? You know, don't you, that it has all come out, and that Miss Forrest... Yes, I know, answered Raoul, and he looked briefly, painfully, towards Juliana. I received Miss Forrest's very kind letter. But has Captain Hanwell had no official communication? Persisted Mr. Bentley. That must be looked into. I shall see him myself. I will take no denial. How can I get at him? There's a clerk in there, I believe. Raoul's eyes dwelt on him in a manner which did not suggest that he had any great hopes from his intervention, as Mr. Bentley went to the inner door and knocked upon it and called. He said nothing, and never looked at Juliana during the short parley which ensued between that gentleman and the clerk whom he did indeed cause to emerge, and who agreed, not very willingly, to take him into Captain Hanwell's own office adjoining. And so, the next minute, the two were gone, and in the dull, disheartening little room were left the girl, looking like some strayed figure of spring in her pretty white jaconet dress, and the cape of green silk slung by a cord across her shoulders, and the young hussar in his silver-grey bravery, with a bandage round his head, which might well have testified to a battlefield and its painful honours. But spring had horror and remorse in her gaze, and the handcuffs made a mockery of the uniform. Its wearer was plainly only too conscious of that fact. He stood rigid by the discoloured wall, quite silent, his eyes on the floor, his fettered hands, as always, in front of him. He does not want even to look at me, thought Juliana, transfixed with misery. He hates me. He knows it is I who have brought him to this. Oh, he would rather be alone. But then, as if he had read her thoughts, the young man suddenly lifted his head, looked at her out of his dark ringed eyes, and said gently, "Oh, it is so kind of you to have come, and to have written like that, mademoiselle. But why do you not sit down? Is it too dusty in this horrible place? Oh, I wish you need not have been brought here." And from his tone, she felt sure that he meant how to see me like this. The conviction that he was humiliated by her presence, that indeed, since she had come too late, it would have been kinder to have kept away, brimmed over the cup of her unhappiness, and she sank down on the bench that might or might not have been dusty, and put her hands over her face. "Oh, mademoiselle," came his voice, less unfamiliar and strained. "Oh, please do not be so distressed. This cannot be helped, and Mr. Bentley should not have exposed you to the... Oh, mon Dieu, are you crying? Oh, why should you cry?" Oh, what a question! Suddenly Juliana was sobbing helplessly, and then she knew that he was beside her, having moved for the first time from his self-chosen station. "Oh, please do not cry," he said, and his voice was now as she remembered it. "Oh, mademoiselle, if I am guilty of making you do that, I do indeed deserve heavy punishment." But that observation, and the attempt at lightness with which it was uttered, did nothing to check Juliana's tears. Raoul sat down on the bench beside her. "Oh, mademoiselle, de grâce, You make me so ashamed to have let you see that I do not like my sentence. Oh, you must try to forgive me. I had only just heard it, but now I'm a little braver. Oh, mademoiselle." Juliana Forrest was not readily given to tears, and she found it proportionately difficult to control them now. Yet amid their mingled bitterness and relief, she felt that she really was distressing him and wasting the precious time as well. She made a great effort over herself, and presently was drying her eyes. And the question which for 24 hours had tormented her came out, not free of reproach. "If you had my letter, why did you try to escape?" "Yes, I do not wonder at your asking that," he said, with a little phantom smile. "It was because I was already committed to the enterprise. I tried to withdraw, but my comrades needed me. I knew that my conduct would seem foolish, and worse, ungrateful. But indeed I was not ungrateful, mademoiselle, only unable to do otherwise. I meant to write to you when I got out. But now I see you, and I can tell you myself how divinely kind and generous it was of you to write that letter. How generous, I, when it is entirely my doing that you're in this situation. No, not yours, mademoiselle." She coloured and dropped her gaze. It rested on her ringless hand. Then she raised her eyes again bravely. "Oh, yes, mine, Monsieur de Sablière. You know it was my pique and self-will which brought about all this." "Oh, mademoiselle," began Raoul, embarrassed, but she went on quickly. "Oh, it is true, Monsieur de Sablière. Alas, I wish it were not. Oh, but I know that you might have saved yourself with Mr. Bannister if you had been willing to risk a possible slight injury to the reputation of a girl who did not deserve such consideration. Oh, why did you not call the Comte de Saint-Suzanne as a witness to my whereabouts? Oh, indeed, you were too chivalrous. I'd no wish to hide the fact that we met that day by the stream. Had I known what hung on it, I would have blazoned it abroad." "Oh, mademoiselle," said the young man. His eyes thanked her. "But it was not so simple as that. It was not that, by calling the Comte, I so much feared for you the revelation of our very harmless little promenade by the stream, as that, for all I knew, you yourself had, and were not to be blamed for it if it seemed good to you. You yourself really had told a certain person that you had returned by the high road, and had said nothing about Folly Copse. I know now that it was not so, but I could not be sure of it then. So how could I call a witness who might prove you a liar? And you went to prison rather than run the risk of that." "Oh, but of course, mademoiselle." He seemed surprised at the question. "How could I repay your kindness by doing such a thing?" "Oh, kindness," said Juliana in a low voice. Her lip trembled a little. She looked at him sitting there beside her, pale, injured, fettered. Her victim, and yet how immeasurably above her. He was her judge. The thought of her rejected gift returned sharply upon her. "Oh, Monsieur de Sablière, I implore you to say that you believe I did not lie." He turned his bandaged head quickly. "Oh, mademoiselle, what are you thinking of me? And did you not tell me so in your letter? That was enough for me. Oh, it is I who should be imploring you for pardon that I ever thought you might have done so. But I never, for one moment, thought that you had done it knowing that I was in difficulties. Oh, never, never. And I begin to think now," he added on a sudden, half-whimsical note, "that, since it distresses you so, I'd better not have chosen the hospitality of Captain Hanwell. But it seemed the right course to take, then." Oh, that she should be driving him to apologize for his heroism and his chivalry was more intolerable than the other position. She sprang up. "Oh, you think I'm blaming you," she exclaimed. "Oh, Monsieur de Sablière, you must hate the very sight of me." "Oh, that," said Raoul as he rose, with something of his old, easy, buoyant manner, is not very probable, even if I were going to be hanged for what you choose to imagine is your doing, chère Mademoiselle Forest. And hanging, as you know, is not to be my fate. As for the hulks, perhaps I shall not stay there very long. An old ship and some water. The opening of the door stopped him. It was Mr. Bentley, unsuccessful, as was evident from his expression. "Oh, it is of no use," he said dejectedly. "Captain Hanwell expresses regrets, but he has definite orders from London. And he has received Mr. Bannister's letter. I do not see what further plea can be brought to bear on him." "Oh, but Mr. Bentley," objected Juliana, "evidently Captain Hanwell cannot realize that the initial injustice of Monsieur de Sablière's having been sent here at all is being pressed upon the commissioners at this moment by my father and others. He surely has sufficient discretionary powers allowed him to wait a few days and see the result. I shall go and interview him myself." "Oh, my dear, I am really afraid," began Mr. Bentley. "Oh, do not go, I beg of you, mademoiselle," said Raoul, looking rather startled. "Even to you, I do not think he will listen." "I assure you, I was not dumb myself." He smiled, half wryly, at the recollection. "Yes, I must see him," said Juliana firmly. "My father's name should have some weight." If Mr. Bentley did not actually ask for a little delay. "No, my dear, I can't remember that I urged that. I argued rather from the premises you mention, that Monsieur de Sablière ought never to have been sent here at all." "Then I've a sufficiently good reason for an interview," said Miss Forest, "and I shall not be asking for too much. Will you take me to Captain Hanwell, Mr. Bentley?" "I shall see you again to take farewell, Monsieur de Sablière." "God bless you, mademoiselle," he answered. "But if they should have taken me away—" Juliana held out her hand, with a look which proclaimed, as plainly as speech, not what she thought of herself and her part in this calamity, but what she thought of his. Rather dazzled, Raoul took the little hand, as best he could, in both his own, and put his lips to it. In his own office, where there was no wallpaper to peel, so lined were the walls with pigeonholes, at a large table heaped with docketed papers and files, Captain William Hanwell, R.N., had now turned from the de Sablière affair, which, as far as he was concerned, he considered closed, to his correspondence with the Transport Board on a subject about which that body were just as inquisitorial, namely, the undue consumption and the ultimate fate of the birch brooms in use at Norman Cross. Captain Hanwell was fairly new to his present duties, having succeeded the late agent, the popular Captain Draper, just 2 months before. Like nearly all in his position, he was a naval official, the Transport Office being a branch of the Admiralty. The successful escape of Dunois and Claret, the attack on the sentry, a certain amount of friction with General Williams and Brigade Major Mills, the discovery of the complicity of the man Marwin, and some very stiff letters from the commissioners about the affair were not a particularly auspicious prelude to his 3rd month of office, and it would have been surprising if he had been sympathetic to de Sablière when he had had him before him just now. The culprit had been so stunned by his sentence that it had taken the news of Marwin's prospective 500 lashes to rouse him. He had then pleaded hard for the unfortunate militiaman, and was told that he should have considered the probable results to the latter before subordinating him. Yet Captain Hanwell, if stern, was neither vindictive nor unjust. He had every right to be angry, and he was only carrying out his instructions. He had just taken up his pen to assure the commissioners that the old broom stumps should be received back into store, as they ordered, when there was a knock at the door. It opened, and there came in a beautiful, tall girl, simply and elegantly dressed, accompanied by the oldish gentleman he had already interviewed. Miss Juliana Forest, Lord Falgrave's daughter desires the favour of a word with you, sir," said this Mr. Bentley. And there was nothing for Captain Hanwell to do but to jump up and fetch her a chair, and exhibit all the attention proper from a naval officer to a member of the fair sex. But when this attractive intruder reopened the question of the fate of de Sablière, he presented an immovable front. "How I do not for a moment doubt your testimony, Miss Forrest," he assured her when she referred to the episode of the tramp. "In substance, it is already familiar to me, you know, from a letter which I received from the agent at Wanfield. But you see, do you not, that to adjudicate on Captain de Sablière's past innocence or guilt never came within my province. He was sent to me as a Broke-Parole, and as a Broke-Parole I received him, and that past guilt or innocence does not, unfortunately, at all affect the question of the grave misdemeanour he has committed since. But all I ask for, sir," replied Juliana, "is a few days' delay, only that you should not send him to the Hogs on Monday. My father and my cousin, the Earl of Chichester, are both interesting themselves in this case. It is impossible that nothing should come of the representations to the Transport Office. Again, I do not doubt your word, Miss Forrest, but I must point out that there is no trace of this in the instructions I've just received from the commissioners." "Oh, but by Monday you may well receive different instructions," pleaded Miss Forrest, a bright spot on either cheek. "Oh, this place is not very far from London." "Oh, 76 miles," returned Captain Hanwell, with precision. "If I hear from the board in Captain de Sablière's favour on Monday, you may rest assured, Miss Forrest, that he will not go with a draft. More than that I cannot possibly promise." "Oh, you could not, then, yourself write to the board," suggested Juliana, "and point out that representations are being made to them." She paused suggestively. Captain Hanwell almost permitted himself a smile. The lady was very persistent for her Frenchman. It occurred to him to wonder whether Viscount Falgrave, for his part, were being quite so assiduous in London. "They must themselves be aware of it, madam," he replied, "if such influential pressure as his lordship's and the Earl of Chichester's is being brought to bear on them. And to inform them that representations are also being made to me, who cannot move in the matter without their orders, would, I think, prejudice rather than advantage the prisoner's case." "Oh, I think Captain Hanwell is right there, my dear," observed Mr. Bentley, who had wisely left Juliana to conduct this duel by herself. "Oh, but I'm sure that you will hear from them," reiterated Miss Forrest with feminine persistence. "Oh, if you could only keep him back a few days." "Oh, impossible," replied Captain Hanwell rather shortly. "In the first place, I should be disobeying the plain orders of the board just transmitted to me. In the second, were I willing to disobey them on the chance of the arrival of a counter-order, I should be obliged, if no such order came, to incur the expense of a separate escort for de Sablière. And, you must forgive me if I sound unduly harsh, apart from my orders, I cannot personally see why he, who has actually broken prison and been concerned in the shedding of blood, should suffer a less punishment than the misguided ruffians in block No. 4, who have done neither." Oh, it was, evidently, hopeless. He did not want him to be reprieved. "And how will Captain de Sablière go to Plymouth?" "Oh, he will march with the rest, Miss Forrest." "A march from Huntingdonshire to the extreme limit of Devonshire!" "Our prisoners are only required to do an average 12 miles a day." "Oh, then it will take weeks." "It is a healthy enough life in fine weather." "The journey will probably be preferable to what he finds when he arrives, poor boy," put in Mr. Bentley sadly. "Yes, I think you are right there," agreed Captain Hanwell with a certain grimness. And he rose to indicate the end of the interview. "You think me hard, I'm sure, Miss Forrest," he said, as he went to open the door for her. "But you must remember that an unfortunate sentinel has all but lost his life over this business, and another has to be flogged. Pending any reconsideration of their order by the commissioners, de Sabliac must take his punishment, too. And I should not be doing you a kindness if I held out any hope of its being remitted now. I am sorry. Good afternoon." He bowed, and they found themselves outside in the damp. "Oh, what a hard, cruel man," said Juliana. "And what have I done? What have I done?" "You have done your best, my dear," said Mr. Bentley, patting her arm. "You must not be morbid over it. The terrible pity is that the boy tried to escape, especially after getting your letter. Oh, I can't understand his doing it. That was not your fault." "Yes, everything is my fault, because I sent him here," said the girl. "He did not want to escape, but the others needed him, it appears." Struggling for her composure, she glanced at the door of the other office. The sentry was still on guard outside. "And now we have to tell him that there's no hope of remission." "Well, I'll do it, my child," said Mr. Bentley compassionately. "I think you had better not see him again, since it distresses you so." "Oh, no," replied Juliana instantly. "I must see him again. And I think," she added, "that I would rather see him alone." "Oh, very well, my dear. I will wait for you out here." Raoul de Sabliac was sitting on the bench in the far corner, his elbows on his knees, his face hidden in his hands. He did not seem to have heard the door open, for he made no movement, and Juliana was able to stand near it a moment till she was sure she could control her voice. Oh, it was only for her sake, then, that he had shown that cheerfulness, when he thought he was alone. She went and sat down beside him. Even then, he did not move. "Oh, Monsieur de Sabliac, it is of no use. He will not consent to any delay. But if the transport office do not relent, not a day shall pass that I do not work for your release. Not a day. I shall communicate with you at Plymouth and keep you informed. Even if my father and my cousin can do nothing, I shall not rest, I swear it, until I have you out, somehow." He murmured something scarcely audible about his not being worth so much trouble, and the lifeless tone seemed to indicate that he had little faith in her efforts. Oh, small wonder, when already, as she now noticed, his wrists were chafed by those horrible handcuffs. Her eyes filled. "Say that you trust me," she said, in a breaking voice, "or I cannot bear it." That brought his hands down, and quickly. She caught them as they came. "Do you trust me? Me who have harmed you so?" He tried to smile at her, and as far as his mouth went, the result was not unsatisfactory. But out of his eyes, not to be hidden now, looked something that had no kinship with smiles. "I do," he replied firmly and earnestly. "I believe every word you say. I doubt if you can do anything more, but I would trust you with my life, and I shall think of you every day, as you were at Wanfield, and still more, as you have been here." He did trust her, he did believe. And she was all he had to look to in the horrible existence to which he was going, the pit into which she had pushed him, which he dreaded so much that he had not been able to hide his momentary failure of courage. The tide of pity and remorse which every second was rising higher in her heart was swelled by another stream whose existence in herself Juliana Forrest had never guessed, that fount which almost every woman has of maternal and protective for a man. And so she gave him a last and more beautiful remembrance of her, for as he looked at her with those betraying eyes, his manacled wrists clasped round by her compassionate fingers, she suddenly leant towards him and kissed him on the forehead, low down, because of the bandage, almost between the eyes. Kissed him as his mother might have done. And before he had recovered from the wonder and the surprise of it, she was gone. End of section 10. Section 11 of Mr. Raoul by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Yoke-Fellow. Quote, "The angels of affliction spread their toils alike for the virtuous and the wicked, for the mighty and the mean." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. "There, at the end of the file," shouted the mounted subaltern in charge. It was 9 o'clock on Monday morning. The mutineers destined for the hulks, drawn up just inside the south gate of Norman Cross, murmured and stared as an officer was marched up to join them, and Raoul swept a hasty glance over the double rank of sullen, reckless faces. He had just learnt that prisoners were handcuffed 2 and 2 upon the march, and as his escort brought him nearer, he beheld his future companion in irons, a big man of 45 or thereabouts, grizzled and not over clean, and with the general stamp of a rogue. A droop of the right eyelid did not improve his appearance. His hairy and unengaging right wrist was already encircled by a handcuff, and near him a soldier was waiting with some keys. "Oh, look sharp now," said the lieutenant impatiently. Raoul took his place by the large man and held out his own chafed wrist without a word. His companion looked down at it curiously. The sergeant hesitated. "Have you got a handkerchief, sir?" he asked in a low tone. Raoul produced it, and the man wrapped it round his wrist. "I should do that all the time, if I were you," he muttered, as the iron snapped into place over it. "Thank you," said Raoul, and gave him a little smile. All he could give in return for the man's humane impulse, for his small store of money had been taken from him after his attempted escape, though he had been told this morning that it would be returned to him on arrival at his destination, and he had not yet received the allowance of 6 pence a day which was made to prisoners on the road for their subsistence. 5 minutes later, marching in double file, the armed escort either side, the officer bringing up the rear on his horse, the string of unfortunates was on the tree-shaded Peterborough road, where, a week ago, Raoul had hoped to find himself in very different circumstances. A few minutes more, and they debouched onto the great North Road and turned their faces south. There was life and traffic here. It was strange to see it once more, and they had not gone very far upon its excellent surface before a coach passed them laden with passengers. As it drew abreast of the gang and its escort, the horn began fumblingly to bray out the Marseillaise. It was a brutality for which nothing in his English captivity had so far prepared Raoul, and he clenched his hands and swore under his breath. "Quite a pretty attention," remarked his comrade, speaking for the first time in a husky voice. "They don't play it very well, though." "Oh, it is an abominable thing to do," said Raoul between his teeth, as the derisive strains died away in the distance, and nothing was heard for the moment but the dull tramp of more than 80 feet. The man to whom he was handcuffed laughed. "For me, I've heard that air too often to care who plays it. You are too sensitive, Captain. That comes of being an officer. And, speaking of that, I ought to feel honoured to share this with you." He gave the short bit of chain a little shake. "I don't suppose you could return the compliment, though. I'm not exactly a dandy, am I?" "Oh, but I should not feel flattered, even if I were tied up with Soult or Masséna," responded Raoul. "On the other hand, you and I have both fought for the Emperor, and we have both known captivity and misfortune, so there's not much to choose between us." His companion gave a hoarse laugh. "Oh, I've done as little fighting for the Emperor these last years as I could manage," he said, with great frankness. "I deserted twice, once in Germany, and once in that devil's own country, Portugal. But I don't think the English officer knew that when he picked me out for you, Captain. It was just chance. And I can tell you this, that you're lucky not to be coupled with a sailor, for they don't understand that, and to a soldier, once an officer, always an officer, and they treat a Broke-Parole just as one of themselves. You'll not have to complain of that sort of thing from me, at any rate, mon capitaine. Oh, thank you for the assurance, returned Raoul rather dryly. And, in any case, let me tell you that I'm not a Broke-Parole. What is your name and regiment? You'll excuse me, Captain, said the man with a grin, if, in the circumstances, I don't tell you my regiment. And my name? Well, I'm always called Sarre-Louis. I'm from Lorraine. A little farther, and he was inquiring quite respectfully, and in fact admiringly, about his companion's frustrated escape. They'd all heard about it, of course, in their caserne. The captain had had hard luck indeed, though not so hard as if the sentry had died. At one time it was reported that he himself was dying from the effect of the blow on the head. Raoul assured him that this had never been the case, and that, though he still had to wear a bandage, the wound was nearly healed. He did not add that to him the chief disadvantage of this adornment, besides adding to the conspicuousness already conferred upon him by his rank and bright uniform, was that he could not wear his tight-fitting shako, but must march bareheaded for the present. At the village of Stilton they quitted the Great North Road, turning off to the right and making for the Northampton main road through a network of minor roads and lanes. At their first halt, Raoul discovered the composition of the party. There were 32 prisoners, a guard of 8 men, a sergeant and a corporal, and the officer in charge, one Lieutenant Hunter. Besides these, there was the conductor, whose business it was to ride on ahead and make arrangements for the billeting of the men for the night in some barn or outhouse, and to pay them their allowance of 6 pence a day. With such affairs the officer in charge had no concern. His business was to see that no prisoner escaped en route, and he looked as if he would carry out this duty all the more efficiently, and that he plainly had no fancy for journeying to Devonshire in charge of what amounted to a gang of convicts. Yet life at Yaxley must have been monotonous enough. For Raoul, at least, and despite a slow, unhurried progress and frequent halts, Thrapston village on the Northampton road, where they were to spend the night, was not attained any too soon. To a man not long out of bed, it had seemed a portentously lengthy 12 miles, which Sarre-Louis had informed him was the usual day's stage. And indeed, though he did not know it, it had been nearer 15. Raoul had rather liked the narrow lanes, for they seemed to hold out better prospects of escape than the turnpike road, and in one he had seen belated primroses. But, as it happened, they were never afterwards to engage in such byways. At Thrapston they were shepherded into a large barn, which had been engaged for their occupation, and, to Raoul's relief, were unshackled for the night. He had already been speculating as to his reception at the hands of his fellow prisoners when they were removed from the constraint of their guards. Once shut into the great dusky building, they were not allowed a light. He soon discovered what it was to be. They began by exhibiting an ironic and exaggerated respect, which was in itself insulting. Such cries resounded as, "A room for the officer," "Make way for the captain of hussars," "Now, you wretched linesmen and sailors, out of the way, here comes the cavalry," "How will the general condescend to sit on this here tub?" Raoul declined, and taking as little notice of their facetiousness as might be, went and sat himself down on a heap of turnips in a far corner, and tried to tear his attention away from this stupid mockery into the wonderful thing that had happened to him on Saturday, which, indeed, had been with him ever since, like a sustaining hand. He might be miserable, but he was, unbelievably, blessed as well. As a particularly offensive remark about the honour of officers came to his ears, He told himself that not one of these poor devils who were now trying his temper had a single soul in England to care what became of him. Oh, but he... Once again he was sitting on that bench. Once again he heard her voice, so deeply stirred, felt her agitated hands, and then, miraculously, her lips on his brow, like the kiss of a saint, which he should have received on his knees. For he had no illusions about the feeling which had inspired it. So might Adrienne have kissed him, had she seen him then. But he was recalled from that mental place of refuge to the realization that the disorder in the barn was growing, and that, for the sake of the future, it was time to put a stop to it, if he could. "Oh, look here, my men," he said, suddenly emerging from his dark corner. "Do you imagine that the English sentinels outside are gaining a very favourable idea of what the Emperor's soldiers are like? Because I do not." "Oh, what? Not if they see us in our beautiful new uniforms, you and me, Captain," mockingly inquired a scarecrow figure, lurching up to the young man, and bringing his rags into juxtaposition with a smart silver grey. "We was soldiers once. We ain't even deserters now," growled another voice. "And most of us never was soldiers," observed a privateersman, and added, "Oh, thank God," on which there was a nascent scuffle. "Oh, at any rate, we are all French here," went on Raoul, making his voice heard with some difficulty. "It is not that I want to claim any superiority over you, or any right to your obedience because I'm an officer, for I'm only, like each of you, a Frenchman in misfortune. Oh, but you brought your misfortune on yourself, Captain, by breaking your parole," put in someone quickly. "Oh, you wasn't in misfortune before that, like us poor devils, for no fault of our own, but living on the fat of the land in a fine house, and free to go where you liked, along of being an officer." Raoul kept his temper. "How am I to persuade you, monsieur, that I did not break my parole?" "Oh, not very easily," sniggered the same speaker. "For if you didn't, why were you sent to prison?" "Oh, begging your pardon, of course, for the liberty, General." "I was sent there because an enemy bore false witness against me," replied Raoul succinctly. "I will swear that by anything you please. You have therefore no reason for treating me with disrespect, and so giving the English a handle against the Emperor, for that is what you are doing by this behaviour." A voice declared that the Emperor would feel this burden very little, having enough on his hands without it. And then a prisoner of a waggish turn suggested, "Oh, hasn't the captain got a demoiselle? For sure he has, a handsome hussar like him. Let him swear by the white hands of his demoiselle that he is not a Broke-Parole, and I, for one, will believe him." The idea caught the unruly assembly. It seemed an odd and not very suitable way of asserting his position and his innocence, and he had no demoiselle. But surely Miss Forrest, who had been so heavenly kind, would lend him her white hands, and thought. So he swore, thinking of them again as they had touched him, and no doubt he swore with fervour. The shadowy, wolfish crowd acclaimed him, and the same wit who had proposed this ceremony struck up, with bitter and calculated irony, the marching song à la première auberge, and the rest roared out the refrain. "Compagnon, dites-moi donc, dites-moi donc, dites-moi donc, si les demoiselles sont belles, où nous allons." And then, with an odd mixture of bravado and respect, they asked the captain if he would sing them a soldier's song, just to show that there was no ill will. So Raoul, seated on the tub, sang them, after a moment's thought, the old air, charming and a little wistful, which had floated round the campfires of Louis XIV and many a leaguer since. Au jardin de mon père, les lauriers sont fleuris. Au jardin de mon père, les lauriers sont fleuris. Tous les oiseaux du monde vont y faire leur nid. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon.
auprès de ma blonde qu'il fait bon dormir.
And they took up the chorus till he came to the 7th verse.
Dites-nous donc la belle, où donc est votre mari? Dites-nous donc la belle, où donc est votre mari? Il est dans la Hollande, les Hollandais l'ont pris. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. Il est dans la Hollande, les Hollandais l'ont pris. Il est dans la Hollande, les Hollandais l'ont pris. Que donnerez-vous belle pour avoir votre ami? Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. Que donnerez-vous belle pour avoir votre ami? Que donnerez-vous belle pour avoir votre ami? Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Le tour de Notre-Dame est le cloche de mon pays.
But before he could finish the remaining stanza, someone burst out with a tremendous oath, and Raoul, looking round in surprise, saw that it was his yoke-fellow Louis, who had taken no part in the previous altercation. "Oh, no more of this, comrades, or one will play the crybaby. Who wants to be reminded of the clocher de son pays here? Besides, you should remember that a few days ago the captain bayoneted a sentry, which none of us had the pluck or the luck to do, and had his head cut open in doing it. You might give him the chance of getting a little rest and sleep, you blank blank." "Agreed," chorused the now quieted audience. "We will all go to sleep." And they dispersed at once to divide the straw which had been thrown into the barn for them. And one meek-looking little man with a lisp, who, as Raoul afterward discovered, possessed a most murderous disposition, came up to him with tears in his eyes and faltered, "Oh, you sing like an angel, mon capitaine." "Ah, my poor wife, at Long de Saulnier, and does she ever think of me like that, I wonder?" And 10 minutes later Raoul himself was lying in a corner on a double pile of straw, fenced off from the rest by 2 hen coops and an old trough, which Louis had discovered and placed in position. The march, however, had tired him so much that for long he could not sleep. And persistently there came into his mind the memory of that winter night before the battle of the Gebora, when he had lain with his men in a barn in Estremadura, much like this. But they were his own men, and the morrow had brought that victorious charge, for his share in which he had been mentioned in the order of the day, had got his promotion, and very nearly the Legion of Honor, too. Now he was merely one of a gang of malefactors going to a living death. On the other side of the hen coops, Louis snored like a pig. Another man was cursing steadily in his sleep, and the smell of unwashed humanity and its garments was increasing in volume. But for all that, Raoul's last thought, his last sensation, was of Juliana Forrest and her lips on his brow. And to whatever depth he was henceforward to sink, he would always have that memory, that seal. Although the first day's stage was a long and tiring one, the weather had been cool. But next day, as they tramped along the road to Wellingborough, the sun took to shining with unspring-like intensity, and, in spite of the fact that it was a shady road, Raoul's damaged head soon began to ache. By the close of the next day, when they were nearing Northampton, he had had sufficient experience to warrant the theory that it was always likely to trouble him in heat and sunshine, and could only pray that these might not be his portion too often, for he was determined not to complain, and indeed had not much chance of doing so. The officer in command took no more notice of him than of any other of the prisoners. None of the escort was brutal, but their charges might have been cattle for all the interest that was shown. Sarre-Louis the deserter, however, turned out better than Raoul could have believed possible. He never took advantage of his position. He never inflicted on his companion during their hours of enforced intimacy any of the filthy language which he had at his command for others. He made up as good a bed for him every night as was possible, and never tried to share it. In fact, he seemed to have constituted himself a kind of orderly. But he could do nothing to make the weather less hot and thundery, though he displayed a genuine solicitude at its results, and on the 6th night, it was at Chipping Norton in Oxfordshire, stirred up the most fiendish tumult in an endeavour to impose silence on the whole barnful because his captain had a headache. It almost came to a pitched battle between the marine and the military sections, and when the fracas had subsided and Sarre-Louis, comically crestfallen, came up to Raoul where he lay on some sacks with his hands over his ears, and the latter very nearly cursed him for his misplaced zeal. A burning sun next morning gave promise of an abnormally hot day, and so it proved. And after an hour or two on the road, Raoul, in addition to his usual headache, began to suffer from momentary spells of dizziness. Sarre-Louis, in consequence, shoved his elbow under his as a support, which was not very comfortable for either of them, but served to steady the young man when he needed it. The sun got hotter and hotter as they trudged along the high, shadeless road towards Shipton under Wychwood, and Raoul began to fear that he might not hold out till the end of the march, especially as it was rumoured that it was to be a long one. At midday, when they crossed the Evenlode by Shipton, a halt was called, and Raoul and his inseparable companion lay down in the shade of a hedge. Listening to the murmur of the stream, and longing inexpressibly to strip off his hot, dusty clothes and plunge in, Raoul drifted into a doze, from which he was wakened by clumsy fingers spreading something wet and cool on his forehead as he lay there. "Oh, that is delicious," he murmured. "But how did you get it, mon bon?" For, without dragging his comrade with him, Sarre-Louis could not have gone to the river brink to soak the linen. "I got a soldier to go," responded the Lorrainer, bending over him. "It is your own handkerchief. Mon capitaine, report yourself now to the officer and fall out. And you will not be able to go much further, I think. You are as pale as a winding sheet." "No," said Raoul, with his eyes shut. "I'm not going to do that. And how could I fall out? We have to go on somehow, mon vieux, until we arrive." "I fell out once in Portugal before I deserted," observed Sarre-Louis, lying down beside him again. "But my God, that cured me of doing it for a bit." "You got into the hands of the country people, or the guerrillas, I suppose. If so, you're lucky to be alive to tell it." "Agreed," said Sarre-Louis. "Since you're indisposed, I will not tell you what they did to my companion. Oh, my faith, every time I thought of it for days afterwards, when I was hiding, I would bring up what little food I had managed to put into my belly. But if one got away here," he went on, musingly, "the country people are not like that devil spawn of Portugal and Spain. No, not at all, I think. Oh, name of a name, is it time to go on again already? Oh, wait, I'll help you up, mon petit capitaine." It was Sunday, and the bells were ringing for afternoon service in the great church of Burford as they came down the hill into the little town. But by the time that they were climbing up the wide, steep street out of it again, other bells seemed to be ringing in Raoul's head also. They had all thought that they were at least going to halt in the old wool trading centre, which, indeed, by mileage, should have been the end of their day's tramp. But, presumably because it was church time, Lieutenant Hunter would not allow it, and they pushed on up the hill, the escort as much discontented as the prisoners. And when they were up, they were ordered to proceed along the turnpike, which made for Northleach and Cheltenham, instead of taking the road which made more directly for Cirencester by way of Aldworth, the officer trusting, apparently, to come upon the turning to this later on, whereas they had already passed it, just outside Burford. Neither Raoul nor Saint-Louis was, naturally, aware of this fact from his own topographical knowledge, which was nil, but the nearest member of the escort, who happened to have observed a signpost, was grumbling under his breath, and Raoul understood the reason only too well. They were going miles out of their way, and would either have to retrace it, or plod along as far as Northleach and then turn south. And the road still went, though less steeply, uphill, and the sun was hotter than ever. Right and left stretched the great Gloucestershire fields, fading into miles of distance. Down on the right, green and inviting, but not for them, was the valley of the Windrush from which they had just ascended. "I will not give in," declared Raoul to himself, but he kept stumbling. "Our head going round again?" inquired Saint-Louis in his husky tones. "I would put an arm round you if I could, and devil knows." "Hola, Englishman, cannot you give the officer an arm?" he said over Raoul's head to the grumbling soldier next the latter. "Yes, if he will carry my musket and pack," retorted the militiaman, soured by his geographical presentiments. Saint-Louis shrugged his shoulders, and Raoul set his teeth and half closed his eyes. They passed through a double belt of trees, which was a slight relief. But when they came out into the full glare again, he felt quite sick with vertigo, and his brain seemed to be hammering at his skull. The soldier by his side muttered savagely, and far from encouragingly, "Going on like this all the way to Northleach, I suppose, 8 or 9 mortal miles, before he finds out that we have passed the blank turn." However, he was saved that test of endurance, for about a quarter of a mile farther on, the young hussar captain by his side suddenly swayed violently and pitched forward in the dust, though his fall was broken by his companion, whom he all but dragged down with him. The end of the column immediately stopped. The officer, looking annoyed, came riding forward from the rear, dismounted, and stooped over the fallen prisoner. "Undo the irons," he said curtly to the sergeant. "How damnable nuisance, this. Where can we get water?" He himself was unfastening Raoul's collar. "There's an inn just ahead, sir," replied the sergeant, preparing to free Saint-Louis, who was kneeling in the road beside his prostrate comrade. "In fact, we're almost there." And no doubt his own thoughts were suddenly gilded with the prospects of another beverage than water. It was true. Although it stood on the highway, the great elms hid the new inn until one was within a few yards of it, but there was no doubt about its presence, low, grey and solid, with attendant barns and orchards behind it. Saint-Louis, now on his feet, signified that he could carry his captain so far. Assisted by the sergeant, he got the insensible Raoul up and over his shoulder, and they moved on again. By the time that the head of the column, with its shuffling or its military step, had come abreast of the new inn, the whole personnel of that establishment was collected outside. Seeing that there was a wide, low wall in front, Saint-Louis carefully deposited his burden thereupon and asked for water, which request was also repeated more intelligibly by English voices. However, the motherly-looking landlady, after one glance at the young man with the bandaged head, lying so limply upon her wall, said to the world in general, "You bring him inside at once, this way, and I'd like to know what you soldiers has been doing to him." And, before the officer at the far end of the throng filling the road could either give or withhold his consent to this move, Saint-Louis had picked up the still unconscious Raoul with surprising ease and celerity, and was following the speaker in. Mistress of the situation, she preceded him through a passage and into a large parlour. "Lay the poor boy there," she said, indicating an enormous sofa under the geranium-filled window. "And, as I say, whatever have they been doing to him? Marian, fetch some brandy." She bent over Raoul and began to rub his hands. "Oh, look at this wrist now." And then, finding the room filling up behind her back. "Now, I don't want all you soldiers in here, thank you. Out you go. What do you suppose the poor fellow can do, laying here like this?" No, Raoul could do nothing, except unintentionally give an opportunity to a very astute philanthropist. By the time it became any one man's business to see what Sarre-Louis was about, the Lorrainer was nowhere to be found. The hurly-burly which ensued was the first thing that greeted Raoul when he opened his eyes again, but all the commotion was in vain. The deserter must have slipped out of the room unobserved, left the inn by a back way, raced down through the sloping orchards, and perhaps swum the Windrush at the bottom, and was either lying perdu or running for his life through the lonely Cotswold uplands. It was unlikely that without money or much of the English tongue he would retain his freedom long, but at any rate he had snatched it now, and together with Raoul's only possession of value, his watch. The officer, naturally, was furious over the business. He accused Raoul of having known of the project and feigned collapse in order to get the chain unfastened. Raoul, sitting bewildered on the horsehair sofa, and really more dizzy than before, with a different kind of dizziness, from the quantity of brandy which the kind landlady had poured down his throat, could only shrug his shoulders. He did not much mind what was said to him, provided only that they did not start along that road in the sun again. Mercifully, they did not. Lieutenant Hunter, who had by now discovered his mistake about the route to Cirencester, and decided to go no farther that day. And, indeed, the 12 miles had already been considerably exceeded. Very ill-temperedly, thinking no doubt of the similar arrangements already made by the conductor along the Aldworth road, he settled with the mistress of the new inn to quarter his charges for the night in one of her barns. Despite her protests, Raoul was removed from the large parlour and the unwonted comfort of its sofa, and committed to the same incarceration. But before this happened, she had unbandaged and bathed his head, and thrust various excellent small pasties upon him. Moreover, the straw in her barn was fresher than he had met of late, and his companions in misfortune were unusually quiet and attentive, considering that he had deserved well for Sarre-Louis' escape, some of them indeed believing, like the officer, that the whole thing had been prearranged. As for Raoul, he wondered with whom he would be conjoined tomorrow, someone less tolerable, perhaps, than his late partner. Judging from the trend of the conversation, there might even be some competition for the privilege. And then he remembered that they were now an uneven number, 31 in all, and fell asleep trying to divide 31 by 2. And by some strange process succeeding. End of section 11. Section 12 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Eileen. Part 2, Chapter 6. Raoul meets the devil in Bridgwater. Quote, "This, at least, is the present reward of virtuous conduct, that no unlucky consequence can oblige us to repent it." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 34. Probably as the result of the longer rest, for it could hardly be attributed to the brandy, Raoul found his head much better next morning, though in body he did not feel very vigorous. No official inquiry was made as to his condition, nor, indeed, had he expected one. But, to his surprise, after all the other couples in the barn had been shackled together, he was marched out alone, led up to the already mounted officer, and fastened by his left wrist with a stout cord to that gentleman's off stirrup. The procession started from the new inn. It was a lovely morning, of a dewy freshness. The road, now level, still ran along the crest of the ridge, and afforded beautiful wide views. Raoul looked at them, hardly thinking about his unusual situation, or the officer whose spurred foot his hand was almost touching. The only thing that mattered was whether he would be able to get through today's march without another faiblesse. Yet, annoyed though he was at collapsing yesterday, it had been beyond his power to prevent it. But that afternoon at Norman Cross, what sort of an idea of a soldier of the Empire had he given Miss Forrest on that occasion? He had ever since been acutely ashamed of his unmanly display, and yet it was possible that but for it he would never have received from her that angelic assurance of compassion. At that moment she had been as Notre Dame de Bon Secours, to whom one might without reproach disclose one's needs. But since that day no man, at any rate, had seen him show the white feather, nor was any man going to. They had gone perhaps a couple of miles in silence, when Lieutenant Hunter said suddenly, "Oh, take hold of the stirrup leather." And as Raoul, surprised, looked up at him, he added, just as abruptly, "Oh, that will help you along, won't it?" "Oh, thank you," said Raoul, and moving his hand a little, gripped the taut thong. Silence descended for another half-mile or so, and then the rider demanded, "Oh, how did you contrive to time your swoon so well yesterday?" "One hardly times those events," replied Raoul with a little frown. "Oh, it was suspiciously near the inn, however. If that ruffian had not carried you in there, he would never have got away." "I knew nothing of any inn," replied Raoul briefly. "I went on as long as I could, that is all." "We have a long march before us today," was the next observation. "Oh, I assure you that I shall not fall out again if I can help it," responded the tethered young man. Then he added politely, "This stirrup leather will be a great assistance to me." The officer said nothing, and Raoul returned to his reflections. The lieutenant could hardly continue to believe in his collusion with Saint-Louis if he were to tell him, which he did not mean to do, of the episode of his watch, the absence of which he himself had not discovered till this morning. Yet, after the first shock of disgust, he could almost wish the thief luck of it, for his compassion had been as genuine as his opportunism, and, as the English said, one could not make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. But the loss was more than pecuniary and inconvenient, for the watch had been his father's. What would his father say if he could see him now, tied up to an enemy's saddle? And probably that it was the fitting reward for serving a parvenu like Bonaparte. And pauvre père, he would be terribly upset. Luckily he could not see. He believed his son to be in prison, it was true, but only because the privilege of parole had been temporarily withdrawn for a time, a fiction which Raoul had hoped his family would not discover to be such. Of his latest misfortune they were as yet ignorant. He supposed it would have to be broken to them somehow. Here the saddle above him gave a creak. He felt fingers about his wrist, and, turning his head, found that the officer was stooping. "The cord is not loose, not at all," remarked the prisoner. "I was feeling if it were not, on the contrary, too tight," responded the rider, as curtly as ever. "Were you in irons at Norman Cross before you started?" "Yes, for 3 days." "Oh, I thought so. Why is your hand bleeding now?" Raoul looked at it. "From my own carelessness, I expect. I must have scratched it against your spur." "I'm sorry," said the officer with extreme brevity, and the conversation dropped once more. On the whole, Raoul did not regret this. He could better devote his energies to the business in hand, getting to Cirencester. He certainly did not regret that he had the stirrup leather. Northleach at last, and a halt. The officer dismounted and went into the inn yard, while Raoul hastily threw his arm over the saddle and, leaning against the horse, stared very hard at the fine old church in front of him, round whose pinnacled tower the Swifts were holding their aerial games.
Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Le tour de Notre-Dame et les cloches de mon pays. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir.
The officer came out again, followed by an ostler leading a saddle horse. "I'm going to mount you as far as Cirencester," he said shortly to Gaol, and began untying the cord. "You are very kind, sir," said the young man, greatly surprised. "But, though I would willingly do so, I've no money to pay for the hire of a horse." "The Transport Board must do that," replied the lieutenant, "if they give me men to conduct who are not fit to march." And Raoul got up, thankful for the indulgence, whatever were the officer's motive in granting it. He had not been across a horse since the day of Salamanca, when his own beloved Bayard had been killed under him. He was not now allowed the reins, and the cord, still round his wrist, was in the grasp of the soldier who had control of these. But in this manner he voyaged comfortably enough along the Fosse Way, the cortege having turned south for Cirencester just beyond Northleach. Prisoners and escort alike were tired when they got there, and Raoul felt rather ashamed of the privilege of being mounted. One or two remarks of no kindly nature were indeed made about it that night in the stables of the inn where they were quartered. Next morning, therefore, he got hold of the sergeant when he entered to put on the fetters of the rest, and said that if the officers were thinking of procuring a horse for him that day, he was deeply grateful, but that as he was now quite recovered, he would prefer to go on foot like the others. So he was once more attached to Lieutenant Hunter's stirrup, but as this operation was carried through, not outside a lonely inn, but in the middle of busy Cirencester, it attracted some attention and comment. The officer's brow was like thunder, and Raoul himself did not much relish the publicity of it. And the charger, possibly too well supplied with corn in that hunting centre, was unusually mettlesome after they had started, which, though it occasioned no particular disturbance to his rider, was once or twice distinctly uncomfortable for the prisoner, and a shade ignominious as well. He was obliged to hold tightly to the stirrup leather to prevent sudden drags of the cord upon his wrist. "Oh, be quiet, you brute!" exclaimed Lieutenant Hunter in extreme exasperation, as a wilder plunge almost took Raoul off his feet. "I'll teach you to play the circus horse." And by a very liberal use of the curb, he did succeed in subduing his steed, so that by the time they were out of Cirencester, the animal's behaviour had become normal again. But his rider's temper had not. "What is a thrice damned nuisance, having you strung on to me like this?" he observed angrily to Raoul, as though it were an arrangement forced on him by the latter. And Raoul was moved to retort dryly that it was no source of enjoyment to him either. And then, after a quarter of an hour's complete silence, Mr. Hunter electrified him by saying abruptly, "I suppose you gave me your parole of honour and marched free." "My parole!" exclaimed Raoul. A slow flush burnt his face. "Would you take it? I'm supposed to have broken it once." "I know that," snapped the officer. "No, I've no right to take it, and if you break it, I shall get into the deuce of a mess. Perhaps that consideration might have some slight weight with you." "No, not in the least," was the young Frenchman's unexpected reply. "My parole, once given, does not depend on considerations." Lieutenant Hunter looked down at him, and then gave a short laugh. "Upon my soul, if you really have those sentiments, then—" Raoul reflected. Tied up or chained up, he had no more chance of escaping, than if he were inexorably bound by his word, and by one method or the other he must, obviously, be secured. Moreover, he had never seriously contemplated an attempt to escape during the day, surrounded as he was by an armed escort, and clad in his very noticeable uniform. But he still hoped that there might come a night. "I will give you my word of honour to make no attempt to escape on the march," he said. "Ah, you intend to make off during the night, then?" "I don't say so," replied Raoul. "But I do say that if you also require my parole for those hours when we are all unfettered, you're putting too high a price on the privilege you offer. I will give you my promise for the daytime, and thank you for the courtesy, but otherwise I must refuse it." "Well, I suppose I must be content with that," said the lieutenant. "You definitely engage, then, to make no attempt to escape during the day on the march?" "I give you my most solemn word of honour not to do so," replied Raoul, looking straight up at him. "Very good," said Mr. Hunter, and lost no time in acting on this assurance. He withdrew his foot from the stirrup, pulled up the iron, and cut the cord with a penknife. "At the next halt I will tell the sergeant about you, and you may march where you please in the column. For the present, however, you had better stay here." Raoul thanked him. He was puzzled by this treatment. He had made not the slightest attempt to work on the officer's feelings, and after the affair of Saint-Louis had been fully prepared for harsh dealing. Nor did the lieutenant's manner to him suggest leniency. Yet first he had procured him a horse, and now was extending to him an indulgence that Raoul had never dreamt of, and which might very well get its originator into trouble if it ever came to be known. He concluded that Mr. Hunter must dislike his society so much that he was willing to go to any lengths to be rid of it. Yet surely, in that case, he could have had him tied up to one of the escort, since regulations declared that he had lost his status as an officer. "You're welcome to my stirrup leather still, if you wish," said the object of his surmises presently, and Raoul, thanking him, took it again, not wishing to appear churlish. And now that Mr. Hunter no longer had him on the end of a string, he seemed to have a weight off his mind also, and became a little more talkative. For the first time addressed him as captain, inquired about his military experiences in the peninsula, and expressed regret that he himself had not seen service there. That day's stage and the next were designedly short ones, and this fact, together with his having had a mount and the absence of hot sun, worked a remarkable change in Raoul's physical condition. He was no longer giddy, nor did his head ache. Indeed, he was soon feeling positive benefit from the open air and the exercise which had been denied him at Norman Cross. But all the while he and his companions were proceeding steadily nearer to their doom. At Chilcompton, 8 men made a determined effort to escape after dark. Raoul, as it happened, knew nothing of this design, and thinking it over afterwards, he suspected that they had been careful to keep it from him. For since he had been paroled, they had shown a certain jealousy and suspicion of him, though they had never been openly disrespectful after the first night at Thrapston. But the attempt was frustrated, and one of the fugitives slightly wounded. Raoul himself still cherished the idea of escape during the night, but he intended his attempt, when he made it, to be successful, and so far he had seen no really good opening. He was mentally hampered as well by a perfectly illogical feeling that his escape would be a poor return for Lieutenant Hunter's indulgence. He knew that this was a ridiculous scruple, yet he almost wished, sometimes, that he had not accepted his offer. But the days went on. Bath, Wells, Glastonbury were behind the Pilgrims, and soon they would be in Devonshire itself, and the picture of the hulks began to loom more and more blackly. Raoul was not going tamely to them without one final throw for liberty, whatever it cost, when the chance came. It did come on the 15th day, but not as he had expected. They had just marched through Bridgwater, and were going to make their prolonged midday halt about half a mile on the farther side of the town, when Raoul, discovering that he had lost his one remaining pocket-handkerchief, asked the lieutenant if he might go back into Bridgwater and buy one. Mr. Hunter readily gave him permission, warning him, however, to be back in 3/4 of an hour, and Raoul walked off, unescorted, as in the days of Wanfield, which now seemed so remote. Merely for the pleasure of feeling free to do so, he spent some time in the little linen-draper's shop, although they were out of pocket-handkerchiefs. "You'm a furriner, surely," observed the apple-cheeked old Somerset woman, looking at his uniform, and Raoul admitted it. "And where be gwine to?" she asked, evidently not having been among the inhabitants who had turned out to witness the passage of the gang a little before. "To the hulks, mother," replied Raoul. "I'm a French prisoner." The old lady lifted up her hands and exclaimed in horror, "Oh, my dear soul! You, so comely as you be, to one of they terrible places! Jan, do we hear that?" she called out to someone behind, and Raoul had a momentary glimpse of a bearded man in a jersey before he bade her farewell and left the little shop. He had still, he saw by a clock, plenty of time, and strolled about the town a little, not unnoticed by various small boys. Just by an old inn whose carving interested him, he felt a touch on his arm, and turning, saw the bearded man of the linen-draper's shop, with a companion of the same type. "Us do want a word with thee, sir," he said in a low voice, and impelled by curiosity, Raoul went with them a little way up the alley at the side of the hostelry. "Us do belong to Minehead, sir," continued the bearded one, "and our boat be here to the quay, and with tide gwine down and wind astern. And 'tis only a matter of 5 mile down the Parrot any day." "The Parrot? 5 miles? What on earth do you mean?" asked Raoul, bewildered. The bearded Jan approached still nearer. He smelled of ropes, tar, and a little of fish. "Bain't he French officer, and don't he want a boat to the coast, and no questions asked, lying snug under a spare sail?" His eyes twinkled suggestively. Raoul stared at him as if he were the serpent compounded with Eve. I can't," he said slowly, turning rather pale. "I've given my word not to escape." "Then the more fool you, asking your pardon," observed the other man. "Oh, come now," said Jan coaxingly. "Once you'm out of they crazy clothes, wi' a jersey on your back, who's to say a word to 'ee between here and Bridgwater Bay? And once in the Bristol Channel, speaking the tongue so easy like, you've but to work round the coast in a fishing smack or two, and in Mounts Bay, full of smugglers 'tis, you takes—" No, said Gaol, backing away from the siren, on which the other took up the tale. "Is it money, sir? Us can see you'm a gentleman, and us would trust thee till such time as—" "Oh, for God's sake, don't tempt me like this!" cried poor Raoul, and pushing him off, literally ran out of the alley, and made as fast as he could along the street, so fast that a spectator might have thought he was really absconding. And then he remembered that he had not bought his handkerchiefs. He went into another linen-draper's, where he had to wait before he could be served, so that, when at last he came in sight of the encampment by the roadside, he saw signs of activity, and deduced that he had exceeded the time allotted to him. He quickened his steps once more. A boat, the river, the Bristol Channel, only 5 miles away. Oh, if only he could! If only he could! It was a cruel vision, and he felt that it was going to haunt him. He came up to the group in the road, but his head was too full of where he might have been to observe the expression on the face of the sergeant as he called out to Mr. Hunter, already in the saddle. "Here he is, sir." "Oh, am I late, sir?" inquired Raoul. "I'm extremely sorry." And then, like a thunderclap, comprehension came to him. They were surprised to see him at all. "I understood that you had accepted my parole," he said in a hard voice, looking very straight at the young man on the horse. Yes, that is... Oh, damn it, there's been some misunderstanding, stammered Mr. Hunter. Fall in, he said sharply to the men, and then swung off his horse and approached the Frenchman where he stood stiffly in the road, clutching his little parcel rather tightly. You must forgive me, but I thought, and when I heard that you'd been seen talking to a couple of sailors. You sent a spy after me, then. I told the sergeant to follow you. Oh, put yourself in my place, de Sabliac, cried Lieutenant Hunter, now thoroughly shaken. I know very little of you. I ought not to have made this arrangement about parole. And when you had gone, it appeared to me that you had created this opportunity for yourself rather too neatly. I felt what a thundering fool I had been. And when the sergeant came back and reported that you had given him the slip, but that someone had seen you in conversation with 2 fishermen, I thought the temptation had been too much for you. Well, it was, nearly, admitted Raoul, a queer little smile creeping round his mouth. You see, it was so unexpected. For my errand, I assure you, was quite genuine, and I'd no idea that I was going to meet the devil in Bridgwater. You mean you had the chance of getting away? Oh, since you ask, yes. I suppose I might already be sailing down the river with a curious name, by invitation. But, of course, it was not possible. I'm sorry if I've delayed you. Will you accept my most profound apologies? Asked Mr. Hunter, studying the road with a noticeable increase of colour on his countenance. I shall know better next time. And raising his eyes, he drew himself up and saluted his prisoner as he might have done Lord Wellington himself. End of section 12. Section 13 of Mr. Raoul by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ialin. Part 2, Chapter 7. No Escape. Quote, his wish still continued, but his hope grew less. He determined to keep his design always in view, and lay hold on any expedient that time should offer. End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 5. It was with their arrival at Exeter on the 17th day that Raoul realized with a shock that he had only 3 nights left. He must make his dash for liberty within that space, or never make it at all. And he could only seize flying chance by the skirts, since to plan anything beforehand was impossible, when he knew nothing of the country, nor where the conductor would lodge them each night. The first night after leaving Exeter, they lay at Chudleigh, where circumstances were unfavourable. The second at Buckfastleigh, where they were even less propitious. Next morning, Raoul told himself desperately that he must make his attempt that night, wherever they were to be confined. If only it might be, as it often had been, some ramshackle and deserted barn. But their place of temporary confinement turned out to be exceedingly unlike this desired haven, for, to Raoul's surprise, it was a church, standing in a graveyard in the middle of a little town. It appeared that there was no other building in the place capable of containing them with safety, and the conductor had, rather rashly, Raoul thought, guaranteed that no harm should be done to monuments or furniture. The men laughed as they were shepherded into this unfamiliar kind of barracks, and most of them set to work to explore its possibilities. A few proposed breaking down some of the pews and making a fire in the aisle to dry their damp clothing, for it had been a rainy day, and were deterred from this project much less by Raoul's remonstrances than by the discovery that there was no reliable tinder-box to be had. So, after one of them had delivered a short and ribald discourse from the 3-tiered pulpit, and several had scrawled their names, as well as they could see to do it, in the gloom, on the mural tablets, they settled down for the night in the capacious pews. But Raoul still wandered round the walls, a grey shadow amid the greyness, feeling, tapping, shaking when there was anything to shake. The others, talking or snoring, took no notice of him, save once to shout a suggestion that he was sleepwalking. And so, when he felt his way into the small, square bell tower, which stood like an alcove at the end of the church, he passed from their remembrance as well. It was not probable that there would be any separate exit to this place. Nevertheless, he pursued his slow and methodical voyage round its walls. If there were one, it would be like all the other doors, solid and solidly fastened. Oh, Sainte Vierge! There was one! His exploring fingers had suddenly come on wood instead of stone. A door, a small door. But a fastened door, of course. There was a lock, but no key. Higher up, as he had already felt, there was a latch, and half mechanically his hand went back to it. It was stiff, and had remained lifted. For what reason, Raoul did not know. He took hold of it with both hands to pull it down again, and incontinently felt the door tremble with a slight pressure on it, as an unfastened door might tremble. Impossible. But he pulled harder, towards him, and with only a little reluctance the door followed the pull. It was not fastened. The sweat started out on the explorer as he stood there, the fingers of his left hand stealing round the edge of the little door, the others still on the latch. Now, was he going to share his discovery with the men in the church? No, it would be madness, for they would all troop out instantly, reckless as they were, and be shot down by the sentries outside. On the other hand, ought he to monopolize this startling opportunity? At any rate, he would not summon the others yet. He would slip through and reconnoitre first. The next moment he had done so, and was moving cautiously along the outer wall of the church, his heart beating almost to suffocation. He had known that he should find no moon, but for all that, it was much lighter outside than he had realized, disconcertingly light. Every tombstone was more or less visible, and he certainly would be. He stopped. It would be better to return to the church and wait a little. Oh, too late. Here was a sentry coming round the bell tower. He was already between him and the little door. Raoul slipped past the next buttress, and then dropped to his hands and knees and crawled, and thus progressing among the tombs, this time at right angles to the building, had the satisfaction of getting almost to the cover afforded by a large upstanding family monument, when, without the slightest warning, a bullet splintered into it just ahead of him, knocking chips of stone in all directions. Most disagreeably surprised and startled, and paying no heed to the belated shout of "Halt, or I fire," which now reached his ears, the fugitive then took the perilous course of springing to his feet and running. In another locality, the course might have been a sound one, but a graveyard is no place for a twilight sprint, and so Raoul found. Before he could pick himself up from the flat tombstone over which he had tripped and fallen headlong, a sentry was on him, his hands at his throat, and in an incredibly short time was joined by another as zealous as himself. Indeed, the vigorous fight which the recaptured prisoner put up was less for liberty than to save himself from strangulation. In the end, breathless, dishevelled, bruised, and generally rather limp, he was taken back through the little tower door, which had meanwhile been discovered and guarded, and thrown into one of the high, roomy pews. Shouts, shot, and re-entry had roused the rest of the prisoners to excitement, which the soldiers, cursing the author of it, had now to quell. In the middle of the turmoil arrived Mr. Hunter, at whose advent it somewhat died down. He had ordered the little door to be nailed up from the outside, and the noise of hammering was already resounding when he unexpectedly appeared at the door of Raoul's residence, with a lantern-bearing orderly behind him. So unexpectedly, indeed, that he took its occupant by surprise, and found him still rather dazed and breathless, sitting in a corner with disordered hair and dabbing at a graze on his temple. "Are you hurt, de Sablière?" he inquired in an unemotional voice. Raoul instantly put away his handkerchief and rose to his feet. "Only my clothes, sir. I've no complaint to make." The officer surveyed him for a second in the light of the lifted lantern. Some of the scarlet frogs had indeed been wrenched away from the breast of the grey dolman, and the high military collar was gaping after its departed hooks, while the red and white sash round his waist, some of its twisted strands broken and hanging down, was several inches away from the locality prescribed by the imperial regulations. "Did anyone outside tell you about that door, or help you in any way?" "No one, sir. I came on it almost by chance." "Very good," said Lieutenant Hunter, and withdrew. And 5 minutes later, when lanterns and clattering boots had gone, the church settled down to almost its usual nocturnal silence. Aching and horribly disappointed, Raoul stretched himself out on the wide seat of the pew, with his head on a moth-eaten hassock. The high wooden walls of his retreat gave him such privacy as he had not known since he left Wanfield, and such as he certainly would not know tomorrow night. And finally he slept, undisturbed by the mice which ran over his legs. Opinions were freely expressed in the church next morning that the captain, after last night's exploit, would not be allowed to march free for this, the last day's journey. Even Raoul himself felt a little doubtful. But no, he was not to have any slur cast on his word now. Mr. Hunter made no reference to the occurrence, nor indeed did any conversation pass between them. Raoul walked in his usual place, unfettered and rather dishevelled. It was raining slightly when they crossed the Erm, more heavily when they came to the Yelm, and Raoul pulled his pelisse over his shoulders. One more of these beautiful free-falling rivers that Dartmoor sent as a message to the sea, and they would be in Plymouth. But before they crossed the Meavy, they halted for the last time, in a spot being chosen, for the sake of shelter, where the road ran through a tiny wood. The rain, however, had ceased now, though the trees were dripping, and the air was hot and steamy. Raoul sat down at a distance from the rest on a fallen trunk. He was conscious of every leaf of his surroundings, for something warned him how often he would think of this day, and long for a road, even in the rain. He who had made such a poor use of last night's great opportunity, who could not bring off a successful escape, even when le bon Dieu had left a door open for him. As he sat there, his eyes fixed on some narrow ribbons of leaves, shining with wet and exultantly green, which poured themselves forth from between two mossy stones near him, he was suddenly aware of Lieutenant Hunter's presence. "Oh, don't get up," said the Englishman abruptly. "I want to speak to you." He sat down beside him on the tree, and then said nothing. It was Raoul who broke the silence. "What do you call that plant in English?" he asked, pointing. "Hart's tongue fern. A tongue of a deer, you know." "I thought we had better say goodbye now, de Sablière, while we have the chance." Raoul looked at him. "It is very good of you to say it at all, after last night. I'm sorry I put you to all that trouble. I hope at least that you'd not gone to bed." "No," said Mr. Hunter. "I shall always remember you, and your consideration, sir," went on Raoul warmly. After all, it seemed to be he who was doing the leave-taking. "There was not much of that shown you last night, I'm afraid," muttered Mr. Hunter, with an eye on his prisoner's uniform. "I can't help wishing—" and there he stopped. "And that I'd never found that little door of mine," supplied Raoul, and looked at him with almost a twinkle in his eye. But Mr. Hunter, with his teeth in his lip, was mutely studying the wet grass between his boots. After a moment he took up the riding switch, which lay across his knees, and began to examine that in its turn with close attention. You do not need to assure me, de Sabliac, he said indistinctly, that, whatever people say, you never broke your parole before you were sent to Norman Cross. I don't mind telling you that your behaviour at Bridgwater has given me a better opinion of the French officer in that respect than I've ever had before. Well, you could not give me a handsomer valediction than that, said Raoul, smiling. And apparently it was Mr. Hunter's valediction, for he now got up, and Raoul did the same. You said the other day that you had someone working for your release, I think. I can heartily say that I wish him success. Thank you, returned Raoul pleasantly. I also naturally wish him the same. Still Mr. Hunter lingered, switching rather savagely at the hart's-tongue fern. Oh, don't do that, exclaimed Raoul impulsively. You see, it will be there tomorrow. Shooting a rather perplexed glance at him, Mr. Hunter desisted. You make me wish that I could give you back what you gave me that day near Cirencester, he said, colouring in a curious and as it were reluctant fashion. I mean, without the alternative. But it is too late now. Raoul was startled in his turn and touched as well. It would always have been too late, Lieutenant, he replied. A poor return, too, and that would have been for your kindness. Well, whether your friend succeeds or no, de Sabliac, I should like to know when you leave the prison ship. It would be some compensation to me for having to take you there. Address me at Norman Cross, if you think it worth the trouble. Goodbye. He shook hands and walked towards his horse, and a few minutes later the whole convoy was once more in motion. Over the Meavy, through the streets of Plymouth with their sailors and their slatterns, and now in heavily falling rain. If only this, the last stage of the 3 weeks' pilgrimage, could have been prolonged a little. The hapless wayfarers did their best to spin it out. They lagged and had to be admonished. To Raoul, that march through the breadth of Plymouth was like being in the grip of a gigantic hand, which slowly tightened and tightened. At last they were come to the end of solid ground, for they were in a dockyard on a quay where a guard of marines from the hulks was already awaiting them. The conductor was with these, and he and Lieutenant Hunter formally made over their unhappy charges to the lieutenant in command of this party. "Why is that man loose?" demanded the latter, pointing to Raoul. "Because he is an officer, and I allowed him his parole, which he has most faithfully observed," replied Mr. Hunter. "You must know, sir, that there are no officers, and consequently no parole, here," was the angry retort. "I'm to have him jumping out of the boat, I suppose. Tie him up at once." And in the twinkling of an eye, Raoul found his hands secured with naval thoroughness, behind his back this time. He tried to catch Lieutenant Hunter's eye and smile, but the soldier, cursing under his breath, would not look at him. Soon they were being tumbled into the pinnace, which was waiting alongside on the grey waters of the Hamouse. The crew bent to their oars. The quay receded. Raoul kept himself from looking where they were going, for indeed the impulse was strong on him to leap, bound as he was, into those unfriendly waters. To keep it down, he tried, not for the first time, to make himself believe that on arrival at the prison ship he should find awaiting him an order from the transport board for his restoration to parole, and that he should set foot on the hulk only to leave it again. 3 weeks was long enough, surely, for some step to have been taken. Lord Falgrave was a peer, a privy councillor, he had heard, and he himself an innocent man. But when at last he lifted his eyes and had his first sight of the hulks, lying out in mid-stream like a string of giant blots on the water, his heart died within him. It was hard to believe that any good fortune could be waiting in those black sarcophagi. Yet every one of them had been in the past one of the most beautiful things that man has ever made, and the nearest to a living being. A full-rigged ship, splendid in majesty and motion. now stripped, dismasted, like birds without wings, or trees demolished by the axe. They were not only lifeless, but degraded, even less honourable in their immobility than the slave brig buffeted by the rollers of the Guinea coast. Except for some slight difference in size, a horrible uniformity reigned in these floating prisons, moored each behind the other for mutual surveillance. Each had a couple of jury masts with 1 yard. Round each, nearly at the level of the water, ran a gallery for the sentries. In each, the boats were all drawn up save one, secured to the raft at the foot of the accommodation ladder by an iron chain. The pinnace's crew took her to the third of the hulks. It was, so Raoul found later, the Ganges. They were herded out of the boat. He went up the last of all, so hustled by the impatient marine behind him that, pinioned as he was, he almost fell. And as he mounted the ladder he knew in every fibre of him, that there was no order of release here. For a second he looked up with hungry eyes at the gull sailing effortless overhead, ere he stumbled on to the dark deck which opened before him. 3/4 of an hour later, deprived of his uniform and clothed in a hideous and ill-fitting orange-yellow garb, branded with the great T and O of the Transport Office, an ignominy which he had never anticipated, Raoul de Sabléac stood in the lower battery of the Ganges, gazing, with a sick horror, through an atmosphere in which he could scarcely breathe, at its half-starved and half-naked population. The battery was only about 30 feet by 40. It was so low that a tall man could not stand upright, and the only light and air came from a dozen or so small ports, about 18 inches square. In this space, furnished only with a bench running round it, and 4 in the middle, were penned between 300 and 400 beings in various stages of misery, disease, and degradation, his future companions. It was the hour for a meal, and the hungry inmates of this inferno were clustered into groups round some great iron pots, into which, like a pack of savages, they were ravenously dipping their tin cups, or even their hands. Of knife or spoon there was not a trace anywhere. Well, he would starve rather than do that in their company. And as he stood there half stupefied with the clamour, watching the throng of evil faces, some of which, no doubt, had, when their owners first entered this place, been as unbranded as his own, Raoul felt as a drowning man may feel, whose fingers can no longer grip the spar which has kept him afloat. It would be profanation to think of Juliana Forrest here. He had better forget her. That pure kiss of hers, which he still carried, would wither in this atmosphere, for here, one could feel it instantly, was not misery merely, but depravity. A hand touched him on the arm, and looking round, he saw an elderly man clothed in nothing but a pair of old breeches. "A new arrival, I take it," he observed in a voice which retained traces of education. "Does not the look of this soup make your mouth water? Tomorrow we shall have dried fish that has been going the round for months, because since even we cannot eat it, we sell it back to the contractor again. But you, those clothes are new. You can stake them for a great deal, and have you not a watch or some trinkets or other? I'll play you for your watch." His hand shook on Raoul's arm. It was here as in the prisons, then. The unhappy creatures gambled away their very rags, the very bread out of their mouths. But before Raoul could make any reply, he was seized by the other arm, and the face of a damned soul, yellow and leering, was looking into his. "Ah, another recruit," it chuckled. "And where, my fine fellow, do you think you're going to sling your hammock tonight?" "By a scuttle, if I'm to be alive in the morning," answered the young man, half choked already. "Oh, I dare say. Places near the scuttles are all taken. You—" The leer became more pronounced. "But for money, for a great deal of money." "I have no money," said Raoul. "Then you can sling your hammock in hell for all I care," snarled the purveyor of breathing spaces, and, aiming an ineffectual kick at him, turned away. It was, indeed, where Raoul slung it, and where he lay all night gasping and thinking, sometimes saying to himself, "Oh God, how am I going to endure this? How can I?" End of section 13. Section 14 of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ialin. Part 3. The Making of a Wildcat. Chapter 1. Tight Shoes. Quote, "You shall be willingly supplied with such conveniences for the night as this cavern will afford." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 21. On the edge of the road, which runs from Taunton in South Devon down to the little port of Stowey, there was growing in the summer of 1813 a certain gigantic elm, larger and more stately than its fellows. For some 200 years it had duly thrown its quota of shade over the heads of the travellers and country folk who passed below it, though but few of these had been conscious of its separate identity. The sudden death of this tree, however, was to attract more attention than its long and serviceable life had ever done. For on the evening of the 11th of August in that year, a windy but not excessively windy day, the cables which for so long had moored the great elm to the soil were snapped without warning, as is the way with its kind, and with a vast crashing and rending it fell, and, since the hour was too far advanced to begin sawing operations, lay where it fell, presenting an impassable barrier to all vehicles on the Stowey road, and a pleasing test of gymnastic ability to the young of the nearest cottages. By them, the day the great elm blowed down would be agreeably remembered, and Captain Hervey Barrington, R.N., of Fairhaven, Stowey, was to remember it also. He was at this moment one of the descending passengers of the stage-coach plying twice a day between Stowey and Taunton, which conveyance, having received no previous warning of the downfall of the elm, had just come to a rather indignant standstill before the prostrate giant, and this at 7 in the evening. Some of its occupants, indeed all who had any baggage worth mentioning, were favouring the alternative of returning in the coach to Taunton and spending the night there. But Captain Barrington, who had only been to that little town for the day on business, was not encumbered in this way, nor did a 3-mile walk in the least dismay him. Very soon the bulk of the great elm, sprawling like Goliath across the road, was exercising, not without laughter, the returning Stoweyites, farmers or well-to-do fishermen for the most part. Us'll have to climb in for sure, or creep on our bellies beneath un. But Captain Barrington surveyed the noble tree with a tinge of regret, and was meanwhile conscious of the voice of the guard behind him, addressing someone still in the coach. "I shouldn't advise you to go on to Stowey tonight, miss. A matter of 3 or 4 miles it is. Why not go back with us as far as Taunton? If so be as you couldn't get a room to yourself at the Lion, you'd get a bed to yourself for sure." The only person in the coach who could be addressed as Miss was a girl in grey, already there when Captain Barrington had entered it at Taunton, a girl to whom his attention had subsequently been drawn, indifferent though he was to the sex, mainly because she seemed so desirous of attracting none, sitting very demurely in her corner, her face almost invisible under the gauze veil depending from the front of her small poke bonnet. But he had quite forgotten about her again, till now he heard her reply hastily, "No, thank you, I must go on to Stowey." The slight foreign accent piqued Captain Barrington's curiosity sufficiently to cause him to turn his head, and thus he got a glimpse of the speaker where she stood, above his level, at the top of the steps, looking down at the guard outside. She had put back her veil, and her face was more clearly revealed now. Handsome, striking even, rather than beautiful, a little hollow in the cheeks, where burnt a somewhat hectic colour, but not timid like her demeanour, not shrinking. And he wondered for a moment who she could be, just possibly a member of some French royalist household. "Very well, miss," said the guard. "I dare say some gentleman going to Stowey will carry your valise for you. And, as for company, there's Mrs. Stratton as lives at Stowey. She've started already, if so be she've got past that old toad of a tree." "Thank you," said the girl again, and still, as it seemed to Hervey, hurriedly. "I will not trouble anybody. My little valise is not heavy, and no doubt I shall overtake this lady." She descended, helped by the solicitous guard, Captain Barrington having moved away for fear of alarming her with proffered attentions. Better to leave her to Mrs. Stratton. Moreover, at this moment he happened to inquire from a rustic standing by what steps were going to be taken to ensure that no chaise or horseman should collide with a fallen tree after dark. None that the rustic knew of. "Oh, what, you're going to leave a wreck in the fairway without buoying it," exclaimed Captain Barrington indignantly. "Oh, not with my consent." Striding off to the nearest farm, he soon returned with Farmer Cadman and 6 lanterns, and it was not till he had seen them lighted and strung on either side of the obstacle that he himself set off on his homeward way. At present on half pay, and likely, for all that promotion had come rapidly to him, so to remain, owing to a mishap at sea for which he was not responsible, Captain Barrington, a bachelor, lived in a comfortable house by the river about a mile on the hither side of Stowey, looked after by an excellent and commanding housekeeper and her husband, who had been his coxswain. For though Captain Barrington's spinster sister, a good 18 years older than himself, he was 41, also dwelt near Stowey, the two had never joined their domestic forces, though the theory was that they were going to do it some day. Perhaps they secretly knew that they were at heart too dissimilar for such an arrangement ever to be successful, that Hervey was too set in his ways, and Miss Lavinia too free with her tongue, and too much of a quiz. But they were very good friends, and each had a room assigned and always ready for occupation in the other's house. In fact, Miss Lavinia was arriving this very evening at Fairhaven to spend a couple of days there en route to Exeter. For all her teasing tongue, nobody understood better than Miss Barrington how his inactivity fretted her brother, how savage was the resentment at the injustice which had laid him aside in time of war for a blunder which was not his. The wound went too deep to be often handled, but it stung always. It was stinging now, as Hervey Barrington walked along in the soft Devonshire twilight. He had the road to himself, for the business with the tree had delayed him by quite 20 minutes, and all the other wayfarers were a mile or so ahead of him by this time. All but one, that is, for as he turned a corner he saw dimly, some 40 yards ahead, the figure of a woman carrying something, and it looked like that of the foreign girl. She was walking with a limp, and at sight of her, Captain Barrington's curiosity was revived. Even if she were lame, how had she contrived to spend so much time covering so little ground, and to have lagged so far behind everyone else? Had she stayed behind on purpose? Well, she had already struck him as wishing to avoid notice, but it was strange that at so late an hour she had not preferred to avail herself of company on the road, not to speak of someone to carry her valise. And, despite the limp, she was not walking so slowly as to have been unable to keep up with stout Mrs. Stratton, for instance. At his present pace, Hervey could not avoid overtaking her in a moment or two, and he should then feel bound to offer her his escort, whether she wanted it or no. It was not fitting for a young woman, a stranger, to be on a lonely road by herself at this time of day. Before he was up to her, the foreigner had heard his footfalls and half glanced round, quickening her pace a little. But in another 30 seconds he was level with her. "Madam," he said, raising his hat, "it is not right that you should carry that baggage of yours. I beg you to allow me to do it for you." The girl did not stop. She walked on with a limp and said, as if she meant it. "Oh, sir, you are very kind. But no, it is not necessary. The valise is truly very light." "Oh, but you are walking with difficulty already. You are fatigued," observed Hervey, as he kept pace with her. "And you still have more than a couple of miles to go. You really must permit me." And, respectfully but firmly, he too possessed himself of the handle of the disputed object. The fingers which held it tightened for a moment, then relaxed their grip unwillingly. "You are indeed kind, sir," murmured their owner as she relinquished her burden, but there was no real gratitude in her tone. She had, however, spoken the truth about the little portmanteau, for it was light, extremely light. Hervey began to wonder what was her destination in Stowey. He could not think of any of its inhabitants who were at all likely to be expecting such a guest. "You are visiting friends in Stowey, I expect, madam," he said, tentatively, excusing his question to himself on the ground that he would ultimately have to learn to what house he was to escort her. "No," replied the traveller after a moment. "I go to an inn, is it not?" "An inn," said Hervey, still more surprised. "None of the inns at Stowey, madam, is very suitable for a lady, and the Dolphin, a better class house, is closed for repairs. The others are only fit for sailors and such like." "Oh, sailors will not hurt me," she murmured. Her voice sounded dejected, or so Hervey thought. And she was most indubitably lame. She was hobbling. "I must insist on your taking my arm," he said, somewhat masterfully. "You will never reach Stowey at all without assistance." And the girl seemed to think so too, for, after a moment, she took the proffered support without looking at him. That is to say, she lent her hand, not much more, upon it, and they proceeded for a little in silence. Side by side with her, Hervey could not see her face because of the poke bonnet. "You have already walked today, perhaps, madam," he suggested, as the weight on his arm gradually increased. "Or do you think it is possible that there is a nail or a stone in your shoe?" "No," said the girl, rather shortly. "I fear there is no nail, no stone. It is not for that reason that they hurt me." "But would it not be well to make sure?" persisted Hervey, really sorry for her, since he could see that she was suffering. "Or will you not at any rate sit down on this wall and rest a little?" For the road, no longer tree-shadowed on either hand, had been for some minutes following the Stowey River, whose outgoing tide lapped along the foot of the low wall on their left. "Yes, I will sit down for a small moment, sir," agreed the girl quickly, and she sank down without more ado on the stone parapet. "You are, I take it, a stranger to these parts," observed Captain Barrington conversationally. "Yes," replied the traveller, after a moment's pause. "I come from Yorkshire." "From Yorkshire!" exclaimed Hervey involuntarily. Oh, surely she was not trying to pass herself off as English. "Ah, you mean in this moment, of course. For I perceive that you are." And then he stopped. He had no wish to appear prying. But, to his regret, he saw that he had already given that impression. He had already caused alarm. "Oh, you mean, sir," said the girl in a would-be calm voice, "that you see I am not English." "Oh, sir, senor, no, I am Spanish, but for the love of God, do not betray me." "But, my dear young lady," said Hervey soothingly, "how, and to whom, should I betray you? You have a perfect right to be Spanish, and, being Spanish, to travel in England. Oh, come, now, there's no cause for agitation, except, possibly, about those shoes of yours. I will withdraw a little, and you can take them off, and see whether something cannot be done to ease them." He turned as he spoke, and, going a pace or two along the road, looked out over the darkening river. This was an odd encounter. "Well, now, is that better?" he asked, coming back after a minute or two. The shoes, however, were not yet on again. He could discern them lying in the dusty road. The girl was sitting with her hands in her lap. "Oh, when they are off it is better, yes, but I do not know whether—" whether you can get them on again," finished Hervey with a smile. Why did women always have their shoes too tight? "If you will allow me." No, no," cried the girl, evidently affrighted, and, as far as he could see, tucking up her feet under her petticoats. "No, sir, I will contrive. You see, it is not that they are too small." Oh, how feminine. Ladies, he knew, always said that. But that the shape, the English shape. "Ah, yes," said Hervey. "Of course, you bought these in England. Perhaps that was unwise." "How many things are unwise," responded the girl on a deep, tragic note. "Oh, that I'm here at all is unwise. But, Dios de mi alma, what else could I do?" She stifled an unmistakable sob. "But I shall soon be gone." And, bending down, she struggled feverishly with her footgear, Captain Barrington rather uncomfortable in this sudden and unexplained rush of emotion, and she evidently too much carried away by it to care whether or no the gentleman who had so considerately turned his back during the doffing of her shoes watched the process of resumption. At last she stood up. "Now I will go on, sir. I'm now better." She hobbled a step or two, with little ejaculations under her breath, and then supplemented bravely, "If I do not think of them." "And if you take my arm again," suggested Hervey, tendering it. She took it, leaning a little harder this time, and said, as they started, "Suppose I take altogether off my shoes, and go without them, as go the peasants in my country." No, madam, you could not possibly do that," replied Hervey. "This road is much too stony." They went on a little in silence, till he, having revolved the idea for a moment or two already, continued, "I have a better plan. My own house is now only 1/2 a mile distant, for I live well this side of Stowey. Now, if you would allow me to offer you hospitality for the night." "Oh, señor!" exclaimed the Spanish girl, evidently deeply affronted. Her hand stiffened on his arm. "Oh, I assure you, madam," said Hervey hastily, "that my housekeeper— My name, by the way, is Barrington, Captain Hervey Barrington of His Majesty's Navy." But at that the hand was withdrawn altogether. They both stopped. "My sister, too," began Captain Barrington anew, "will be—" "Ah, your sister lives with you," interpolated the unknown, and, the hand returning, they took up their march again. Hervey did not think it worth while to explain, but enlarged a little on the pleasure it would give Miss Barrington to receive the footsore traveller, and, though he did not say this, to tease him afterward for his knight-errantry. "So you will accept, will you not, madam? I assure you," he proceeded with a certain stiffness, "that I regard you with all the respect due to a member of your sex, and particularly to one who is, for the moment at least, unprotected. In order to prove, indeed, that I desire in no way to take advantage of you, I will cause my sister to come down to the garden, if you wish, and there make you known to each other, so that you can satisfy yourself of my intentions. For, indeed, you will never reach Stowey tonight, nor, as I say, is there any inn there quite suitable to your requirements." The Spanish girl stood still once more. She clasped both hands to her breast and looked away over the river. Hervey had an uncomfortable suspicion that she was imploring the Virgin for guidance, really quite unnecessarily. When she spoke, the words were charged with feeling. "Oh, indeed, you are too kind to an unfortunate, unprotected. Madre de Dios! It is not for the moment only that I am unprotected. Shall I tell you my poor little story, Señor Capitan?" "There's no need, unless you wish," replied Hervey gently. But he was curious, all the same. "But yes, if you are so noble as to receive me under your roof, I must tell you, in a few words. Again, I will sit on this kind wall." She did so, and, stooping, tugged off the shoes which were not too tight. "Oh, señor, I am the wife, the deserted wife, of an Englishman like yourself, an English officer." "How is it possible?" said Hervey, gravely astonished. He sat down on the wall beside her. "How did he desert you? Where did you meet?" The Spaniard made a gesture. "Oh, you ask where? Ah, Senor, in a terrible place. In Badajoz, in the storm of Badajoz." "Oh, good God!" exclaimed Captain Barrington. "You were in Badajoz when we took it last year." "With my poor father, yes. He was killed. Me, the soldiers were dragging away. Your soldiers. They were enraged at the resistance of the French. Me, a Spaniard, your friend. When he saw me. Oh, Senor, he saved me. He loved me. He married me. That is to say." "Yes, I understand," murmured Hervey rather awkwardly. She made another gesture. "Oh, but no, Senor, I think you do not. It is true that I was not married by the rites of my own church, but of his, for I am married by the priest, what do you call him in your tongue? The capellan of his regiment." "The chaplain. And what was his regiment?" The girl hesitated. "How the English names are so difficult," she said deprecatingly. "Oh, try," said Hervey. She addressed herself visibly to an effort. "Mi marido. He was in what you call the Light Brigade." "Ah, yes, but in what regiment? A brigade is not a regiment." "Not?" queried the soldier's wife innocently. "Was it the Rifle Regiment? The 95th? "Oh, yes, that is the name." She resumed feverishly. "We live in Badajoz a little. Oh, how I am happy! But he will not take me with him on campaign. He leave me there. For a time he write to me. I find out always where he is. Then he writes no more. I think he is dead. I write to the colonel. No, Tomas is not dead. He's gone to England. He is sick. And to me not a word. I wait. No letter. Oh, how to tell you the pain I suffer. At last, I have a little money. I sell my jewels. I go on board a vessel. I come in England. I travel to the home of my husband. Oh, Senor, he denies me. He says, no, I was never married to him. I was only a poor girl to amuse him. Oh, vaya, I am to go back to Spain. He is finished with me." "Oh, what is the scoundrel's name?" demanded Hervey indignantly. "No, I shall not tell you that." She flung out her arms to the night. "And though I never see him again, and though he treat me so cruelly, I love him. In Badajoz." "I see," said Hervey rather dryly, the more so that the passion of the last words had caused an uncomfortable sort of thrill to pass along his spine. "But, Senora, you are in all probability really married to this man. In fact, I do not see how else it could be if the chaplain of the Rifle Regiment. It would be perfectly easy to ascertain." At that, the abandoned wife clutched his arm, but not to welcome the suggestion. "No, no. If he cast me off, it is finished. No, I go back to Spain. I leave him free." "Oh, but dash it all," cried Captain Barrington, wishing that she would liberate him at all events. "The man himself, scamp that he is, won't be free. If by free you mean free to marry someone else. If you are his legal wife, as I feel sure you must be, you are still his wife, whether you return to Spain or stay in England. And, by the way," he added, "how were you proposing to return to Spain?" The ecstasy of self-sacrifice appeared to have died down as suddenly as it had arisen, and, having already, to his relief, relinquished his arm, the deserted lady said, with a sublime disregard of bathos, "Now I put on my shoes again," and did so. It was not until she was on her feet, and had once more accepted her escort's arm, that she answered his question. "Oh, to return to Spain, I will find a little ship at Stowey." "Oh, indeed you will not," returned Hervey rather sharply. "Who told you such a thing?" "Oh, no little ship for Spain at Stowey. Ay me," lamented the fair traveller. "And then I come all this painful way for nothing. Alas, how I am unfortunate." "We must consider your plans in the morning," said Hervey hastily, apprehending tears. "I can no doubt be of some assistance. But, if you will pardon the inquiry, how did you come to England in the first place? At what port did you land?" "I've forgotten its name," replied the girl. and then quickly taking herself up. "Oh, I knew she was lying," thought Hervey, pleased at his perspicacity. She said, No, I now remember. At a place called Gosport." "Gosport? And then you came in a troop ship." "Was that so wrong, Senor Capitan?" "I came as best I could. The passage was offered me. I paid nothing." Very oddly, there seemed to be a suggestion of laughter in her voice now. Or was it tears fought back? The next moment she stumbled and gave a little cry, hanging heavy on his arm for a second. "A stone. No, senor, it is nothing. I can go on. It is perhaps not much farther now." "No, fortunately. But I'm afraid that this walk has meant a good deal of suffering for you." No, she murmured, "for I've found a friend so kind, so sympathetic." And for the first time the other hand joined its fellow on his arm, and both gave that support an unmistakable pressure. Now Hervey Barrington had not the slightest desire to receive from this emotional Spanish female any evidence of her warm southern heart in return for his hospitality. Yet, as he could not withdraw his arm, the only measure he could take against such a risk was to change the conversation. "When I was in Spain," he began, and had quite a gratifying success. The joint pressure on his arm relaxed, and the second hand went away again. "Ah, you have been in Spain," observed its owner slowly, and almost as if the information were not to her taste. "Yes, just before the war," answered Hervey. "I travelled with a Spanish friend in Catalonia and Valencia." "Oh, I do not know those parts," said his companion hastily, as if she were rebutting an accusation, and for the rest of the way became rather silent, except for an occasional tired sigh. Captain Barrington was glad when he could at last announce, as a house loomed up by the side of the road, between them and the river, "Here we are, at our destination." End of section 14.